Chapter 1. The Last Face You Want to See. The bulkhead screamed as it gave way. Rafe Calder felt the vibration through his gloves before he heard it. A harmonic shudder that meant structural compromise, metal fatigue, imminent failure. His HUD painted the thermal lance's cutting line in white-hot overlay, 17 centimeters through 22-centimeter composite armor. 5 more to breach. "Voss, pressure check," he said. "Reading 0 differential." Sergeant Leor Voss floated 3 meters to his left, anchored by magnetic boots to what had been a corridor ceiling before the training module lost gravity. "We're clear to breach." Calder adjusted his lance angle, compensating for the bulkhead's bow. The simulation had warped this section's geometry, realistic damage modeling that mimicked explosive decompression. Good. Too many operators trained on pristine structures and died when reality bent the rules. He completed the cut in smooth practice strokes. Molten metal globules spun away into the training module's recycled darkness, each one a tiny sun before cooling to dull gray. "Tagawa, demo assessment. Frames compromised at welds 3 and 7. Corporal Jin." Tagawa's voice carried his perpetual undercurrent of amusement, as if the universe's hostility was merely an elaborate joke he'd been let in on. "Shape charge here would collapse the whole section. Recommend mechanical breach. Uric, medical status. 1 simulated casualty, critical." Petty Officer Mirena Uric's tone was clinically precise. 16 years of Navy medicine had stripped the emotion from her voice when she worked. "Vacuum exposure, multiple fractures, internal bleeding. Time to treatment is now my primary concern, not your sightseeing tour through this wall." Calder smiled inside his helmet. Uric only got sharp when she was focused. 30 seconds. He applied pressure to the cut section with his salvage claw. The bulkhead panel resisted, then surrendered. A controlled failure, not the catastrophic breach that killed operators who rushed. The panel drifted inward, revealing the compartment beyond. Dark, cold, waiting. Standard procedure dictated he'd clear the space before entry, scan for structural threats, atmosphere composition, thermal hazards. But the simulation clock was running, and somewhere in that darkness, a training mannequin was bleeding out its pressurized fluid at rates calculated to match human hemorrhage. Time or safety. The trade every OBR operator learned to calculate. "Entry in 3. Voss, your anchor. Tagawa, demo watch on that frame. Uric, on my 6. Calder pulled himself through the breach. His helmet lamps cut white cones through the black, revealing a compartment that had been someone's workspace before the scenario designers had destroyed it. Furniture tumbled in zero-G chaos, equipment scattered like shrapnel, and there, wedged between a collapsed storage locker and the far wall, the mannequin. It was a good simulation. The mannequin's suit showed realistic damage. Torn fabric at the left shoulder, sealant foam half deployed but failing, one arm bent at an angle that would have meant compound fracture in an actual human. Its air gauge read 14 minutes remaining. Beneath it, a pool of red training fluid expanded in slow-motion sphere, surface tension fighting vacuum's pull. Uric was already moving past him, medical kit mag-locked to her suit's hip. She worked with the efficiency of someone who'd done this in the real black, where mistakes didn't reset for second attempts. Compromised seal at shoulder, suit breach at elbow joint, suspected femoral damage, she narrated, hands moving through practiced motions. Applying emergency sealant, pressure stabilization, initiating coagulant protocol. Calder scanned the compartment structure. The training scenario had been well designed. Realistic damage patterns, plausible failure modes, nothing gratuitous. Whoever had programmed this had seen actual wrecks. The attention to detail was almost respectful. Almost. "Clock's at 8 minutes, Tagawa called from the breach point. "Frame stress increasing. This whole section's going to fold if we don't move. Uric, 2 minutes for stabilization. Then we can move him." Calder pulled himself to the compartment's far corner, examining the secondary exit. The hatch was sealed, but the frames showed stress fractures. Explosive decompression had tried to tear it open and failed, barely. He ran calculations automatically. Structural load, probable failure points, extraction vectors. "Voss, prep the stretcher. We're taking him out the way we came." "Copy that." The work proceeded with the rhythm of long practice. Urich finished stabilization. Calder and Voss maneuvered the mannequin through the breach without striking its injuries against the cut metal edges. Tagawa guided them through the damaged corridor section to the training module's safe zone. 6 minutes, 40 seconds from breach to extraction. Not bad, not great. The simulation ended with a soft tone, and the training module's emergency lighting flickered on. Gravity returned in gentle increments, pulling them toward the deck with the kind of gradual acceleration that prevented vertigo. Calder's boots found purchase. The mannequin settled onto the stretcher with a hollow thunk. Captain Omondi's voice crackled over the comms. Time to treatment, 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Simulated casualty survival, 82%. OBR command rates this as acceptable performance. A pause. I rate it as sloppy. Calder, debrief in my office. Rest of Team 7, equipment maintenance and stand-down. Next drill is in 16 hours. The connection cut. Tagawa pulled his helmet off, revealing a broad face decorated with geometric tattoos that traced his jawline. Traditional Mars colony ink, patterns that meant family and stone in the old symbolic language. 82%. The mannequin lives to complain about our bedside manner. 82% means 18% dead, Urich said, unsealing her own helmet. Her hair, gray shot black, was pulled back in a tight braid that had probably started the shift neat and was now coming apart. She looked tired. She always looked tired. 18% is someone's brother, sister, son, daughter. 18% is unacceptable. 18% is statistical reality when frame stress requires speed over caution. Calder removed his helmet and let Jericho's recycled air wash over his face. It smelled like every forward station he'd ever served on. Metal, sweat, the faint chemical tang of scrubbers working overtime. Home. We made the right call. The compartment would have collapsed if we'd delayed for full stabilization. The simulation would have collapsed, Voss said quietly. She was still holding her helmet, turning it in her hands, staring at the photo taped inside. 3 kids, gap-toothed smiles, Titan's methane clouds visible through a habitat dome window behind them. Her siblings. In the real black, we'd be writing letters to families about how we tried our best. Calder met her eyes. 23 years old, 5 months with OBR Team 7, still young enough to believe there was a perfect solution if you just looked hard enough. In the real black, he said, we'd be writing letters about how we saved 82% when conventional rescue would have saved 0%. That's the job, boss. We arrive after everyone else is done. We extract whoever we can from situations that are already lost. Some days, 82% is a miracle. She looked away first. Good. She needed to understand this before the real work broke her. The team dispersed toward the equipment bay, shedding their training suits with the casual intimacy of people who'd seen each other in every state of exhaustion, fear, and triumph. Calder watched them go. Tagawa humming something pre-Exodus, probably Ellington or Coltrane. Urich already lighting a contraband cigarette the moment she thought she was out of sight. Voss still clutching that helmet, still looking at those faces. His team, his responsibility, his burden. Captain Amondi's office was 3 decks up, accessible via the central shaft that ran Jericho's length like a spinal cord. Calder pulled himself up hand over hand, muscle memory navigating the familiar path. The station's vibration was constant here. Engines, life support, the rotating sections that generated gravity for the habitation modules. Other stations tried to dampen the sensation. Jericho's crew had long since given up. You learned to sleep with the vibration, or you didn't sleep at all. Omondi's office was barely larger than a closet. Walls covered with mission patches, commendations, and, in one corner, carefully framed, a list of names. KIA, team members who'd gone into the black and never come back. Calder recognized most of them. Some he'd trained with, a few he'd watched die. Close the hatch, Omondi said without looking up from his display. And tell me what you did wrong. Calder sealed them in and braced against the wall. We prioritize speed over safety. In a real scenario with actual frame collapse imminent, that's correct. In a training scenario designed to test our stabilization protocols, it's cutting corners. So you knew it was a mistake and did it anyway? I knew it was a trade-off. 18% mortality risk against 100% mortality risk if the compartment had collapsed with us inside. Easy math. Easy math. Omandi finally looked up. He was older than Calder by a decade, gray creeping into his temples, lines carved deep around his eyes from years of squinting at damage assessments and casualty reports. You know what easy math gets you? It gets you a reputation for acceptable losses. It gets you team members who start thinking some people aren't worth the risk. It gets you standing in front of a memorial wall, adding names. With respect, sir, hard math gets you the same result, just slower. Omandi leaned back, and for a moment something that might have been approval flickered across his face. You're right, and I hate that you're right. He tapped his display, and a file designation appeared on Calder's HUD. New mission brief came in 20 minutes ago while you were playing with mannequins. Calder pulled up the file, his chest tightened. SOAR Regional Training Command. Belt. Status. Dark. Last contact, 72 hours prior. Conventional SAR attempts. Failed. Estimated survivors. Unknown. Estimated time to total facility failure. Unknown. Threat assessment. Unknown. SOAR school, he said quietly. 200 students, 50 instructors, 30 support staff. One of the Navy's premier combat training facilities, and for 3 days complete communications blackout. Navy sent a recon shuttle, couldn't establish docking, reported catastrophic structural damage and expanding debris field. No distress signals, no life signs detectable from external scan. Omandi's voice was carefully neutral. They're calling it a total loss. But they're sending us anyway. OBR Team 7 has the best extraction record in the division. If there's anyone alive in that wreck, you're the one who brings them home. Omandi met his eyes. You're being briefed in 90 minutes. Commander Sisk from Naval Intelligence is running oversight. She'll have strategic parameters, intelligence priorities, operational constraints. I'm sure you'll get along wonderfully. Calder heard what Omandi didn't say. Intelligence priorities meant data recovery might take precedence over personnel extraction. Operational constraints meant limited time, limited resources, limited options. Strategic parameters meant someone in a clean office would be making calls about who was worth saving. We'll need full equipment manifest, Calder said. Extra breach charges, extended life support packs, medical supplies for trauma and exposure. If we're going into a debris field, already requisitioned, your team has 2 hours to prep. Briefing at 1800 hours, departure at 2000 hours. Omandi pulled up another file. And Calder? SOAR school is high profile. Politicians are watching. Media's already spinning stories. If this goes wrong, it goes wrong publicly. And if it goes right, you'll have saved a few dozen highly trained military assets from a scenario that killed hundreds of their classmates. You'll get a commendation, a handshake, and another mission that's even more impossible. Omandi's expression softened slightly. That's the job. That's why we keep breathing. Calder pushed off toward the hatch. His hand was on the release when Omandi spoke again. Cal, 72 hours past rescue window. Even in ideal conditions, life support on those training modules maxes out at 96 hours. You're looking at a 24-hour margin, assuming anyone survived the initial incident, assuming the estimates are accurate, assuming the Black hasn't already claimed them. I know the math, sir. The math says you're going to find bodies, not survivors. The math says this is a recovery mission, not a rescue. The math says you should prepare your team for what they're going to see. Calder turned back. You know what I've learned in 12 years of doing this job? The math is usually right, but we don't deploy for the usual cases. We deploy for the outliers, the statistical anomalies who refuse to die on schedule. We deploy for the ones who are still fighting when they should have given up hours ago, he paused. And if there's even one person in that wreck who's still breathing, still hoping, still waiting for someone to care enough to come get them, then they deserve better than a team leader who's already written them off. Hope is a poor tactical asset. Hope is all they have left. We can at least bring them competence to go with it. Omandi studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Dismissed. And Cal, try not to make me add your name to that wall. No promises, sir. The corridor outside Omondi's office was empty. Shift change wasn't for another hour, and most of Jericho's crew was either sleeping, eating, or pretending to do maintenance while actually hiding from their superiors. Calder made his way to the observation blister, a small dome on Jericho's dorsal surface that offered unobstructed views of the belt. The asteroid field stretched to infinity, each rock a silent tomb or potential home, depending on who you asked. Some people saw resources: nickel, iron, water ice, precious metals waiting to be extracted. Others saw isolation, humanity scattered across millions of cubic kilometers, too far apart to help each other when things went wrong. Calder saw both, and he saw the gaps between the rocks, the vast empty spaces where rescue didn't arrive in time, where good people died badly while waiting for help that never came. His pocket computer chimed. A message from Emma, time-stamped 3 hours ago. She was on Mars Standard, so it would be early morning there. School day. Dad, saw your drill scores in the public feed. 82% isn't that great, is it? Maybe you should practice more. Or get a safer job. Mom says, hi, she doesn't, but I'm supposed to be nice. Talk later, maybe? He typed a response, deleted it, typed another, deleted that too. What did you tell your teenage daughter? That her father's job was running into situations where 82% survival was an optimistic estimate? That he'd chosen this life because he couldn't live with the memory of being the one who survived when others didn't? 82% is better than zero. I'll call when I get back from this next mission. Love you. Send. The belt rotated slowly outside the blister, indifferent to human drama, unconcerned with rescue percentages or survival statistics. Somewhere out there, Source School was dying, or maybe it was already dead, and they were just going to confirm what everyone already knew. 72 hours past rescue window, 24 hours of air remaining, maximum, 280 souls unaccounted for. Calder pressed his hand against the blister's cold surface, feeling the barrier between him and vacuum. Millimeters of transparent composite, all that stood between breath and void. In 90 minutes, Commander Sisk would brief them on intelligence priorities, threat assessments, operational parameters. She'd talk about strategic value and data recovery and acceptable risk thresholds. She'd reduce human lives to variables and equations designed to minimize loss rather than maximize salvation. And he'd smile and nod and take her orders. Then he'd take his team into the black and do what OBR operators always did: ignore the math, trust the procedures, and bring home whoever was left to save. His pocket computer chimed again. Mission brief update, flagged priority. He pulled up the file. New information had arrived. Preliminary analysis of the debris field suggested breach patterns inconsistent with structural failure or known weapon signatures. Energy readings detected on thermal scans, not environmental, not reactor residue. Something else. At the bottom of the report, a single line in red text. Threat assessment revised. Unknown hostile contact possible. Approach with extreme caution. Calder stared at the words. In 12 years of OBR operations, he'd breached stations destroyed by explosions, collisions, system failures, pirate attacks, and simple human stupidity. He'd extracted survivors from wrecks that shouldn't have had survivors, pulled people from situations that defied physics and probability. But he'd never deployed into a hot zone with an unidentified hostile still active. The belt's silence suddenly felt different. Not indifferent. Waiting. His team was preparing for a rescue mission. They needed to be preparing for something else entirely. And in 90 minutes, Commander Sisk was going to tell them exactly what that something else was, whether she understood it herself or not. Calder pushed away from the blister and headed toward the equipment bay. Voss, Tagawa, Urich. They deserved to hear this from him first, not from some intelligence officer who'd never felt vacuum on the other side of a failing seal. 24 hours of air, unknown hostile contact, 280 souls. The math was already impossible. Now it was worse. Good. Impossible was what they did best. Chapter 2. The math of survival Sergeant Leora Voss was calibrating her breach harness When Calder walked into the equipment bay with that particular expression on his face, the one that meant the mission had just gotten worse, she'd learned to read him over 5 months of drills, exercises, and one real deployment that had ended with her vomiting into her helmet after pulling a child's body from a collapsed HAB module. Calder had 3 basic modes: focused, which meant work; sardonic, which meant manageable problems; and blank, which meant catastrophic news delivered with absolute calm so you wouldn't panic before you needed to. He was blank now. "New intel," he said, pulling up a holographic display above the equipment table. The briefing file materialized in blue light, rotating slowly. "We're not just doing extraction anymore." Tagawa looked up from the thermal lance he was maintenance checking, one eyebrow raised in that perpetual expression of amused skepticism. "Let me guess, pirates, raiders, or the universe's general hostility toward human survival? Unknown hostile contact." Calder expanded the debris field analysis. "These breach patterns don't match anything in the database. Not explosives, not kinetics, not energy weapons we recognize. And there are thermal signatures that shouldn't be there. Active, moving, inconsistent with environmental sources." Yurik didn't pause in her methodical arrangement of medical supplies, each item placed with geometric precision into her field kit. Unknown hostile means unknown capabilities. Unknown capabilities means unpredictable casualty patterns. She sealed a package of combat coagulant with sharp, efficient motions. "I'll need to pack for everything from projectile trauma to exotic energy burns. Maybe chemical exposure. Possibly biological contamination. Possibly monsters," Tagawa added cheerfully. "Why not? The belt's already trying to kill us with vacuum, radiation, and loneliness. Might as well add tentacles." "Focus!" Calder's voice cut through the attempt at humor. "Commander Sisk briefs us in 40 minutes. Naval intelligence is running oversight, which means they have their own agenda. Our agenda is simple: extract survivors, identify the threat, get out, in that order." Voss felt her heart rate climbing, a physiological response she'd been trying to train away for months, the body's insistence on fear despite the mind's attempt at professional calm. Her fingers found the equipment checklist on her suit's forearm display, scrolling through items she'd already verified twice. Breach charges, check. Magnetic anchors, check. Emergency sealant, check. The ritual of preparation, the illusion of control. 40 minutes, she heard herself say. "That's not much time to..." "To what?" Calder's eyes met hers. Not unkind, but uncompromising. "Plan for unknown threats using incomplete information? Welcome to every OBR mission ever conducted. We prepare for what we can predict and adapt to what we can't. That's the job." He was right. Of course he was right. 12 years of doing this meant Calder had seen variations of impossible Voss couldn't even imagine. But 5 months didn't feel like enough time to develop his casual relationship with mortality, his ability to discuss potential death with the same tone someone might use to discuss lunch options. Her pocket computer chimed. A message from Davi, her youngest brother, 7 years old, gap-toothed, obsessed with spacecraft designs. And the message was a drawing, stick figures in spacesuits labeled Leor, Mom, Davy, all holding hands. Above them, crayon stars scattered across digital paper. "Be safe. Come home. I miss you." She closed the message without responding. What would she say? "Might not make it back from this one, but at least the breach patterns are interesting." "Voss." Calder's voice pulled her back. "You good?" "Yes, sir." Lying's a poor tactical choice when your team leader can read your vitals on the HUD. She looked up, startled, and found him watching her with an expression that was almost gentle. Almost. Elevated heart rate, shallow breathing, stress markers consistent with pre-combat anxiety, he continued. "All normal. All expected. All manageable if you remember your training." He paused. "And all potentially fatal if you let them control you instead of acknowledging them and moving forward." "I'm fine," she said, forcing steadiness into her voice. "Just processing the threat assessment." "Good, keep processing. But while you do, finish your equipment check and prep the breacher pod's medical station. Yurik will need assistance stocking supplies for extended trauma care." Dismissed. Back to work. Back to the rituals that kept fear at bay. Voss moved through the equipment bay toward the medical section, where Urich was already transforming organized chaos into systematic preparation. The older woman worked with the precision of someone who'd done this so many times emotions had become muscle memory. Check inventory, assess mission parameters, pack accordingly, triple-check critical items. Trauma kit alpha or beta? Voss asked. Both, plus gamma for chemical burns. Urich didn't look up. If we're dealing with unknown energy signatures, I want redundancy in burn treatment. Coagulants, sealants, dermal regeneration foam, pack double quantities, and pull the exotic exposure protocols, all of them. You think we'll encounter something biological? I think I've learned to prepare for what I can't predict. Urich sealed another supply case with sharp, decisive movements. 23 years in Navy medicine teaches you that the universe has infinite creativity when it comes to destroying human tissue. Your job is to have more creativity in repairing it. They worked in silence for several minutes, the quiet broken only by the equipment bay's ambient noise. Ventilation systems, the distant thrum of Jericho's engines, the occasional voice over the station-wide comms. Voss found herself falling into the rhythm, the physical work occupying the parts of her mind that wanted to spiral into anxiety. First real hot zone deployment? Urich asked suddenly. Voss nodded. The collapsed HAB module was already secure when we arrived. This is different. Yes. Urich finally looked at her, gray-shot hair escaping its braid in wispy strands, eyes carrying decades of accumulated exhaustion. Different is the word people use when they mean terrifying, but don't want to admit it. I'm not terrified. Liar. But Urich's tone wasn't unkind. Fear is appropriate. Fear keeps you careful. It's panic that kills. The moment you let fear control your decisions instead of informing them. Remember that distinction when we're in the black and things start going wrong. Because they will go wrong. They always do. That's not exactly inspiring confidence. Confidence is for training simulations and recruitment hollows. Urich returned to her packing, fingers moving with practiced efficiency. Competence is what saves lives when confidence runs out. You're competent, Voss. Young, still learning, occasionally too idealistic for your own good, but competent. Trust your training. Trust your team. Trust that even when everything falls apart, there's always one more thing you can try. Before Voss could respond, the equipment bay's speakers crackled to life. OBR Team 7, report to Briefing Station 3. Commander Sisk is standing by for mission overview. Repeat, Team 7 to Briefing Station 3. Calder appeared from the equipment section, thermal lance slung over his shoulder. Expression still carefully neutral. Time to meet our oversight. Remember, intelligence has their priorities, we have ours. Be polite, be professional, be prepared to ignore anything that conflicts with keeping people alive. They assembled in Briefing Station 3, a cramped compartment dominated by a holographic display table that could project three-dimensional tactical maps, personnel rosters, threat assessments, anything naval intelligence decided they needed to see. The walls were bare metal, the lighting harsh and functional, the whole space designed to facilitate information transfer without comfort or distraction. Commander Alessa Sisk appeared in holographic form above the table, transmitted from some clean office dozens of millions of kilometers away, where people made decisions about other people's survival without having to smell vacuum leak or hear someone's last breath over comms. She was younger than Voss had expected, maybe early 40s, dark hair pulled back severely, uniform crisp enough to suggest she'd never had to emergency seal a suit with duct tape and prayer. Her eyes were sharp, calculating, the eyes of someone who dealt in probabilities and strategic value rather than names and faces. Team 7, thank you for responding promptly. Sisk's voice was professionally neutral, the kind of tone that could deliver good news or death sentences with equal composure. I'll be brief. Time is critical. She pulled up a three-dimensional map of SOAR Regional Training Command. The facility was massive, multiple HAB modules, training sections, docking bays, all connected by corridors and transit tubes that now showed in red, indicating structural failure. 72 hours ago, SOAR School transmitted a standard status update, all systems nominal. 90 minutes later, all communications ceased. Automated distress protocols never activated. External sensor sweeps detected catastrophic structural damage consistent with explosive decompression. CISC rotated the map, highlighting breach points. What's inconsistent is the damage pattern. The hologram shifted, showing close-up scans of the hull breaches. Voss felt her stomach tighten. The edges weren't clean, weren't consistent with known weapons or structural failure. They looked torn, metal peeled back like skin. Irregular patterns that suggested something had ripped its way through composite armor designed to withstand micrometeorite impacts and weapons fire. These breach signatures match nothing in our database, CISC continued. Energy readings suggest an unknown technology or phenomenon. Naval intelligence requires comprehensive data recovery, sensor logs, station AI records, any surviving equipment that might help us understand what caused this. Data recovery, Calder's voice was flat. You want us to prioritize technology over personnel. I want you to recognize that understanding this threat might save thousands of lives across the belt. If something new is operating in this region, something capable of destroying a major military installation, then the strategic implications are someone else's problem. Calder stepped closer to the holographic display, his expression still carefully neutral, but his voice carrying an edge Voss had never heard before. With respect, Commander, my team's mission is personnel extraction. We'll recover data if possible, but not at the cost of survivor evacuation. CISC's holographic eyes narrowed slightly. Sergeant Calder, I understand your dedication to rescue operations, but this mission has implications beyond individual casualties. The technology used here, the tactical approach, the threat assessment, these are matters of solar system security. And the 280 people who might still be alive in that wreck? What are they matters of? The silence stretched. Voss glanced at Tagawa, who was watching the exchange with unusual seriousness, his habitual humor absent. Yurik stood perfectly still, face revealing nothing. Finally, CISC spoke. They're matters of record, Sergeant. Dead or alive, they'll be documented, analyzed, and their fate will inform future training protocols. But if you spend all your time searching for unlikely survivors instead of securing critical intelligence, you risk missing the data that could prevent this from happening again. Unlikely survivors are the only kind we ever find, Calder said quietly. That's what OBR does. We arrive after the conventional time windows have closed, after hope runs out, after everyone else has written them off, and we extract whoever refused to die on schedule. That's not mission creep or emotional attachment. It's our specialized function. You want data recovery? Send a tech team. You called us because you need people who can operate in impossible conditions and still prioritize human life. Voss found herself holding her breath. She'd never heard Calder push back against command like this. Never heard him articulate the philosophy that drove OBR operations with such stark clarity. CISC studied him for a long moment, holographic face unreadable. Then something shifted in her expression. Not quite approval, but perhaps recognition. Point taken, she said. Your primary mission is personnel extraction. Secondary objective is data recovery if opportunities present themselves without compromising rescue operations. But Sergeant, I need you to understand the threat assessment. Whatever did this is potentially still active. Unknown capabilities, unknown intentions, unknown operational parameters. You're authorized to use lethal force if necessary for self-defense or survivor protection. Understood. One more thing. CISC pulled up another display. Casualty projections, survival probability curves, grim mathematics that reduced human life to statistical likelihood. 72 hours past initial incident, conventional survival estimates are below 3%. Life support systems on those training modules max out at 96 hours under ideal conditions. You're looking at a 24-hour window before even the most resilient survivors reach biological limits. We know the math, Commander. I hope you also know the regulations. OBR teams are not authorized to conduct recovery operations that pose unacceptable risk to team members. If the threat level exceeds mission parameters, you are ordered to abort and withdraw for reinforced approach. Calder's smile was thin. Define unacceptable risk. Threat conditions that make team survival probability drop below 60%. By whose calculation? Mine, based on real-time assessment of tactical situation, threat capabilities, and extraction feasibility. With respect, Commander, you'll be assessing from a clean office while we're assessing from inside a debris field with unknown hostiles. I trust my team's judgment more than your remote analysis. Another silence. Voss could feel the tension radiating across the holographic connection. Two professionals with incompatible priorities, trying to find common ground that probably didn't exist. Your team launches in 90 minutes, Sisk said finally. Transit time to source school is approximately 6 hours. You'll have complete tactical autonomy during extraction operations, but I'll be monitoring sensor feeds and maintaining communication protocols. If I determine the mission has become unacceptably hazardous, I will issue direct orders for withdrawal. Are we clear? Crystal clear, Commander. Good hunting, Team 7. Bring them home. The hologram winked out, leaving them in the harsh lighting of the briefing station, staring at the now empty display table. Tagawa broke the silence. Well, that was approximately as pleasant as I'd expected. Intelligence priorities, threat assessments, statistical projections about who's worth saving really gets the blood pumping before a rescue mission. Stow it, Calder said, but without heat. Sisk's doing her job. We'll do ours. Finish equipment checks and report to the breacher pod in 60 minutes. We launch on schedule. They dispersed, each returning to their preparation rituals. Voss found herself back in the equipment bay, running through her checklist for the third time, fingers moving automatically while her mind processed everything she'd just heard. Unknown hostile contact, 3% survival probability, 60% team safety threshold, the mathematics of death and acceptable loss, all reduced to clean numbers that didn't account for the weight of a body in 0G or the sound someone makes when they realize they're not getting rescued. Her pocket computer chimed again. Another message from Davy, this one just 2 words. Love you. She typed back quickly before doubt could stop her. Love you too. Be good for Mom. I'll call when I can. Send. Maybe a lie. Maybe the last thing she'd ever say to her brother. But what was the alternative? Silence? Preparation for grief he shouldn't have to carry? Voss. Urich appeared beside her, medical kit slung over one shoulder, expression as neutral as ever. Time to move. Breacher pod needs final prep. They made their way through Jericho's corridors toward the launch bay, joining the steady flow of personnel conducting their own tasks, pursuing their own missions, living their own lives in this metal bubble suspended in the belt's endless dark. Most of them would never know what Team 7 was heading into. Most of them would never have to calculate survival probabilities while preparing to dive into unknown threats. Lucky them. The breacher pod was designated Persistence, a name Voss had always found grimly appropriate for OBR operations. The craft was purpose-built for exactly this kind of mission. Armored hull, redundant life support, medical bay, equipment storage, and enough maneuvering thrust to navigate debris fields that would shred conventional shuttles. Ugly, functional, reliable. Calder was already aboard, running pre-flight checks with the methodical focus that meant he'd compartmentalize everything else. The argument with Sisk, the threat assessment, the impossible odds, and reduced his world to system status and flight protocols. Medical bay is prepped, Urich reported, climbing through the hatch. We have supplies for 48 hours of intensive care or 2 weeks of basic treatment. Longer if we ration. Let's plan on not needing to ration, Tagawa said, sliding into the navigator's station with practiced ease. I prefer my rescues quick and clean, minimal exposure to hostile unknowns. Everyone home in time for terrible station food and worse coffee. When have we ever had quick and clean? Voss asked, settling into her station and pulling up the navigation overlay. Never. But hope springs eternal, and I am nothing if not eternally hopeful in the face of crushing statistical evidence to the contrary. They completed pre-flight in comfortable silence, the kind that came from working together long enough to develop shorthand to understand each other's rhythms and quirks. Voss ran through her own checklists, nav systems, communications array, sensor suite, finding reassurance in the mechanical precision of it all. Jericho Control, this is Persistence requesting launch clearance, Calder said over comms. Persistence, you are cleared for departure. Bay doors opening in 30 seconds. Good luck out there, Seven. Copy that, Control. See you in a few days. The bay doors irised open, revealing the belt in all its dark glory, asteroids tumbling in slow motion, mining platforms gleaming like distant stars, the vast empty spaces between them that could swallow a ship without trace. Voss had grown up in the belt, had seen this view her entire life, but it never stopped making her feel small, vulnerable, temporary. Persistence. Launched smoothly, Calder's piloting as precise as everything else he did. The G-forces pressed Voss back into her seat as they accelerated away from Jericho, the station's lights fading behind them until it became just another point of light in the overwhelming darkness. Transit time to source school coordinates is 6 hours, 17 minutes, Tagawa reported. Course plotted to avoid major debris concentrations. Sensor sweep is active. Copy that. Voss continuous monitoring on all bands, communications, thermal, radar, anything that might indicate survivors or threat signatures? Yes, sir. The hours stretched. Space travel was mostly waiting. Hours or days of nothing punctuated by moments of lethal activity. Voss monitored her displays, watching the sensor data flow past, searching for patterns that might mean life or danger or anything other than the belt's indifferent silence. Yurik disappeared into the medical bay to run final equipment checks. Tagawa hummed quietly, some pre-Exodus jazz standard that Voss didn't recognize. Calder piloted in silence, eyes on the navigation display, mind probably running through tactical scenarios, contingency plans, the endless permutations of what-ifs that came with command. Voss found herself staring at the photo of her siblings again, displayed on a secondary screen. 3 kids who'd probably never leave Titan, who'd grow up thinking their sister did something heroic and noble instead of terrifying and probably fatal. She wondered what they'd remember if she didn't come back. Would they think about her actual life, or just the sanitized version their mother would tell them? First mission jitters? Calder asked quietly, not looking away from his controls. Is it that obvious? Only to someone who's had them, multiple times, across 12 years of doing this. He glanced at her. They never really go away, the jitters. You just get better at functioning through them. How do you do it? How do you keep going into situations where the math says everyone's already dead? Calder was quiet for a moment, considering. Because sometimes the math is wrong. Not often. Usually it's right. And we find exactly what the projections predicted. But every once in a while, we pull someone out who should have died hours ago. Someone who held on just a little longer, who refused to give up, who kept breathing because they believed someone might come. He paused. Those are the ones that matter. Those are the ones that make all the other missions. All the bodies, all the failures, all the times we're too late, make those worth carrying. And if we don't find anyone this time, then we document what happened, recover what we can, and make sure their deaths aren't meaningless. That's the other part of the job, bearing witness when no one else will. The sensor display chimed. Voss's heart rate spiked as she checked the readings. Contact, she said, voice steadier than she felt. Thermal signatures ahead, multiple sources, debris field edges. Christ, it's huge. Calder leaned forward, studying the data. Tagawa, slow our approach. Voss, start mapping the field. I want trajectory analysis on every piece larger than a meter. The sensors painted a picture and overlaid data in holographic projection. Soar School's debris field was expanding, metal and composite materials tumbling outward in a shell of destruction that spoke of catastrophic structural failure. But the pattern was wrong, not uniform, not consistent with explosive decompression or collision damage. Something had torn the station apart, deliberately, methodically. And as persistence drew closer, as the sensors refined their resolution, Voss saw the bodies. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, floating in the debris field like grotesque stars. Some still wore SOAR training suits, identification patches visible on long-range scan. Others were just shapes, Human forms reduced to objects drifting in vacuum, preserved by the cold, waiting for someone to care enough to collect them. Visual contact with primary structure, Tagawa said quietly, or what's left of it. Voss pulled up the visual feed, enhancing the image until she could see Soar School itself, or the wreckage that had been a training facility where hundreds of people learned to survive hostile environments. The hull breaches were worse than the briefing images had shown. Much worse. The metal was torn, twisted, peeled back in ways that looked organic, almost biological. Like something had clawed its way through military-grade composite armor with casual contempt for human engineering. And on the edges of the largest breach, barely visible in the enhanced scan, something moved. Not debris, not bodies. Something alive. Calder, Voss heard herself say, voice barely above a whisper. We have movement. Section Delta 7, primary hull breach. Something's in there. Calder's hand stilled on the controls. On the sensor display, the thermal signature resolved into clearer definition, heat bloom inconsistent with environmental sources, movement patterns that suggested intention, purpose. All stop, Calder ordered. Hold position at 2,000 meters. Full sensor sweep. I want to know what we're looking at before we get any closer. Persistence. Hung in the black, surrounded by debris and bodies, and the wreckage of a facility that had been destroyed by something none of them understood. And inside that wreckage, in the torn corridors where 280 people had trained to survive impossible situations, something waited. The sensors painted it in thermal overlay and radar ghost, shape without definition, presence without form, unknown, hostile, active. Voss's display showed the countdown, 21 hours, 36 minutes until even the most resilient survivors reach biological limits. 21 hours to search a shredded facility while something unknown hunted in the dark. 21 hours to find the unlikely survivors, to prove the math wrong, to bring people home from a situation that had already claimed hundreds. The math said it was impossible, but impossible was what they did. All right, Team 7, Calder said, his voice carrying that particular calm that meant they were about to do something very dangerous and probably very stupid. Let's go to work. And on the sensor display, deep within Soar School's torn hull, the thermal signature moved again, tracking, circling, waiting. Whatever it was, it knew they were here. Chapter 3, What the Silence Holds. Rafe Calder had seen death in vacuum before. 12 years of OBR operations meant he'd witnessed the aftermath of explosive decompression, structural collapse, reactor failures, collisions at orbital velocities that turned human beings into abstract art painted across bulkheads. He'd extracted bodies from wrecks so thoroughly destroyed that identification required genetic analysis. He'd learned to compartmentalize, to function through horror, to maintain professional detachment while documenting the 1,000 ways space could kill you. But this was different. The debris field surrounding Soar School didn't follow the patterns of accidental destruction. Explosive decompression created radial distribution, fragments blown outward in roughly spherical expansion. The physics of pressure differential made visible. Collision damage produced directional scatter, impact vectors readable in the trajectory analysis. Structural failure left recognizable signatures, metal fatigue, and cascade collapse that any experienced operator could identify. This was none of those things. Tagawa, Calder said, keeping his voice level despite the cold weight settling in his chest. Give me detailed analysis on those hull breaches. I want measurements, edge analysis, material stress patterns. On it! Tagawa's fingers danced across his console, pulling up enhanced imagery and running it through analysis algorithms that would translate visual horror into comprehensible data. Primary breach in section Delta 7 is, Jesus Christ. Report, 23 meters wide at the widest point, irregular edges, no explosive residue, no kinetic impact signatures. Metal is torn, not cut or melted. Stress patterns suggest applied force from exterior, but the distribution is wrong for ramming or weapons fire. It's like something just, he paused, searching for words. like something grabbed the hull and peeled it open. Calder studied the enhanced imagery on the main display. The breach looked organic, almost biological. Edges curled inward, where composite armor had been wrenched apart with contemptuous ease. He'd seen similar damage once, years ago, when a mining accident had exposed a hull section to a rogue electromagnetic pulse that had partially liquefied the metal. But that had been accidental, environmental. This showed intention, purpose. Something had wanted inside Soar School badly enough to tear through military-grade hull plating like it was tissue paper. Voss, status on those thermal signatures? Multiple contacts, all within the primary structure. Her voice carried tension despite obvious attempts at professional calm. I'm reading 3 distinct heat sources, non-uniform movement patterns. Could be survivors with emergency heat packs, but the distribution doesn't match standard survival protocols. They're moving through sections that should be completely decompressed. Could they be in suits? Possibly, but the thermal output is higher than standard suit heating systems, and they're not moving like humans in 0G. The motion tracking suggests, I don't know, sir, something else. Calder felt the pieces assembling in his mind, forming a picture he didn't want to see clearly. Unknown hostile contact, exotic breach patterns, thermal signatures inconsistent with human survival equipment. The belt had plenty of threats: equipment failure, human error, pirate raiders, the simple physics of trying to survive in an environment actively hostile to human life. But those were known variables, quantifiable risks that could be assessed and managed. This was something new. Uric, recommend medical protocols for unknown hostile encounter. The older woman looked up from her medical bay preparations, gray eyes sharp beneath her wispy hair. Without knowing the threat characteristics, standard combat trauma protocols. Assume projectile weapons, energy burns, potential chemical or biological contamination. I'll prep quarantine procedures in case whatever's in there can affect human physiology in unexpected ways. She paused. But honestly, sir, if we're dealing with something that can tear through composite armor, medical protocols might be academic. Optimistic as always. Realistic. There's a difference. Persistence. Drifted slowly through the outer edges of the debris field, Calder's hands gentle on the maneuvering controls, threading between tumbling fragments of what had been a functioning military facility 72 hours ago. The wreckage was dense here: hull plating, structural supports, equipment that had been ripped from mounting brackets and scattered into the black, and among the metal and composite, the bodies. They turned slowly in vacuums in different embrace, preserved by the cold, waiting for retrieval that might never come. Calder could see their faces on the visual feed, features locked in expressions ranging from confusion to terror. Some still wore SOAR training suits, the distinctive red and white patches identifying them as students. Others were in standard Navy uniforms: instructors, administrators, support staff who'd been doing their jobs when something had decided to destroy everything they'd built. He'd learned not to look at the faces. Early in his career, he'd memorized every corpse, carried their frozen expressions into his sleep, woken up seeing their eyes. It had nearly broken him, that accumulation of death, until a veteran operator had explained the mental trick. See the suits, the patches, the equipment. Document what could be documented, but don't look at the faces, because the faces would follow you home. Still, he counted. 280 people had been aboard Soar School when communications ceased. He needed to know how many were out here in the debris field, how many might still be inside, how many might, against probability and physics, still be alive. The count climbed: 53, 78, 112. Calder! Voss's voice cut through his grim mathematics. I'm picking up something on the emergency frequency. Faint, barely there, but it's definitely a distress beacon. His attention snapped to the comms array. Location? Command Core, central structure. Automated broadcast. Looks like backup power finally kicked in after primary systems failed. Signal strength suggests the core is still partially pressurized. Hope flickered. Dangerous, premature, but impossible to suppress entirely. The command core was designed as a final refuge, the most heavily armored section of the facility, with independent life support and emergency supplies. If anyone had survived the initial attack, if they'd managed to seal themselves inside before decompression claimed them, that's where they'd be. Life signs? Voss worked her console, fingers moving quickly across the controls. Scanning now, the hull damage is interfering with sensor resolution, but I'm getting... Wait. Her voice rose slightly. Yes, confirmed. Faint biosigns, multiple sources, all clustered in the command core. At least 15, maybe more. Heart rates are elevated but steady. Respiratory patterns consistent with stress but not critical distress. 15. Out of 280, 15 people had survived long enough to be worth rescuing. The math was brutal, always was, but 15 was better than 0, and 0 was what the projections had predicted after 72 hours. Good work, Voss. Tagawa, plot approach vector to the command core. I want the safest route through this debris field, avoiding those thermal signatures if possible. We'll dock with whatever's left of the main airlock and breach from there. Plotting now. Recommend approach, Vector 317, brings us in from the southern quadrant where the damage is less severe. We'll have to navigate through some dense debris, but it keeps us clear of the major hull breaches. Tagawa paused. And the things moving around inside them. Approved. Execute when ready. Persistence. Altered course. Maneuvering thrusters firing in precise bursts that shifted their trajectory through the debris field. Calder kept his eyes on the proximity alarms, watching the distance counter-decrease as they closed on Soar School's broken hull. The facility had been impressive once. Modular design, modern training equipment, accommodations for 300 personnel. Now it was a corpse itself, metal bones exposed to vacuum, the interior spaces violated and scattered. He could see more detail now as they approached. The smaller breaches that peppered the hull in addition to the massive tiers. Scorch marks that might have been weapons fire. Sections where the exterior plating looked melted, fused, transformed by heat or energy into something that barely resembled its original structure. And through one of the larger breaches, movement. Contact, Tagawa said sharply. Section Delta 7, primary breach. Something just crossed the opening. Calder pulled up the visual feed, enhancing the image until he could see in the torn quarter beyond the hull breach. For a moment, nothing. Darkness, floating debris, the faint glow of emergency lighting that somehow still functioned despite the catastrophic damage. Then it moved again. A shape, black against the emergency lights. Too large to be human, moving with fluid grace that suggested it was perfectly adapted to zero-gravity environment. The visual resolution wasn't good enough to reveal details, just an impression of size and purposeful motion. There and gone before the enhancement algorithms could lock on. Did anyone else see that? Voss asked, voice tight. Confirmed, Calder said. Unknown contact. Non-human configuration, approximately 3 meters in length. Movement patterns suggest deliberate navigation rather than debris drift. So we're definitely not alone out here. No, we're not. Calder opened a channel to Jericho, knowing Commander Sisk would be monitoring their approach. Jericho Control, this is Persistence. We have visual confirmation of unknown hostile contact within the target facility. Repeat, confirmed hostile presence. We're also reading multiple biosigns from the command core. Recommend we proceed with modified extraction protocol, fast insertion, locate survivors, immediate evacuation. We can conduct detailed threat assessment after personnel are secure. Static hissed for a moment before Sisk's voice came through, carrying across millions of kilometers with slight delay. Persistence. This is command. Understand you have confirmed hostile contact. What's your tactical assessment? Is extraction feasible? Unknown, Commander. We haven't engaged or been engaged. Hostile is mobile, appears adapted to 0G size and capabilities uncertain. But we have 15 survivors in the command core who don't have time for us to develop comprehensive threat analysis. We're going in. Another pause. Calder could imagine Sisk weighing priorities, running probability calculations, balancing the value of recovered data against the risk of losing an entire OBR team. Proceed with caution, Persistence. If threat level exceeds acceptable parameters, you are ordered to withdraw immediately. I want regular status updates every 10 minutes. If communications cease, I'm dispatching reinforcements and classifying this as active combat zone. Understood. Command. Persistence out. He closed the channel and looked at his team. Voss, young and scared, but holding it together through sheer determination. Tagawa, using humor as armor against the reality of what they were about to do. Urich, clinical and detached, already mentally triaging casualties she hadn't yet encountered. Listen up, Calder said. We're going to dock with the main airlock, breach if it's not functional, and proceed directly to the command core. Fast and quiet. We locate the survivors, assess their condition, and get them to persistence as quickly as possible. No heroics, no exploring, no engaging with hostiles unless absolutely necessary for survivor protection. If something moves toward us, we establish defensive position and reevaluate. If we get separated, rally point is the main airlock. Questions? Rules of engagement, Tagawa asked. If one of those things comes at us? Standard self-defense protocols apply. Lethal force is authorized if you or survivors are threatened. But remember, we don't know what these things are, what they're capable of, or why they attack this facility. Avoid contact if possible. Gather intelligence if you can. Stay alive above everything else. They reached the main airlock, or what remained of it. The massive doors that should have provided secure docking were partially crushed, bent inward by force applied from outside. Calder maneuvered persistence into position, matching rotation with the tumbling facility, bringing their docking collar into alignment with the damaged airlock. Docking clamps engaging, he said, feeling the solid thunk of magnetic locks securing their ship to the wreck. Voss, atmospheric scan of the airlock chamber. Hard vacuum, no atmosphere, no power to the cycling system. We'll need to force the inner door. Urich, gear up. Full EVA protocols, combat medical kit, communication priority. Tagawa, you're on point with me. Breach charges ready? Always. They suited up in the cramped equipment bay, helping each other with seal checks and equipment verification. The suits were OBR standard, heavier than normal EVA gear, reinforced against debris impact, fitted with integrated tool systems and emergency patches. Calder felt the familiar weight settle across his shoulders, the slight restriction of movement that came with wearing armor in zero-G, the quiet hiss of suit atmosphere filling his helmet. Comms check, he said. Voss clear. Tagawa, loud and clear, boss. Urich, functional. Good. We go in teams. Tagawa and I take point. Voss and Urich follow at 5-meter interval. Maintain visual contact at all times. If you lose sight of your partner, you stop and reestablish immediately. Nobody goes anywhere alone. They cycled through persistence, airlock into the damaged docking port, magnetic boots engaging on the torn deck plating. The inner airlock door loomed ahead, sealed tight, emergency indicators dark and lifeless. Through his helmet, Calder could hear his own breathing, the slight crackle of suit systems, the occasional ping of debris impacting the hull. Beyond that door, somewhere in the violated corridors of Source School, 15 people were holding on, waiting, hoping someone would come, and something else was in there with them. Tagawa placed the breach charge with practiced efficiency, a shaped plasma cutter that would slice through the door seals without explosive decompression. They retreated to safe distance, and Calder triggered the charge remotely. The plasma burned bright in vacuum, brilliant blue-white light cutting through the door frame in a perfect circle. Metal glowed, melted, peeled away. 15 seconds, and the inner door fell inward with the slow grace of zero-G, revealing the corridor beyond. Darkness. Emergency lights providing faint red illumination at irregular intervals. Debris floating in the empty air, papers, equipment, personal items that had been scattered when atmosphere vented. And along the walls, the scorch marks. Calder pulled himself through the breached door, boots magnetizing to the deck, helmet lamp cutting through the gloom. The corridor stretched ahead, twisting where structural damage had warped the framework, disappearing into shadow and uncertainty. He'd breached hundreds of wrecks, navigated countless damaged facilities. He knew the particular silence of depressurized spaces, the quality of light in dead stations, the way debris drifted in the absence of air currents. But this felt different. Wrong. The scorch marks weren't random. They followed patterns, clustered around doorways and intersections, areas where people would naturally gather or try to defend. And the marks themselves were wrong, not consistent with energy weapons or thermal damage from fires, but something else, something that had left the metal darkly stained and slightly pitted. Point of origin appears to be Section Delta 7, Tagawa said, consulting his tactical overlay. Whatever happened started there and spread throughout the facility. Command Core is 300 meters straight ahead, through 2 more corridor sections and 1 major junction. Then that's our route. Move out, stay alert. They proceeded in silence, magnetic boots providing steady progress through the darkness. Calder swept his helmet lamp across the corridor walls, documenting the damage, looking for clues about what had happened here. The scorch marks grew denser as they advanced. Equipment panels showed signs of impact, the metal dented and torn. Emergency blast doors that should have sealed automatically hung half open, their mechanisms disabled or destroyed. And then they found the first bodies. 3 students clustered near an emergency equipment locker. They'd been trying to reach the survival supplies when they died. Calder could see the panic in their positions, one reaching for a locker handle, another turned back toward the direction of threat, the third floating free, arms spread wide as if they'd been thrown backward by impact. No obvious wounds, no blood, no visible trauma. Just death, sudden and absolute. "Boss," he said quietly, "document positions and identification. We'll recover remains during extraction if possible." She moved to comply, her helmet lamp playing across the bodies, her suit camera recording everything. Calder could hear her breathing over the comms, quick and shallow, fighting for control. First time seeing combat casualties up close, seeing death that came from violence rather than accident. They continued. More bodies, more evidence of panic, of failed attempts at defense or escape. A classroom where 20 students had been gathered when something breached the door. An instructor's office where someone had tried to barricade themselves inside using furniture. The makeshift defense scattered and useless. A medical bay where the staff had been attempting to treat injured when the facility lost power and atmosphere simultaneously. The count climbed. 150, 200, 234. 234 people who'd been alive 72 hours ago, who'd been learning or teaching or simply existing, who'd had families and futures and reasons to keep breathing. All gone in whatever catastrophic event had torn through this facility with merciless efficiency. And still they heard nothing, saw nothing move. Just the darkness and the bodies and the silence that held secrets. Calder wasn't sure he wanted to discover. They reached the major junction, a wide-open space where 4 corridors converged, designed for easy navigation and emergency gatherings. The walls here showed the heaviest scarring, whole sections blackened and melted. Equipment racks had been torn from their mountings and scattered. The deck plating was buckled, warped upward as if something massive had moved across it with crushing weight. "Command Core access is through the far corridor," Tagawa said. 200 meters. We're almost. The thermal alarm screamed in Calder's helmet. "Contact!" Voss shouted. "Multiple signatures, moving fast, converging on our position from..." They came from the shadows like nightmares made solid. 3 of them. Massive shapes that moved with horrible grace through 0G, propelling themselves off walls and deck with appendages that might have been limbs or something else entirely. In the helmet lamplight, Calder caught fragmented impressions, chitinous surfaces that reflected darkly, geometric patterns that suggested design rather than evolution, size that dwarfed human scale. One of them rotated in mid-flight, and Calder saw what might have been sensory organs, multiple points of light that could have been eyes or cameras or weapon systems. No sound in vacuum, but his suit sensors picked up electromagnetic radiation, unusual frequency patterns that made his heads-up display flicker with interference. "Defensive positions," he ordered, bringing his plasma cutter to bear. "Do not engage unless fired upon." The creatures, aliens, machines, whatever they were, circled the junction space, moving with coordinated precision that suggested intelligence and tactical thinking. They didn't attack, just observed, studied, evaluated. And behind them, deeper in the shadows, more thermal signatures bloomed. 5, 10, 20. Soar. School hadn't just been attacked, it had been invaded. "Calder," Tagawa said, voice tight with controlled fear. "We need to move. Now!" But the creatures had positioned themselves between Team 7 and the corridor leading to the command core, between the rescue team and 15 people who were depending on someone to save them. The nearest alien drifted closer, and Calder could see details now that would haunt him for however long he survived. The surface wasn't armor or carapace. It was something technological, biomechanical, a fusion of organic form and machine precision. The appendages ended in what might have been weapons or tools or both, and the sensory cluster tracked him with unnerving focus, intelligence evident in every movement. In his helmet, the comms crackled with static, and through the interference, a voice, human, desperate, transmitted on emergency frequency. "This is Lieutenant Sakura Karo, SOAR School Command. If anyone receives this transmission, please respond. We are 15 survivors barricaded in the command core. Atmosphere failing, supplies critical. Unknown hostiles have been attempting to breach our position for 48 hours. We cannot hold much longer, please. Someone, anyone, we need immediate extraction." The transmission cut off. Silence returned, broken only by breathing and the quiet ping of debris. The aliens held their positions, waiting. And somewhere beyond them, 15 people were dying while Calder stood in a junction corridor, calculating odds, assessing threats, weighing the cost of attempting rescue against the probability of his entire team being killed in the attempt. The math said retreat. The math said this mission had exceeded acceptable risk parameters, that withdrawing and requesting reinforcements was the tactically sound decision. But the math had never accounted for the sound of Lieutenant Caro's voice, the desperation that came through even corrupted transmission, the simple human truth that 15 people were still fighting to survive despite impossible circumstances. 12 years of OBR operations, 12 years of impossible extractions and unlikely survivors, 12 years of proving that sometimes, when everything suggested giving up, when the numbers said it couldn't be done, when the universe itself seemed aligned against survival, sometimes you could still save people. Calder made his decision. Team 7 were going through. Combat formation. Non-lethal suppression if possible. Lethal force if necessary. Our mission is those survivors. Nothing else matters. On my mark. The aliens shifted, recognizing the change in posture, understanding that the humans were no longer waiting. 20 thermal signatures between them and the command core. 15 lives depending on them. 21 hours of air remaining. The math was impossible. Good. Mark. Chapter 4. First Contact Protocol. The universe had 3 seconds of perfect stillness before it exploded into chaos. Lear Voss saw Calder move first. Magnetic boots disengaging, body twisting in 0G with the fluid grace of someone who'd spent years learning to fight in vacuum. His plasma cutter came up, not firing, not yet, but ready. Tagawa mirrored him on the left flank, positioning himself between the nearest alien and Urich's position. Professional. Coordinated. 12 years of experience condensed into movement that looked effortless. Voss tried to match them, failed. Her body remembered training simulations, remembered the careful choreography of breach and clear exercises in Jericho's practice modules. But simulation gravity was nothing like this. Her boots released half a second too slow. Her weapon came up jerky, uncontrolled. She felt like a child playing at soldier while adults fought for survival. Then the aliens moved and thinking became impossible. They didn't attack, not immediately. Instead, they dispersed with coordinated precision that spoke of hive intelligence or tactical communication, spreading through the junction space to create overlapping fields of fire, establishing positions that would let them converge on the humans from multiple angles simultaneously. Voss watched through her helmet display as thermal signatures rearranged themselves, calculating approach vectors, predicting human movement with disturbing accuracy. They're flanking, she heard herself say, voice tight in her helmet. Left corridor, 2 signatures moving to cut off our retreat. I see them. Calder's voice carried absolute calm, the kind that came from having done this before, from knowing panic would kill you faster than any threat. Tagawa, suppressing fire on the right cluster, forced them to choose between cover and position. Voss, Urich, stay tight on my 6. We're pushing through the center corridor on my mark. Cal, Tagawa said, using Calder's call sign instead of rank, the informality suggesting stress despite his controlled tone. Those things are big, really big, and there's a lot of them. You sure about this? No, but those 15 people don't have time for me to be sure. Ready? Voss gripped her flechette rifle, standard OBR equipment, designed for shipboard combat where conventional firearms would puncture holes and depressurize compartments. The weapon fired magnetically accelerated metal shards at velocities high enough to penetrate body armor without risking catastrophic structural damage. Effective against human targets, pirates, the occasional rogue mining drone. She had no idea if it would do anything to creatures that could tear through composite hull plating. 3, Calder counted. 2. The nearest alien rotated, bringing its sensory cluster to bear directly on Voss. She could see the details now in her helmet lamp. The biomechanical surface that seemed to shift and reconfigure. Appendages that ended in what might have been weapons or manipulators or both. The geometric patterns etched into its carapace that suggested purpose and design, and the way it moved, fluid and precise, adapting to 0G with the ease of something born to vacuum. 1-8. Go! Tagawa opened fire first, his flechette rifle spitting magnetically accelerated shards in controlled bursts that lit up the darkness with muzzle flash. The round struck the rightmost alien dead center, impacting with force that should have penetrated body armor and bone. They barely scratched the carapace. Voss saw the flechettes hit, saw them penetrate maybe half a centimeter before the alien's surface hardened, absorbed the impact, dispersed the kinetic energy across its entire structure. The creature didn't even flinch. It just continued its lateral movement, repositioning with the same fluid grace, utterly unconcerned by weapons fire that would have killed a human instantly. Shit, Tagawa said conversationally. That's not good. Then they all opened fire, and the junction corridor became a strobing hell of muzzle flash and electromagnetic interference. Voss squeezed her trigger, felt the rifle kick against her shoulder in the peculiar way of magnetically accelerated weapons, watched her rounds impact the alien blocking the center corridor. Some penetrated, most didn't. The ones that did seemed to cause minimal damage. The creature's biomechanical structure self-sealing around the wounds, adapting in real time to the threat. But it moved, not retreating exactly, but adjusting position, angling its carapace to deflect rounds rather than absorb them directly. Intelligence, problem-solving, recognition that while the weapons couldn't kill it immediately, sustained fire might eventually cause cumulative damage. Advance, Calder ordered, firing in short bursts while pulling himself forward using handholds and magnetic boot contact with the deck. Don't give them time to coordinate. Voss moved, muscle memory from training overriding her screaming instincts to freeze, to hide, to curl into a ball and wait for the nightmare to end. She fired as she advanced, trying to match Calder's controlled rhythm, trying not to waste ammunition on shots that wouldn't penetrate alien armor. Her helmet display showed ammunition counter dropping, 60 rounds remaining, 50, 45. One of the aliens launched itself from a wall position directly at Urich. 3 meters of biomechanical horror, moving with the speed and precision of a guided missile, appendages extended like spears aimed at the older woman's center mass. Voss saw it happening, saw Urich trying to bring her weapon to bear, knew she wouldn't make it in time. Tagawa intercepted. He fired his entire magazine in one sustained burst, flechettes impacting the alien's ventral surface in a concentrated pattern that finally penetrated deep enough to matter. Dark fluid, blood, hydraulic fluid, something else entirely, sprayed into vacuum, freezing instantly into crystalline spheres that scattered through the junction space like grotesque confetti. The creature twisted, momentum carrying it past Urich, but the trajectory disrupted, sending it careening into a wall with force that dented the already damaged plating. It recovered immediately, reorienting with disturbing speed. But the moment of distraction was enough. "Move!" Calder roared, and they surged forward as a unit, pushing through the center corridor while the aliens repositioned, recalculated, adapted to the humans' aggressive tactics. Voss pulled herself into the corridor, boots magnetizing to the deck, weapons sweeping the darkness ahead for new threats. Her breathing was ragged in her helmet, heart hammering against her ribs, adrenaline making her hands shake despite the suit's motion stabilization. Behind them, the aliens didn't pursue. Not immediately. Voss risked a glance at her thermal overlay and saw them regrouping, consolidating their positions, perhaps communicating through whatever method coordinated their movements. 20 signatures. More than before. They were being reinforced. "Contact rear," Urich called out. "Multiple signatures converging on our previous position. They're not chasing us. They're hurting us," Calder said grimly, "pushing us toward the command core. They want us to go there." "Why?" Tagawa asked, reloading his rifle with quick practice motions. "What's in the command core that they want? Besides terrified survivors?" "Don't know. Don't care. Our mission parameters haven't changed." Calder consulted his tactical map. "Command core access is 100 meters ahead. We maintain current advance, defensive formation, weapons ready. If they're letting us through, we exploit that. If it's a trap, we deal with it when we have no other options." They proceeded through corridors that grew progressively more damaged the closer they got to the core. The walls here showed more than scorch marks. They showed claw marks, deep gouges where something had dragged appendages across metal, leaving trails that suggested the aliens had been searching, examining, trying to access something the station's designers had protected. And the bodies. More bodies, everywhere. Voss had seen death in vacuum before. Training scenarios, realistic simulations, even the real corpses from the collapsed HAB module that had been her first deployment. But those had been manageable, distant, bodies reduced to problems requiring documentation and respectful handling. These were different. These had died fighting. She saw a student, maybe 20 years old, female, sore trainee patch on her shredded suit, floating near an equipment locker. Her fléchette rifle was still mag-locked to her hand. The weapon's ammunition counter showed 0. She'd fired every round she had, and judging by the dark stains on the corridor walls, she'd hit something. Multiple somethings, and then they'd killed her anyway. No visible wounds, no blood, no obvious trauma, just death, sudden and absolute, the same way every other casualty in this facility had died. Whatever weapon the aliens used, it left no marks, no evidence, no clues about how it functioned or how to defend against it. "Voss," Calder's voice pulled her back from the edge of spiraling horror. "Stay focused. Document and move. We'll recover remains during extraction." "Yes, sir." Her voice sounded hollow in her own helmet. They pushed forward. 50 meters to the command core. 40, 30. The corridor narrowed here, damage compressing the walls inward, until they had to proceed single file through a space barely wide enough for suited humans. Voss felt claustrophobia creeping in despite her training. The rational part of her brain, knowing they were still in 0G, still had freedom of movement, but the lizard brain screaming that she was trapped, confined, vulnerable. Her helmet lamp swept across something that made her stop. A child's drawing, mag-locked to the corridor wall. Crude crayon artwork showing stick figures in spacesuits, holding hands beneath a yellow sun. Words in uncertain handwriting, sore school family day. Someone's kid had been visiting when the aliens came. Someone's child had been here, in this facility, when everything went wrong. Voss looked at the drawing and thought about Davy, about her 7-year-old brother who drew similar pictures, who believed his sister was a hero, saving people in space. She thought about what Devi would do if he'd been here. If he'd been trapped when the creatures breached the hull. If he'd died alone and terrified while she was too far away to help. "Voss!" Urich's hand on her shoulder, gentle despite the bulky glove. "Keep moving, one corridor at a time, one step at a time. Thinking about the whole situation will drown you. There were kids here. I know. Yurik's voice was soft. Remember that for later. Use it for later. Right now, focus on the survivors we can still save. They reached the final stretch, a straight corridor terminating in a massive blast door that marked the command core access. The door was sealed, undamaged, reinforced plating designed to withstand anything short of direct nuclear detonation. And above the access panel, a faint green light indicating internal atmosphere and power. Someone inside was alive. Tagawa, Calder said. Movement. Voss spun, bringing her rifle to bear on the corridor behind them. Her thermal overlay showed signatures approaching, not the scattered individual contacts they had encountered before, but a coordinated group, moving with deliberate purpose through the twisted passages. And above them, clinging to the ceiling with appendages that terminated in what looked like electromagnetic grips, a single alien, bigger than the others. Different configuration. The carapace was darker, the geometric patterns more complex, the sensory clusters suggesting enhanced perception and processing. Contact above, she shouted. It dropped. 3 meters of biomechanical nightmare, falling in 0G that wasn't really falling, but controlled descent, appendages extending toward Tagawa's position with the precision of someone who'd studied human anatomy and knew exactly where to strike for maximum damage. Tagawa saw it coming, rolled left, boots disengaging from the deck, body twisting in mid-motion as he brought his rifle up and fired point-blank into the creature's ventral surface. The flechettes penetrated, punching through whatever internal structure protected its vital systems, dark fluid spraying in vacuum frozen spheres. The alien didn't stop. Pain didn't slow it. Injury didn't matter. It completed its attack vector, appendages extending, reaching for Tagawa's helmet with force that would crush the faceplate like tissue paper. Calder intercepted with his plasma cutter. The superheated beam caught the alien's primary appendage mid-extension, and for the first time, Voss saw one of them react to damage. The limb didn't sever. The beam couldn't cut through the carapace in the fraction of a second available. But it damaged something critical. The alien twisted away, reorienting, reassessing. And Voss saw her shot. The creature's sensory cluster, exposed during its reorientation, unprotected by the carapace that armored the rest of its body. She fired a 3-round burst, muscle memory from countless training hours taking over, letting her body shoot while her mind was still processing the opportunity. 2 rounds missed, 1 hit. The alien's sensory cluster shattered, multiple light sources going dark simultaneously. Whatever exotic perception it relied on suddenly compromised. The creature jerked, an involuntary reaction that looked almost organic despite its biomechanical nature, and then launched itself backward, using its remaining functional appendages to propel away from the humans with desperate speed. It vanished into the shadows, trailing frozen droplets of that dark fluid, and the thermal signatures behind it began withdrawing as well. Not retreating exactly, but pulling back, establishing new positions, reassessing the threat now that the humans had demonstrated the ability to cause actual damage. Silence descended. Or what passed for silence in a dead facility? Voss's own breathing, harsh and rapid in her helmet, the quiet hum of suit systems, the electromagnetic ping of her proximity sensors. Everyone intact? Calder asked. Functional, Tagawa said, checking his suit seals with quick, efficient motions. Minor impact to right shoulder plating, no breach. That thing was fast. Yurik? Undamaged, but that was too close. If Corporal Tagawa hadn't intercepted, I'd be dead. Team effort. Tagawa's voice carried forced levity. Also, did anyone else notice that shooting them in the face actually works? Because I'm filing that under useful tactical information for future nightmare fuel encounters. Voss stared at her rifle, at the ammunition counter showing 38 rounds remaining, at her own hands that were shaking despite every attempt at control. She'd shot the alien. She'd actually hit it, damaged it, maybe saved Tagawa's life, or bought them the seconds they needed to survive the encounter. And she felt nothing. No pride, no satisfaction, no sense of accomplishment. Just emptiness and the distant certainty that she'd be seeing that creature's shattering sensory cluster in her dreams for however long she survived. "Good shooting, boss," Calder said quietly. "You held position under fire and took the shot when it mattered. That's what keeps people alive." Before she could respond, the blast door in front of them shuddered, mechanical sounds transmitted through the metal, locks disengaging, seals releasing, atmosphere equalizing. Someone inside the command core had monitored their approach, watched the firefight, and decided to let them in. The door cracked open, revealing a narrow gap backlit by emergency lighting. A face appeared in the opening, young, female, Asian features marked by exhaustion and stress, lieutenant's insignia on her torn uniform. Dark eyes that had seen too much and carried the weight of impossible decisions. "OBR?" Her voice came through on emergency frequency, crackling with interference, but recognizably human, wonderfully human after the alien silence. "You're actually here? You're real. Lieutenant Caro?" Calder moved to the door, keeping his body positioned to cover the opening while maintaining visual on the corridor behind them. "We're Orbital Breach and Recovery Team 7. We received your distress call." "Thank God," Caro's voice cracked. Thank God. We've been holding them off for 72 hours. We thought nobody was coming. We thought we were going to die here." "How many survivors?" Caro hesitated, and in that hesitation, Voss saw a story written in exhaustion and desperate hope. 47. "We have 47 people alive in here. Most are injured, some critically. We're down to 6 hours of breathable atmosphere, maybe 8 if we keep reducing activity levels. Food ran out yesterday, water's almost gone. And those things keep trying to get in. They damage the door mechanism on the exterior side. We can't hold much longer." 47. Not 15 like the bioscan had suggested. 47 people who'd survived the initial attack, who'd held position against alien incursion for 3 days, who'd rationed their air and water and hope waiting for rescue that every probability calculation said wasn't coming. 47 survivors in a facility that had held 280. The math was still brutal, but it was better than the projections. "We're getting you out," Calder said. "All of you. But we need to move fast. Our breacher pod can accommodate 23 per trip, including crew. We'll do 2 runs, prioritizing critical casualties first, then—" "They won't let you," Caro interrupted. "The aliens. They've been waiting for this. I think they've been using us as bait." "Bait for what?" "For whoever came to rescue us. They're intelligent, Sergeant. They learn, they adapt, they plan. The first day they tried direct assault on the command core. We held them off with what weapons we had. Second day they switched tactics, tried to breach through ventilation, through power conduits, through emergency access points we didn't even know existed. When that didn't work, they stopped attacking entirely. Just waited, watched. And every time we tried to access external communications, every time we thought about attempting breakout, they'd attack just enough to force us back inside." Voss felt cold certainty settling in her gut. They wanted someone to hear the distress signal. They wanted rescuers to come. "Yes." Caro's eyes met hers through the helmet faceplate. "And now you're here. And I don't know if that means we're saved or if we've just condemned you too." From the corridor behind them, thermal signatures bloomed. Not 20 anymore. Not 30, 50, 75. More appearing every second as the aliens emerged from hiding positions throughout the facility, converging on the command core from every approach vector, surrounding them with methodical efficiency. On Voss's helmet display, Commander Sisk's priority transmission icon flashed. Now, someone at Jericho had been monitoring their tactical feeds, had seen the alien numbers, had run the probability calculations. She knew what the transmission would say before she opened it. Withdraw? Abort? Threat level exceeds acceptable parameters? Save yourselves because saving the survivors is no longer tactically feasible. But Calder was already moving through the blast door, was already helping Caro pull it wider, was already gesturing for Urich to bring medical supplies forward because 47 people needed treatment and evacuation and someone willing to stand between them and the things that had spent 3 days using them as bait. "Tagawa, seal that door behind us," Calder ordered. "Urich, Start triage immediately. Voss, help me assess evacuation routes. We're going to need every option we can find. Sir, Voss said, her voice steadier than she felt. The transmission from Commander Sisk can wait. Calder's tone carried absolute finality. We didn't come all this way to turn around now. These people survived impossible odds for 72 hours. We're not abandoning them because the situation got complicated. Through the blast door, Voss could see the command corps' interior, a space designed for maybe 20 people, now holding 47. They were clustered in exhausted groups, some injured and bandaged with improvised supplies, others simply staring with the hollow eyes of people who'd accepted death and weren't sure how to process the possibility of survival. Young faces, old faces, military and civilian, all marked by 3 days of terror and diminishing hope. And every single one of them looked at Team 7 like they were witnessing salvation itself. The blast door sealed with a heavy thunk, magnetic locks engaging, reinforced plating providing temporary barrier against the alien forces gathering outside. Temporary being the critical word. On her tactical display, Voss watched the thermal signatures mass in the corridors beyond. Watch them take positions that would let them assault the command corps from multiple vectors simultaneously. Watch them prepare for coordinated attack with the patience of predators who knew their prey had nowhere left to run. 47 survivors, 4 OBR operators, 6 hours of air, and an alien force that had spent 3 days planning exactly this scenario. Lieutenant Cairo pulled her helmet off in the pressurized core, revealing features drawn tight with exhaustion and fear. They'll attack soon. They always do when something changes. When we think we might have a chance. She looked at Calder with eyes that had seen too much death. You shouldn't have come. Now we're all going to die here together. Maybe, Calder said, removing his own helmet and meeting her gaze with calm that Voss didn't understand, couldn't comprehend. Or maybe we're all going to live through this together. Either way, you're not dying alone anymore. That's worth something. Outside in the darkness of Soar School's violated corridors, something massive moved against the blast door. Testing, probing, searching for weaknesses, finding them. Chapter 5. Survivors and Counting. Rafe Calder had developed a system over 12 years of impossible extractions. Assess, prioritize, execute. 3 steps that sounded simple in theory, catastrophically complex in practice, especially when you were standing in a pressurized tomb surrounded by people whose survival depended on decisions you'd make in the next 60 seconds. He pulled off his helmet and breathed recycled air that tasted of fierce sweat, overworked scrubbers, and the particular staleness that came from too many people consuming too little atmosphere for too long. The command corps was designed as a refuge, not a long-term shelter. 20 people maximum, the technical specs said. Enough emergency supplies for 72 hours if you rationed carefully. Caro had kept 47 alive for exactly 72 hours. The lieutenant stood before him, smaller than she'd seemed through the blast door gap, maybe 5'4" in her torn Soar uniform, dark hair escaping its regulation bun in sweat-dampened strands. Her eyes carried the specific exhaustion that came from command responsibility. The kind where you stopped sleeping because every time you closed your eyes, you saw the faces of people you'd failed to save. Calder recognized that exhaustion, carried his own version of it. Lieutenant Cairo, he said, keeping his voice professional despite the urgency screaming through his nervous system. I'm Sergeant Rafe Calder, OBR Team 7. We're here to extract your personnel. I need a status report. Injuries, medical emergencies, anyone who can't be moved safely. Status report. Caro's voice was flat, carrying an edge that suggested she was approximately 5 minutes from complete psychological collapse or violent outburst. Possibly both. You want a status report? Fine. 47 survivors out of 280 personnel. 15 with serious injuries ranging from crush trauma to what I think is radiation poisoning from damaged reactor shielding. 3 with critical injuries who'll die if we move them too quickly or handle them wrong. The rest are mobile but exhausted, dehydrated, and suffering various degrees of psychological trauma from watching their friends get killed by things that shouldn't exist. She stepped closer, and Calder could see the rage beneath her exhaustion, the fury of someone who'd held position against impossible odds while waiting for help that came 3 days too late. "We've been rationing air since hour 12, Caro continued, voice rising. "Water ran out yesterday. Food's gone except for emergency ration packs that were supposed to last a week, but somehow have to feed 47 people. I've got students who join SOAR to learn how to save lives watching their instructors die because we don't have medical supplies or equipment or any way to treat injuries that require actual hospitals. And those things out there, those alien bastards, they've been playing with us, testing our defenses, learning our patterns, waiting for exactly this moment. I understand. You understand nothing." The fury broke through, raw and unfiltered. "You show up 72 hours late with a 4-person team and what? You think you're going to save everyone? You think your fancy rescue training prepared you for this?" The command corps had gone silent. 47 pairs of eyes watched the confrontation, waiting to see if their lieutenant's rage would be validated or dismissed. Calder felt the weight of their attention, their hope, their desperate need to believe that someone actually could save them. He chose his words carefully. "Lieutenant, you're right. I don't understand what you've been through. I wasn't here when the facility was breached. I didn't hold position for 3 days against hostile forces with diminishing supplies and no support. What I do understand is extraction from hostile environments, and right now, I need you to help me get your people out alive. Can you do that?" Caro stared at him, jaw clenched, hands balled into fists. For a moment, Calder thought she might actually hit him. Wouldn't be the first time a traumatized survivor had needed to physically express their rage at circumstances beyond their control. Then she deflated. "Not completely, but enough. What do you need?" "Complete personnel roster with injury status, locations of any functional equipment we can use for emergency medical support, structural integrity assessment of the core and surrounding corridors, and your honest evaluation of how long before those aliens breach this position." Caro pulled up a datapad. Battery nearly dead, screen cracked, but functional. "Rosters here. I've been updating it every 6 hours, documenting injuries, tracking vitals for anyone we have monitors for. As for functional equipment," she gestured around the cramped space, "this is it. The Corps' emergency medical station. 3 portable monitors. Whatever supplies we scavenged from dead medics before the corridors became too dangerous to navigate. Structural integrity is failing. We've got microfractures developing in the blast door seal, probably from the aliens testing it. Maybe 8 hours before catastrophic failure if they don't accelerate their assault." 8 hours. The number settled into Calder's tactical calculations like a stone. "And the aliens' breach timeline? They attack in cycles, 6-hour intervals, increasing intensity each time. Last assault was 4 hours ago. We're due for another in 2 hours, and if the pattern holds, it'll be the worst yet." Caro's eyes met his. "So whatever you're planning, Sergeant, you've got maybe 90 minutes before this position becomes indefensible." Urich was already moving through the survivors, medical kit in hand, eyes cataloging injuries with clinical precision. Calder watched her work, gentle but efficient, talking quietly to each person while assessing their condition, making notes on her own datapad. She stopped beside a young man, maybe 20, whose leg was splinted with improvised materials and whose pallor suggested significant blood loss. "Corporal Mendez," she said, reading his name patch. "How's the pain level?" "Manageable, ma'am." His voice was weak. "Others need treatment more than me. Let me be the judge of that." Urich ran her scanner over his leg, frowned at the readings. "This fracture is compound. You've got bone fragments pressing against the femoral artery. You're one wrong movement from catastrophic bleed-out. Still more mobile than Lieutenant Chen." Mendez gestured toward a woman in the corner. "Unconscious, hooked to a portable monitor showing cardiac rhythms that even Calder could see were dangerously irregular. She needs evacuation priority." Calder moved to Lieutenant Chen's position, knelt beside her, checked the monitor readings. Severe cardiac arrhythmia, probably stress-induced cardiomyopathy combined with dehydration and exhaustion. Treatable with proper medical facilities. Fatal if they didn't get her to Persistence's medical bay within the next few hours. "How many are like this?" he asked Caro. Critical status. Can't wait for second extraction run. 7, counting Chen. Maybe 8 if we include the ones whose injuries might deteriorate during transport. 7 critical. 15 serious. 25 mobile but compromised. 4 OBR operators. 1 breacher pod with capacity for 23 people, including crew. The math was impossible. Calder stood, pulling Tagawa and Voss into a quick huddle away from the survivors. Urich joined them, wiping blood from her gloves. Someone's blood. Some injury she was already treating. Assessment, Calder said quietly. 47 survivors, approximately 30% requiring immediate medical intervention, Urich reported. 7 are critical. They need hospital-level care within 6 hours or they die. Another 8 are serious enough that extended exposure to hostile environment could kill them. The rest are mobile, functional, scared out of their minds but capable of following evacuation procedures. Tagawa consulted his tactical pad. Persistence can accommodate 23 per trip, including crew. That means 2 full runs to evacuate everyone. Transit time to the breacher pod through hostile corridors is approximately 20 minutes each way if we're not engaged. 40-minute round-trip minimum, longer if we encounter resistance. Loading time for injured personnel adds another 15 minutes per run. We're looking at minimum 90 minutes for first extraction, another 90 for second run. 3 hours total. The aliens will breach the core in 2, Voss said. We don't have 3 hours. Silence. The terrible mathematics of triage and impossible logistics. Calder had faced variations of this problem before. Insufficient capacity, limited time, too many people needing rescue, and not enough resources to save them all. Usually he could negotiate with physics, find creative solutions, buy extra time through aggressive tactics or calculated risks. But this scenario offered no negotiation. The numbers were absolute. His comm unit chimed. Priority transmission from Jericho. Commander Sisk's icon flashed with the insistence of someone who'd been monitoring the tactical feeds and reached conclusions Calder already knew he wouldn't like. He activated the channel. Calder here. Sergeant, I've been reviewing your team's sensor data. Sisk's voice carried across millions of kilometers with frustrating clarity. 75 hostile contacts surrounding your position, increasing concentration every 10 minutes. Breach probability exceeds 90% within 2 hours. Your extraction capacity is insufficient for single-run evacuation. Recommend immediate withdrawal with critical casualties only. You can return with reinforcements for secondary extraction. Negative, Commander. If we leave anyone behind, they die when the aliens breach. There is no secondary extraction window. Then the math is clear, Sergeant. Maximum survivability means evacuating as many as possible in one run and accepting that some casualties are unavoidable. Attempting to save everyone puts your team and the viable survivors at unacceptable risk. Calder felt the familiar anger rising, the cold fury that came from dealing with command officers who made decisions based on statistical projections rather than looking survivors in the eye and explaining why they weren't worth saving. With respect, Commander, I didn't enter OBR operations to practice acceptable loss calculations. We extract everyone, or we stay until we do. Those are the only options I'm considering. That's not protocol, Sergeant. OBR guidelines explicitly prohibit. Protocol was written for standard rescue operations. This situation stopped being standard the moment unknown aliens started using human survivors as bait. I'm on site. I have tactical awareness you can't match from remote monitoring, and my assessment is that we can extract all 47 survivors if we modify our approach. Modify how? Sisk's skepticism was audible. That was the question, wasn't it? Calder's mind raced through possibilities, calculating variables, searching for the creative solution that would let him cheat mathematics one more time. Still developing the tactical plan, Commander. We'll update once finalized. Calder out. He closed the channel before Sisk could issue direct orders he'd have to formally disobey. Sir, Voss said carefully, she's not wrong about the numbers. If we try to evacuate everyone and get overrun in the process, we save nobody. Maybe prioritizing critical casualties is abandoning 38 people to die terrified and alone while we run away with clean consciences. Calder's voice was harsher than he intended. That's not what we do, Voss. That's not what OBR operations are for. We find the impossible extraction and make it work. We don't write off survivors because the math is hard. The math isn't hard, Tagawa said quietly. It's impossible. 23-person capacity, 47 survivors. Even if we made 2 runs, the second group would be dead before we got back. The aliens will breach this core, and anyone left inside will die. That's not pessimism, that's physics. Calder knew they were right, knew the rational decision was to prioritize critical casualties, maximize survival numbers, except that some people couldn't be saved. He'd made similar calls before, had learned to live with the weight of necessary sacrifice. But something about this situation made him reject that logic. Maybe it was seeing Caro's rage, the fury of someone who'd done everything right and still watched 233 people die. Maybe it was the faces of the survivors, young students who joined SOAR to learn how to save lives, and instead learned that sometimes the universe just decided you were expendable. Maybe it was simple, stubborn refusal to accept that 47 people had survived impossible odds only to die because their rescuers couldn't figure out creative enough logistics. "We're getting everyone out," he said with absolute finality. "I don't know how yet, but we're not leaving anyone behind." Caro had been listening, standing close enough to hear the conversation despite his attempt at privacy. "Sergeant Calder, I appreciate the sentiment. Really, but your team lead is right. The math doesn't work. If you try to save everyone, you'll lose everyone, including yourselves. Better to save who you can." "Is that what you told yourself when you sealed this core with 47 people? That you were saving who you could?" Her eyes flashed. "I saved everyone I could reach. Everyone who made it to the core before the corridors became kill zones. The other 233 were already dead or cut off or trapped in sections I couldn't access. I made the calls I had to make. And now I'm making mine. We extract all 47, no exceptions." "You're being irrational." "Probably, but I've built my career on irrational extractions. Tends to work out more often than the probability calculations suggest." Yurik finished her initial triage sweep and rejoined them, blood-stained gloves discarded in favor of clean ones. 7 critical, 8 serious, 32 mobile. If we prioritize by medical necessity, we can get the 15 most critical cases to persistence in 1 run. The others might survive long enough for reinforcements to arrive. "Might isn't good enough," Calder said. "And reinforcements won't arrive before the aliens breach. They've been waiting 3 days for this. They're not going to let us extract half the survivors and come back for the rest. This is our only window." He pulled up the tactical map on his pad, studying the facility layout, searching for options they hadn't considered. The command core sat deep in SOAR School's central structure, surrounded by damaged corridors and sections that had been compromised during the alien assault. One primary access corridor, the route they'd used to reach the core, now crawling with hostile contacts. 2 emergency egress tubes designed for evacuation, both showing structural damage that made them questionable. And 1 service tunnel, barely wide enough for suited humans, that connected the core to the facility's maintenance hub. "This service tunnel," Calder said, highlighting it on the display, "does it still have structural integrity?" Caro leaned closer, studying the route. "Last I checked, yes. But it's not designed for mass evacuation. You'd have to go single file, no room to maneuver if you encounter hostiles, and it exits into the maintenance hub, which is partially depressurized. But it's a second route. If we split the survivors into 2 groups, send the mobile ones through the service tunnel while we evacuate critical casualties through the primary corridor." "You split your force in a hostile environment?" Caro's disbelief was evident. "Sergeant, that's tactically insane. You'd have no defensive concentration, no way to support both groups if they're attacked simultaneously, unless we use the aliens' own tactics against them." Tagawa said slowly, understanding dawning. "They're concentrated around the primary corridor because that's where they expect us to evacuate. But if we send a decoy group that direction, while the main force uses the service tunnel, we split their attention," Boss finished. "Draw them toward the obvious route while the actual evacuation happens elsewhere." Calder felt the plan crystallizing, risky, complicated, dependent on timing and coordination, and the aliens responding exactly the way he predicted. But possible. Barely, marginally, impossibly possible. Here's what we do, he said, pulling his team and Cairo into close consultation. We divide survivors into 3 groups. Group 1, 7 critical casualties plus medical support. That's Uric and 3 of the healthiest survivors who can assist with emergency care. They go through the primary corridor to persistence immediately. That's our priority evacuation. Gets the people who'll die soonest to safety. That leaves 40 survivors and 3 operators, Cairo said. Group 2, 20 mobile survivors. Lightest equipment load. Take the service tunnel to the maintenance hub. Tagawa leads that group, establishes defensive position at the hub, and waits for persistence jurors to return. Group 3, 20 survivors, including the 8 serious casualties, plus Voss and myself. We hold the command core as long as possible, providing distraction while groups 1 and 2 evacuate. Then we collapse back through the primary corridor when persistence returns for second run. That plan has approximately 50 failure points, Cairo said. If the aliens concentrate on Group 2 in the service tunnel, they'll be trapped with no room to maneuver. If they breach the command core before you evacuate Group 3, everyone left inside dies. If persistence encounters delays on the first run, your timing falls apart completely. Yes. And you're still planning to do it? Unless you have a better suggestion that saves all 47 people? Yes. Cairo stared at him, and Calder could see her running her own calculations, weighing the risks against the alternatives, trying to find the flaw in his logic that would justify a safer, more conservative approach. Finally, she shook her head. You're insane. This is insane. But it's the only plan that even attempts to save everyone. She paused. I'm going with Group 3. These are my people, my responsibility. I'm not evacuating while any of them are still in danger. Lieutenant, you've been commanding under extreme stress for 72 hours. You're exhausted, possibly compromised. I'm the ranking SOAR officer, and this is still technically my facility until we evacuate. You don't get to sideline me, Sergeant. We do this together or we don't do it at all. Calder recognized the tone. Not negotiable, not open to debate. Cairo had kept her people alive through 3 days of hell, and she wasn't going to let some rescue specialist with a death wish take over without her input. He respected that, even if it complicated his planning. Fine, you're with Group 3. But you follow my tactical commands without question. Lives depend on split-second decisions, and I can't afford command structure arguments when the aliens attack. Agreed. Uric stepped forward. I'll need help with the critical casualties. They can't move themselves, and proper transport requires at least 2 people per patient. Who's going with me? 3 survivors volunteered immediately, all SOAR medical students who'd been learning emergency trauma care when the facility was attacked. Young, scared, but trained enough to be useful under pressure. Uric assessed them quickly, nodded approval, and began organizing the evacuation procedure for Group 1. We move in 15 minutes, Calder announced to the assembled survivors. Group assignments will be posted immediately. Follow your team leader's instructions exactly. No deviation, no heroics, no stopping to retrieve personal items. We're getting everyone out alive, but only if you trust the process and maintain discipline. Clear? A chorus of affirmative responses, ragged but determined. These people had survived 3 days of alien siege. They knew how to follow orders under pressure. Calder pulled up the group assignments, started designating survivors based on medical status, mobility, and his quick assessment of who could handle the psychological stress of different evacuation routes. Critical casualties to Group 1, obvious. Most mobile and psychologically stable to Group 2 for the service tunnel run. Everyone else, including the serious but not critical injuries, to Group 3. His comm unit chimed again. Sisk probably demanding he reconsider, but when he checked the display, it wasn't the commander. It was a direct transmission from Jericho's Sensor Analysis Division. Sergeant Calder, this is Sensor Tech Martinez. Commander Sisk ordered comprehensive analysis of the hostile contacts surrounding your position. Sir, I'm seeing patterns in their movement and positioning that suggest I think they're learning, adapting to your tactics in real time. Every time your team maneuvers, They adjust their positions to counter. It's like they're running predictive algorithms on your behavior. How accurate are their predictions? Disturbingly, sir, if they've analyzed your team's movement patterns from the approach to the core, they'll predict your most likely evacuation route. They'll be waiting exactly where you need them not to be. Calder felt cold certainty settling in his chest. The aliens hadn't just been using survivors as bait, they'd been studying the rescue team, learning human tactical doctrine, preparing for exactly this moment, which meant his plan, splitting forces, using decoy and misdirection, was either brilliant tactical thinking that would catch them off guard or a predictable maneuver they'd already anticipated and prepared counters for. No way to know which until they executed. Understood, Martinez. Calder out. He looked at his team, at Caro, at the 47 people whose survival depended on decisions he'd make in the next few minutes. The math said this was impossible. The aliens were probably predicting his tactics. Sisk wanted him to evacuate critical casualties only and abandon the rest. Every rational calculation suggested that attempting to save everyone would result in losing everyone. But 12 years of OBR operations had taught him that sometimes the impossible extraction works specifically because it shouldn't, because the universe occasionally allowed for outcomes that defied probability when people refused to accept the mathematical inevitability of death. Group assignments are final, he announced. We execute in 10 minutes. Urich, prep your critical casualties for immediate transport. Tagawa, brief Group 2 on service tunnel navigation. Voss, help me establish defensive positions for holding the core during final evacuation. They moved with practiced efficiency, each person understanding their role, trusting the plan despite its obvious risks. Calder watched survivors organizing themselves into designated groups, helping each other with equipment and injuries, maintaining discipline despite their fear. Caro stood beside him, arms crossed, watching her students prepare for evacuation. They're good kids, she said quietly. Most of them joined SOAR because they wanted to help people, wanted to be the ones who show up when everything's falling apart. Now they're learning what that actually costs. You kept them alive, against impossible odds, with no support. You held position and kept them breathing. That matters, Lieutenant. Tell that to the 233 who died while I was sealing the core. Her voice was hollow. Tell that to the instructors who stayed behind to buy us time. Tell that to Cadet Morrison, who volunteered to check corridor integrity and got killed by those things before we could pull him back to safety. Calder didn't have an answer for that. Didn't have words that would make survivors' guilt lighter or command responsibility easier to carry. So he just stood with her in silence. Two people who understood the weight of keeping others alive. The blast door shuddered. Heavy impact from outside, transmitted through reinforced plating with force that made the entire core vibrate. They're testing the seal, Caro said, accelerating their attack cycle. They know something's changed. Another impact, harder. The microfractures in the door seal widened visibly, atmosphere beginning to vent in thin streams that froze instantly in the corridor's vacuum. Time just got shorter, Calder said. We move now. Urich, go. Group 1 assembled at the blast door, 7 critical casualties on improvised stretchers. Urich and her 3 medical assistants suited up and ready, equipment secured. The evacuation was happening. No more planning, no more preparation, just execution and hope that they'd calculated correctly. Tagawa positioned himself at the service tunnel access. Group 2 gathered behind him. 20 mobile survivors, lightest loads, fastest potential evacuation. They'd have to crawl single file through cramped passages with no defensive room if attacked. But they'd also be moving through routes the aliens might not anticipate. Calder checked his weapon, his suit seals, his own readiness for what came next. Group 3 would hold the core while the others evacuated, then collapse back through hostile corridors to persistence for final extraction, simple in concept, potentially fatal in execution. The blast door shuddered again, and this time the seal failed completely. Atmosphere vented explosively, emergency systems triggering to prevent total decompression. The alarm screamed throughout the core. Helmets on, Calder ordered. All groups, execute now. Urich blasted the door open with a precision charge, led Group 1 into the corridor beyond where thermal signatures converged like a swarm of predators sensing wounded prey. Tagwa disappeared into the service tunnel with Group 2, 20 survivors following him into cramped darkness. And Calder stood in the command core with 20 remaining survivors, and then Lieutenant Caro, watching the door seal fail, watching alien shapes moving in the shadows beyond, watching his carefully calculated plan encounter the unpredictable reality of combat against an enemy that learned and adapted and waited with infinite patience for humans to make mistakes. On his helmet display, the countdown showed 8 hours of air remaining for the facility, but the aliens outside suggested they had minutes, maybe less. "Everyone to defensive positions," Calder ordered. "If they breach, we hold this ground. We buy the other groups time to evacuate. No one dies until everyone else is safe. Clear?" "Clear," Caro said, raising her flechette rifle with hands that had probably been steady once, before 3 days of impossible command decisions had taught her what leadership actually cost. The alien shapes moved closer, and through the failing door seal, Calder saw them clearly for the first time. Dozens of biomechanical nightmares, coordinating their assault with tactical precision that suggested they'd been waiting for exactly this moment. The moment when humans thought they might escape. The moment when hope became vulnerability. Outside the core, Persistence would be receiving Urich's group, loading critical casualties, preparing for immediate return. Tagawa would be navigating the service tunnel, praying the aliens hadn't predicted that road. And Commander Sisk would be watching the thermal scans, running her probability calculations, preparing the report that would document exactly how and why Sergeant Rafe Calder's insane extraction plan had failed. But they weren't dead yet, and as long as they were breathing, the math could still be proved wrong. The aliens attacked, and Team 7 held the line. Chochan Chapter 6. The Price of Protocol. Lieutenant Sakura Karo had learned 3 fundamental truths during her 72 hours commanding Source School survivors. First, leadership meant watching people die while you made decisions that felt like choosing which children to save from a burning building. Second, hope was a tactical liability that got people killed when they acted on optimism instead of probability. Third, rescue specialists who showed up 3 days late with impossible plans were either insane or suicidal, and trusting them meant accepting that you'd probably die alongside them. Sergeant Calder appeared to be both insane and suicidal, which somehow made Kara want to trust him more than any rational assessment suggested she should. She watched him position himself at the failing blast door, flechette rifle raised, body language suggesting absolute confidence despite the biomechanical nightmares massing in the corridor beyond. Behind him, 20 survivors, her students, her responsibility, the ones she'd kept alive through sheer stubborn refusal to let the universe take anyone else, scrambled into defensive positions with equipment they barely knew how to use, and training that hadn't included fight unknown aliens in a dying space station. The aliens hit the door with coordinated force. The seal failed completely. Explosive decompression vented the last of the core's atmosphere into the corridor in a violent rush of escaping air that carried debris, loose equipment, anything not secured. Emergency bulkheads slammed shut automatically, compartmentalizing the core into sections, buying them maybe 90 seconds before the aliens breached the secondary barriers. "Helmet sealed," Calder's voice cut through her comms. "Defensive line at Bulkhead 2. Anyone without combat experience, fall back to the equipment section." Caro's students moved, not smoothly, not with the practiced coordination of experienced soldiers, but they moved. 3 days of surviving alien siege had taught them to follow orders quickly, even when terrified. She felt pride warring with despair as she watched them scatter into positions that might keep them alive for a few more minutes. Cadet Morrison had moved like that, quick, efficient, following her orders exactly. Right up until the aliens had caught him in the corridor and killed him so fast his final scream had been cut off mid-transmission. She forced the memory down. Later. Grieve later. Right now, keep the living alive. The aliens poured through the breached door with fluid precision that made her skin crawl. 4 of them initially, biomechanical bodies adapted to zero-G with disturbing grace, appendages that ended in what might have been weapons or tools or both. They moved like a coordinated unit, spreading to create overlapping fields of fire, establishing positions that would let them concentrate force on any defensive point the humans established. Calder opened fire. His first burst caught the lead alien center mass, flechets penetrating the carapace with impacts that sprayed dark fluid into the vacuum. The creature twisted, damaged but not stopped, and Caro saw what Calder had already understood. These things didn't react to pain the way humans did. Injury didn't slow them. Fear didn't make them hesitate. They just kept coming with mechanical efficiency until destroyed or mission accomplished. Concentrated fire, Calder ordered. Pick one target, sustain fire until it stops moving. Don't waste ammunition spreading damage. Caro added her rifle to his, along with Voss and 3 survivors who had combat training. 6 rifles focusing on one alien, magnetically accelerated flechettes, punching through biomechanical armor that was tough but not invulnerable. The creature's carapace cracked under sustained fire, internal structures rupturing, dark fluid venting until it finally stopped moving and drifted in the zero-G like grotesque debris. 1 down, 3 still advancing. And behind them, through the breached door, Caro could see thermal signatures massing, reinforcements waiting, watching, learning how humans fought. They're studying us, she said, the realization cold and certain. They're not committing their full force because they're analyzing our tactics. Then let's give them something to analyze, and Calder said. He pulled a breaching charge from his equipment harness, shaped plasma that could cut through bulkheads and possibly alien armor. Voss, covering fire on the right cluster. Everyone else, concentrate on the left. He threw the charge with the casual accuracy of someone who'd done this before. The device mag-locking to the corridor ceiling above the advancing aliens. 2 seconds. Detonation. The plasma bloom was brilliant even through her helmet's auto-dimming visor, superheated energy cutting through metal and composite and alien carapace with equal efficiency. 2 of the remaining 3 creatures were caught in the blast. Not destroyed, but damaged enough that their coordinated movement broke down, became individual, struggling instead of tactical advance. The 3rd alien kept coming. It launched itself from a wall position directly at Caro's section of the defensive line, moving so fast she barely registered the threat before it was on top of them. Appendages extended like spears, aiming for her helmet with force that would crush her skull and probably decapitate her in a single strike. Cadet Chen, 20 years old, SOAR engineering student, survivor of 3 days in hell, stepped into the alien's path and fired her entire magazine, point blank into its sensory cluster. The creature's forward momentum carried it through Chen's position, even as its sensors shattered, dark fluid spraying, appendages flailing without guidance. Chen tried to dodge. Almost made it. The alien's dying reflex caught her shoulder, spinning her in zero-G with force that Caro heard crack even through the vacuum. Bones breaking, suit integrity breached, emergency sealant deploying automatically to prevent catastrophic decompression of Chen's suit atmosphere. Medic! Caro was moving before conscious thought registered, pulling herself toward Chen's tumbling form, catching her before she could impact the bulkhead. The younger woman's face was white with shock behind her faceplate, eyes wide and unfocused, breathing rapid and shallow. "I'm okay," Chen whispered, voice tight with pain. "I'm okay. She passed out. Shock, probably. Maybe internal bleeding from the impact. Caro checked her suit seals, holding, barely, and pulled her toward the equipment section where injured survivors were sheltering. The aliens in the corridor withdrew, not retreating, just pulling back to reassess, carrying their damage with them in a coordinated movement that suggested they valued recovery of injured or dead the same way humans did. Or maybe they just wanted to analyze the casualties, learn from what had killed them. Temporary reprieve. Caro knew it wouldn't last. "Status," Calder ordered, his voice carrying the particular calm of someone inventorying damage while preparing for the next assault. 3 aliens destroyed or disabled, Voss reported. Remainder withdrew to corridor positions outside effective weapons range. No casualties on our side except Chen. Broken shoulder, possible concussion. Suit sealed and stable. Ammunition status. Caro checked her own rifle's display. 38 rounds remaining. Most defenders are similar or lower. We can't sustain prolonged engagement, Calder said, stating the obvious truth they all understood. The next assault will be heavier. They're learning what works. We need to collapse this position and retreat to fallback point. There is no fallback point, Caro said flatly. This is it. We hold here or we die in the corridors. Before Calder could respond, Voss's comms crackled with incoming transmission. Voss here. Urich, go ahead. Group 1 is loaded and secure. Urich's voice carried across the channel. 12 critical casualties plus support personnel aboard Persistence. Medical bay is at capacity, but everyone's stable. We're ready for immediate departure to Jericho. 12. Out of 47, 12 were leaving. The math was brutal but necessary. Get the people who die first to safety, then come back for the rest. Standard triage protocol, logical, efficient. It felt like abandonment anyway. Copy that, Urich, Calder said. Depart immediately. Fast transit to Jericho, drop casualties with station medical, then return for second extraction. We'll hold position here. How long until you're back? Minimum 3 hours for round trip at emergency thrust. Could be 4 if we encounter debris field complications on return approach. 3 hours. The aliens would breach the core long before then, would overrun their defensive positions, would kill everyone who'd survived 3 days of siege because the rescue team had split their forces and bet everything on a plan that depended on timing they couldn't control. Caro felt the familiar weight settling across her shoulders, the crushing responsibility of command, the knowledge that every decision she made meant life or death for people who trusted her. She'd carried that weight for 72 hours, had made choices that haunted her every time she closed her eyes, had watched the numbers decrease from 280 to 47 to now 35 still in the core. The numbers always decreased. That was the fundamental truth of command in crisis situations. You started with more than you'd finish with, and the best you could hope for was minimizing how many you lost. We won't last 3 hours, she said quietly. Calder looked at her, and in his eyes she saw recognition, not dismissal, not false optimism, but understanding. He knew. He'd done the math. He'd calculated the probability of holding a failing defensive position against superior numbers for 3 hours and come up with the same answer she had. Impossible. Tagawa, Calder said, switching channels. Status on Group 2? Static hissed for a moment before Tagawa's voice came through, distorted by the service tunnel's interference with comms. Halfway to maintenance hub. Slow going. Tunnel's more damage than schematics suggested. But we're mobile. No contact with hostiles yet. Give us 30 minutes and we'll be in position. Copy. Maintain communications protocols. If you encounter resistance, priority is getting those 20 people to safety. Don't wait for us. Understood. Tagawa out. Calder turned back to Caro and the remaining survivors, and she could see him doing what she'd been doing for 3 days, calculating impossible odds, looking for the creative solution that would let him cheat death one more time. Here's our situation, he said, addressing everyone on the local channel. Urich's group is away. That's 12 people safe. Tagawa's group is en route to the maintenance hub. That's 20 more on their way out, which leaves 35 of us here, holding this position until Persistence returns in 3 hours. The aliens will attack before then, multiple times, with increasing force. Our defensive position is compromised, our ammunition is limited, and the odds of holding for 3 hours are poor. Inspiring speech, someone muttered. I'm not here to inspire you. I'm here to tell you the truth so you can make informed decisions about how to survive. Calder pulled up a tactical map. We have 2 options. Option 1, hold the command core, maintain defensive line, fight until ammunition runs out or the aliens overwhelm us. Option 2, collapse our position now, retreat through the secondary corridors to the debris field perimeter, and establish defensive positions in the wreckage where the aliens' numerical advantage is reduced by confined space. Caro studied the map, seeing what he was suggesting. trading the Corps' reinforced protection for mobility and tactical flexibility. It made sense from a pure combat perspective, but it also meant abandoning the one position they'd successfully defended for 3 days, giving up the emergency supplies and equipment that had kept them alive, betting everything on their ability to survive in exposed corridors where the aliens could attack from multiple vectors. If we leave the core, we lose our last refuge, she said. We become mobile targets in hostile territory. We're already targets, at least in the corridors we can maneuver, create choke points, use the facility's damage against them. Calder met her gaze. You held this position for 3 days by being defensive? That was the right call with the force you had. But now we have combat-trained operators and different tactical options. We can be offensive, force them to react to us instead of waiting for them to breach our final stronghold. Every instinct Caro had developed over 3 days of siege warfare screamed that leaving the core was suicide. The protocols were clear. Establish defensible position, maintain that position, wait for rescue or reinforcement. Don't abandon your stronghold for the uncertain chaos of mobile warfare. But protocols had been written for conventional combat scenarios, not alien invasions, not biomechanical nightmares that learned and adapted, not situations where the stronghold was failing anyway, and defensive doctrine meant slow death instead of quick. She looked at her remaining students, 33 survivors plus herself and boss. Young faces marked by exhaustion and fear, and the particular damage that came from watching your friends die. They'd followed her orders for 3 days, had trusted her decisions, had survived because she'd made the hard calls about when to fight and when to seal doors and when to accept that some people couldn't be saved. Now Calder was asking her to trust his judgment instead, to abandon the position she'd defended, the protocol she'd followed, the command structure that had kept her sane through impossible circumstances. Trust the rescue specialist who'd arrived 72 hours too late with an insane plan. Or maintain her position and watch everyone die when the aliens inevitably breached. What about the injured? She asked. Chen and the others who can't move quickly? We establish a protected position for them in the secondary medical station. It's along our retreat route, partially intact, defensible. Leave them with supplies and whatever weapons we can spare. They shelter in place while we draw the aliens away. You're suggesting we leave our wounded behind? I'm suggesting we give them their best chance at survival, which is not being at the front line when the aliens attack in force, and we increase our own mobility by not trying to transport casualties through active combat zones. It was logical, tactically sound, absolutely in line with combat doctrine about not letting casualties compromise mission effectiveness. It also meant abandoning injured people, her people, to wait alone in a damaged facility while aliens hunted through the corridors, like she'd abandoned Cadet Morrison, like she'd sealed the core while people were still trapped in the outer sections. Like every other impossible choice she'd made, where saving some meant accepting that others would die. I hate this, she said quietly. So do I, Calder replied, but we're out of options that let everyone survive together. So we make the calls that maximize how many people we get out alive. Caro wanted to argue, wanted to insist there had to be another way, a solution that didn't involve leaving injured students behind or betting everything on mobile combat against enemies they barely understood. One to demand that Calder find a better plan, one that didn't require her to make yet another choice that would haunt her for however long she survived. But 3 days of command had taught her that wanting didn't matter, only results. We do it your way, she said, but I'm staying with the injured. I'm not leaving them alone. Lieutenant, not negotiable, Sergeant. They're my students, my responsibility. If you're setting up a defense position for casualties, I'm commanding that position. You handle mobile operations. I handle protecting the wounded. Calder studied her for a long moment, and Caro could see him weighing arguments. Tactical efficiency versus morale, combat effectiveness versus command structure, his need for experienced operators versus her need to not abandon her people. Fine, he said finally, but you take 6 defenders with you, enough to hold position if the aliens probe your location, and you maintain continuous comms. If your position is compromised, you collapse immediately to our rally point. No heroic last stands. Agreed. They moved quickly after that, The decision made and now just execution remaining. Caro helped organize the wounded, Chen and 4 others with injuries that limited mobility, along with 6 defenders from her most disciplined students. They retreated through secondary corridors toward the medical station, moving in careful formation, every shadow a potential threat. The station was as Calder had described, partially intact, emergency power still functional, enough equipment to provide basic care. Not ideal, but defensible. Better than being trapped in the core when it fell. Caro watched her wounded students settle into positions, watched the defenders establish sight lines and defensive angles, watched everything proceed according to protocol and training, and the hard-earned experience of 3 days surviving the impossible, and felt nothing but emptiness. "Lieutenant?" Chen's voice was weak, the painkillers Caro had administered making her drowsy. "Are we going to be okay?" Caro looked at her. 20-years-old engineering student, had saved Caro's life by stepping into an alien's path and firing point-blank into its sensors. Brave. Competent. Trusted the protocols and her commander and the promise that following orders meant survival. "Yes," Caro lied. "Sergeant Calder's team knows what they're doing. They'll get us out." Chen smiled, relief evident even through her pain. "Good. I didn't want to die without seeing my family again. I have so much I wanted to tell them." "You'll tell them yourself, when we get back to Jericho." Another lie. Maybe. Caro didn't know anymore what was truth and what was tactical optimism meant to keep people functioning through horror. Her comms crackled. Calder's voice. "Group 3 is in position. We're moving to engage the aliens in sectors 4 and 5. Draw them away from your location. Maintain communication silence unless compromised. We'll return for you when persistence comes back." "Understood. Good hunting, Sergeant." "Good hunting, Lieutenant." The channel went quiet. Caro stood in the medical station, surrounded by injured students and defenders who believed she could keep them safe, and listened to the facility's ambient sounds. Damaged ventilation systems, electromagnetic interference from the alien's presence, the occasional distant impact of weapons fire as Calder engaged the enemy. 6 hours of air remaining in the facility's emergency systems, 3 hours until persistence returned. Infinite ways they could all die before either deadline arrived. Caro checked her rifle, 22 rounds remaining, and settled into a defensive position where she could monitor the corridor approaches. Waiting. Always waiting. Command was mostly waiting, she'd learned. Waiting for situations to develop, for threats to materialize, for the universe to reveal whether your decisions had saved lives or merely postponed inevitable death. "Lieutenant," one of the defenders, Cadet Park, young and scared, "do you really think they're coming back?" She almost gave him the lie she'd given Chen, the reassurance that protocols demanded, the comfort that leaders provided to subordinates facing uncertainty. But something about Park's expression, the way he looked at her with desperate need to believe, but also recognition that belief might be false, made her pause. "I think Sergeant Calder believes he can save everyone," she said slowly. "I think he spent 12 years doing impossible extractions and developing faith that solutions exist if you're stubborn enough to find them. I think he'll return for us if it's physically possible." "But you don't believe him." "I believe the math, Cadet. And the math says we're 35 people in a failing facility, surrounded by hostile aliens with limited ammunition and 3 hours to survive before rescue arrives. The math says most of us will die. The math has been saying that for 3 days, and it's been right more often than I want to acknowledge." Park looked away, processing her brutal honesty. "Then why did you send the others with him? Why not keep everyone together?" "Because splitting our forces gave some people, the critical casualties, the mobile ones, better odds of survival than staying in the core waiting to be overrun. Because sometimes the best you can do is maximize how many survive instead of trying to save everyone and losing everyone." She paused. "Because I've learned that hope is a luxury we can't afford, but tactical flexibility might still save some of us." "That's a terrible leadership philosophy." "Yes, but it kept you alive for 3 days when 233 others died. So maybe terrible is what works." Silence descended. Caro watched her tactical display, tracking Calder's team through the facility's corridors. watching them engage aliens in running firefights designed to draw attention and create chaos. The man fought like someone who'd learned warfare in the most brutal school. No wasted motion, no hesitation, just efficient violence directed at keeping enemies off balance. And it was working. The alien thermal signatures were concentrating on Calder's position, pursuing his team through the damaged sections, leaving Caro's medical station relatively unmonitored. For now, her comms chimed. Incoming transmission from Jericho. Commander Sisk's identifier. Lieutenant Caro, this is Commander Sisk, Naval Intelligence. I've been monitoring your situation. I need to know, is Sergeant Calder following extraction protocols or has he deviated from authorized procedures? The question was loaded. Answer honestly, that Calder had rejected standard triage, split his forces against tactical doctrine, and was currently running offensive operations instead of defensive holding actions. And Sisk would probably order him to abort and withdraw. Lie and Caro would be complicit in whatever insane plan he was executing. Sergeant Calder is adapting to fluid tactical situation using his operational judgment, Caro said carefully. His decisions have been unconventional, but we're still alive, for now. Lieutenant, I need clearer assessment than that. Is he putting survivors at unnecessary risk? Was he? Caro didn't know. Calder's plan was risky, complicated, dependent on variables they couldn't control. But the alternative, sitting in the core waiting to be overwhelmed, would have killed everyone within hours. At least his approach gave them chances, however slim. Commander, respectfully, everyone in this facility is at extreme risk regardless of tactical approach. Sergeant Calder is attempting to maximize survival numbers under impossible circumstances. Whether that constitutes unnecessary risk is a judgment call I'm not qualified to make from my current position. Silence on the channel. Then, understood, Lieutenant. Maintain your position. If Sergeant Calder's plan fails, you are authorized to negotiate surrender with the hostile forces if it means preserving survivor lives. Negotiate surrender with biomechanical aliens who'd spent 3 days systematically killing everyone they encountered, who showed no interest in communication or prisoner-taking, who appeared motivated by purposes humans couldn't begin to understand. Acknowledged, Commander. Caro out. She closed the channel before Sisk could issue additional orders that would require more diplomatic non-answers. Time crawled. Minutes feeling like hours while Caro monitored tactical displays and listened to comms chatter from Calder's running engagement. The aliens were pursuing hard, committing significant forces to hunting the mobile team, exactly as intended. The decoy was working, which meant when persistence returned, when the evacuation window opened, the aliens would realize they'd been manipulated, would redirect their forces, would attack every position simultaneously in coordinated assault designed to prevent anyone from escaping. And Caro would be sitting in a medical station with 7 wounded students and 6 defenders, 22 rounds of ammunition, and the absolute certainty that they'd be overrun within minutes of the aliens realizing they'd been deceived. Lieutenant? Chen again, voice stronger now, whatever painkillers Caro had given her starting to wear off. Can I ask you something? Of course, Cadet. What would you do differently if you could go back 3 days knowing what you know now? What would you change? Caro thought about that, about the decisions she'd made in those first chaotic hours when the aliens breached. When communications failed, when people were screaming over every channel and she'd had to decide who to save and who to leave behind. About sealing the core while people were still alive in the outer sections. About ordering Morrison to check corridor integrity. About all the moments when she'd chosen protocol over flexibility, survival of the majority over attempting impossible rescues. I would have trusted my instincts more than the regulations, she said finally. Would have broken more rules. Would have attempted rescues that the protocols said were suicide, because the protocols were written for conventional scenarios, and this stopped being conventional the moment the aliens arrived. But you kept 47 of us alive. That has to count for something. It counts for 47 people who survived to this point. Whether it counts for 47 people who survive extraction remains to be seen. Chen smiled weakly. You're really bad at inspirational speeches, Lieutenant. Yes, but I'm excellent at brutal honesty. It's one of my few redeeming qualities. The comms crackled. Tagawa's voice, distant and static, corrupted. Group 2 has reached maintenance hub. All 20 survivors accounted for. No casualties en route. We're establishing defensive positions and waiting for pickup. Corridor approaches are clear for now. 20 more people safe. The numbers kept improving, kept defying the brutal mathematics that said most of them should be dead. Maybe Calder's impossible plan was actually working. Caro didn't let herself believe that. Belief meant hope, and hope meant vulnerability when it was inevitably crushed. Her tactical display flashed. Priority alert. Thermal signatures changing pattern. Aliens disengaging from pursuit of Calder's team, redistributing throughout the facility. Learning, adapting. Realizing the mobile team was a distraction and beginning to search for the actual evacuation positions. All positions, this is Calder. His voice cut through comms with urgent clarity. Aliens are pattern shifting. They've identified our decoy tactics. Expect contact at all defensive positions within 10 minutes. Hold your ground. Persistence returns in 40 minutes. We just need to hold that long. 40 minutes, 22 rounds of ammunition, 7 wounded students and 6 defenders against aliens who'd spent 3 days learning how to kill humans efficiently. The math was impossible. But Caro raised her rifle, checked her sightlines, and prepared to prove, one more time, that sometimes you could survive impossible odds through nothing more than stubborn refusal to die on schedule. The shadows in the corridor moved, and Lieutenant Sakura Caro discovered that she still had hope after all, buried somewhere beneath 3 days of trauma and brutal command decisions. She'd kept people alive this long, 40 more minutes. She could do this. They could do this. The aliens emerged from the darkness and Caro opened fire. Chapter 7. Learning Curve. Petty Officer, First Class. Mirena Uric had spent 23 years in Navy medicine, learning to separate the person from the patient, to see damaged tissue and failing organs, instead of terrified humans whose survival depended on her remaining clinically detached enough to function through horror. She'd treated radiation burns that had cooked people from the inside out, decompression injuries that turned human bodies into grotesque sculptures of ruptured vessels and frozen blood, trauma from mining accidents where the remains barely resembled anything that had once been alive. Medical detachment was a survival mechanism. Feel too much, and you'd drown in the accumulated weight of everyone you couldn't save. But watching 12 sore survivors file through Persistence's airlock, exhausted, injured, marked by 3 days of siege warfare against enemies that shouldn't exist, Uric felt her professional distance crumbling, like hull plating, under sustained alien assault. They were so young, most of them barely past 20, students who joined SOAR to learn rescue operations and instead learned that sometimes being the rescuer meant watching your friends die while you made impossible choices about who to save and who to abandon. Medic to Bay 2, she called over the ship's comms. I need trauma kits, portable monitors, emergency coagulants, and someone who knows how to start IV lines in 0G without puncturing through the vein. Persistence had launched from Jericho with a crew of 4. It returned with 16, 12 survivors plus Uric and her 3 medical assistants in a ship designed for maybe 8 occupants maximum. The medical bay was cramped, understocked, never intended for mass casualty treatment, but it was what they had, and Uric had learned decades ago to work with available resources instead of wishing for ideal conditions. The critical cases came first. Lieutenant Chen with her shattered shoulder and probable concussion. Corporal Mendez with the compound fracture that threatened his femoral artery. A young woman whose name patch read Morrison and whose cardiac monitor showed rhythms that meant she'd be dead within hours without hospital intervention. No, not Morrison. The file update appeared on Uric's display. Name correction. Cadet Elena Reeves. Morrison was dead, killed 3 days ago, checking corridor integrity for Lieutenant Caro. Uric forced the correction into her memory. Forced herself to see Elena Reeves as a patient with specific injuries requiring specific treatment, not as a person whose name she'd almost confused with a corpse. Reeves, she said, keeping her voice professionally calm while checking the cardiac monitor readings. I'm Petty Officer Uric. You're safe now. I need you to stay still while I assess your condition. Reeves stared at her with eyes that had seen too much. Dark circles beneath them, suggesting she hadn't slept in days. Facial muscles twitching with exhaustion and stress. Am I really safe? Or are you just saying that? You're aboard Persistence. We're 300 kilometers from SOAR school and accelerating, and your cardiac arrhythmia is treatable with the equipment I have available. That's as safe as anyone gets in the belt when there are unknown hostiles hunting through debris fields. Brutal honesty. I appreciate that. Reeves managed a weak smile. The others kept telling us rescue was coming, that we just needed to hold on, that everything would be fine. Lieutenant Caro was the only one who admitted we might all die. Made it easier somehow, knowing someone understood how bad things really were. Urich attached electrodes to Reeves's chest, started the cardiac stabilization protocol, watched the monitor begin regulating her heart rhythms back toward normal ranges. Medical science working its methodical magic, identify problem, apply solution, measure results. So much simpler than the messy chaos of trying to save people from biomechanical nightmares. Tell me about the initial attack, she said while working. Clinical question, gather information for medical assessment. Absolutely not, because she needed to understand what had happened, what her team was still facing back at SOAR school. When did you first know something was wrong? Reeves closed her eyes and Urich saw her throat work as she swallowed hard. Night cycle. Most of us were sleeping. Emergency alarms went off. Hull breach in section Delta 7. We thought it was a micrometeorite strike, maybe debris impact. The instructors were already mobilizing, running breach protocols, everything by the book. Her breathing quickened. The cardiac monitor registered stress response. Urich adjusted the medication dosage, kept working while Reeves continued. Then we heard the screaming. People in Delta 7, their comms cutting in and out, talking about something tearing through the bulkheads. Not cutting, not melting, tearing. Like the hull was paper and something was ripping it apart with its bare hands. She opened her eyes, staring at the medical bay's ceiling. The screaming stopped so fast, 90 seconds from breach alarm to total silence from that section. How many people were in Delta 7? 43. Instructor staff, support personnel, students in the HAB modules. 43 people dead in 90 seconds. Urich kept her hands steady, kept her voice neutral. And then? Chaos. Lieutenant Caro was senior officer on duty. She started evacuation protocols, tried to get everyone to the command core. But the aliens were already spreading through the facility, hunting, moving so fast, appearing where they shouldn't be able to reach. We'd seal a section, think we were safe, then they'd come through the ventilation or the emergency access tunnels, or just tear new holes in the hull. Another medical assistant arrived, one of the SOAR students who'd volunteered for Group 1. Young man, maybe 19, name patch reading Davis. He looked shell-shocked but functional, following Urich's instructions with mechanical precision as they worked together to stabilize Reeves. Cadet Davis, Urich said, tell me about your injuries. Minor lacerations, mild dehydration, psychological trauma that I'm compartmentalizing successfully until we're somewhere safe. His voice was flat, affect completely absent. Clinical detachment in someone too young to have developed it naturally. Learned behavior, survival mechanism. But I can help. I was pre-med before SOAR. I know basic trauma protocols. Good. Take over Reeves's monitoring. Keep her cardiac rhythms stable. Alert me immediately if anything changes. Davis moved to comply, and Urich shifted to the next patient, Corporal Mendez with his compound fracture, bone fragments threatening his artery, injury that should have killed him hours ago if he'd moved wrong, or if someone hadn't immobilized it correctly. She checked the field splint. Professional work. Improvised from corridor support struts and emergency sealant. But the alignment was good. The immobilization complete. Whoever had treated Mendez knew what they were doing. Lieutenant Caro did this, she asked. Mendez nodded. She's got combat medic training. Kept all of us alive when the medical staff died in the first assault. Rationed supplies, monitored everyone's vitals. Made decisions about who got treatment first. He paused. She saved my life 3 times. Once when she splinted this leg. Once when she pulled me into the core before the corridor depressurized, and once when she chose to give me water from her own ration because my dehydration was getting critical. She sounds like a competent officer. She's the only reason any of us survived. The only reason we didn't give up when the aliens kept coming, kept hunting, kept finding ways to almost breach our position. Mendez's voice carried absolute conviction. If she doesn't make it out in the second extraction, if something happens to her while we're safe here, I don't know how I'll live with that. Urich understood the feeling. She'd left people behind before, had evacuated with critical casualties while others remained in danger, had learned to compartmentalize the guilt until the mission was complete. But understanding didn't make it easier. Focus on healing, she said. Lieutenant Caro's survival is Sergeant Calder's responsibility now. Your responsibility is following medical protocols so this leg doesn't kill you. She sedated Mendez carefully, enough to manage his pain without compromising his respiratory function, and moved on to the next patient, and the next, and the next. 12 critical casualties requiring attention, all while persistence. Accelerated toward Jericho on emergency thrust that pushed the ship's engines beyond recommended operational limits. The comms crackled. Calder's voice from the pilot station. Urich, ETA to Jericho is 47 minutes. Station medical is standing by to receive casualties. How are they holding? All stable. Reeves needs hospital-level cardiac care. Mendez requires surgical intervention for that fracture, and 3 others have injuries that'll be fatal without facilities I don't have available. But they'll survive the transit. Good work. Get them to Jericho Medical, then we turn around immediately for second extraction. No delays. Understood. The channel closed. Urich continued working, cycling through patients with methodical efficiency, documenting injuries and treatment for handoff to Jericho's medical staff. Professional, clinical, detached. But she kept hearing Reeves's voice describing 90 seconds of screaming before silence. Kept seeing Mendez's face when he talked about Lieutenant Caro choosing to share water rations. Kept thinking about the 35 people still at SOAR school, holding defensive positions against enemies that had killed 233 people in 3 days. 35 people depending on Team 7 to return, to extract them, to save them from the same fate that had claimed everyone else. No pressure. Davis approached her station carrying a data pad with compiled medical notes. I documented all our observations from the siege. Thought it might help you understand what we're dealing with. Urich accepted the data pad, scanning through the entries. Clinical observations mixed with personal narrative, medical assessments interwoven with survivor testimony. The picture that emerged was disturbing. The aliens hadn't just attacked randomly. They'd been methodical, strategic, learning. They adapted, Davis said quietly. First day they tried direct assault. Threw themselves at our defensive positions with overwhelming force. We held them off because we had weapons, fortifications, the advantage of defending known terrain. Second day, they changed tactics, started probing for weaknesses, testing our responses, searching for alternate routes. They stopped falling for the same traps, stopped making the same mistakes. Animals learn from experience, Urich said. These aren't animals. Animals learn through trial and error, individual adaptation. These things coordinated, shared information across their entire force. One of them would probe a defense, get repelled or injured, and the others would immediately adjust their approach based on what the first one learned. Davis pulled up a specific entry. Lieutenant Caro documented it. Hour 18. The aliens tested our blast door seal by applying force to 3 different points. When they found the weak spot, they focused all subsequent attacks on that location. Hour 32, they attempted to breach through ventilation. We sealed it. They never tried ventilation again. Immediately shifted to testing structural weak points instead. Urich read through Caro's notes, seeing the pattern emerge. The aliens weren't mindless killers. They were hunters. Intelligent, adaptive, capable of sophisticated tactical thinking. And Team 7 was about to go back into a facility crawling with them. Persistence. Docked with Jericho 51 minutes after departure from SOAR school. The station's medical staff swarmed the airlock, taking casualties with efficient professionalism, transferring patients to proper facilities with equipment that could actually save lives instead of just postponing death. Yurik watched them go. 12 people she'd kept alive through improvised treatment and desperate hope, now becoming someone else's responsibility. Relief warred with lingering guilt. They were safe, but 35 others weren't. She pulled herself toward the station's intelligence section, where Calder had arranged a tactical briefing before the second extraction run. The compartment was cramped, dominated by holographic displays showing sensor data from source school, thermal mapping of alien positions, trajectory analysis of debris field movements. Commander Sisk appeared in holographic form, transmitted from her distant office, looking exactly as composed as she had during the initial briefing. No stress. No visible concern, just professional assessment of tactical situations. Yurik hated her immediately and irrationally. Team 7, thank you for the prompt return, Sisk said. I've been analyzing the sensor data from your first extraction. The alien behavior patterns are concerning. Concerning is diplomatic language for we're completely out of our depth, Tagawa said, floating into the briefing space with his characteristic irreverence slightly strained. These things are smart, Commander. Really smart. They adapted to our tactics in real time. Sisk pulled up a tactical overlay. Naval intelligence has been running behavioral analysis based on your encounter data. The aliens demonstrate coordinated pack hunting tactics, multiple units working together toward common objectives, sharing tactical information, adjusting strategies based on observed outcomes. They avoid direct confrontation when possible, preferring to use environmental advantages and overwhelming force when they do commit to engagement. They used source school survivors as bait, Calder added, entering the briefing space. Kept them alive, contained, waiting for rescue attempts, then ambushed the rescuers. That's not instinct, that's planning. Agreed, which raises significant questions about their intelligence level, communication methods, and ultimate objectives. Sisk highlighted sections of the sensor data. We're not dealing with aggressive fauna or automated defense systems. We're dealing with an unknown species capable of sophisticated tactical operations. Yurik pulled up Davis's medical notes, pushed them to the shared display. The survivors documented adaptive behavior over 72 hours. The aliens learned from failed attacks, modified their approaches, stopped making mistakes. Cadet Davis described it as coordinated learning, information sharing across the entire group. Voss joined them looking exhausted but determined, which means the second extraction will be harder. They've seen our tactics. They know our capabilities. They'll be ready for us. Yes, Sisk said simply. The probability of successful second extraction has decreased significantly based on alien learning curve projections. My recommendation is to wait for reinforced approach. Full naval security detachment, heavy weapons, overwhelming force to suppress hostile contacts before attempting survivor recovery. How long would that take? Calder asked, voice dangerously calm. Minimum 48 hours to assemble and deploy appropriate forces. The survivors have 6 hours of air remaining, maybe less. I'm aware of the timeline constraints, but attempting extraction with your current force against enemies who've analyzed your tactics and prepared countermeasures is likely to result in complete mission failure. You'll lose the remaining survivors in your team. Calder stared at Sisk's hologram with an expression Yurik couldn't quite read. Commander, with respect, I didn't ask for your recommendation. I asked how long reinforcements would take. The answer is too long, so we're going back now. That's a direct violation of protocol written for conventional rescue operations. I'm aware. I'm also aware that 35 people are holding defensive positions in a dying facility, trusting that we're coming back for them. I'm not abandoning them because the tactical situation got complicated. Sisk's holographic face remained impassive, but Yurik saw something shift in her eyes. Not quite approval, but perhaps recognition of familiar stubbornness. You understand this second run will likely be opposed from the moment you enter the debris field? The aliens have had time to analyze your approach vectors, your ship's capabilities, your probable extraction routes. Yes, and you're proceeding anyway. Yes. Silence. Then Sisk pulled up additional data overlays. Fine. Since you're determined to attempt this, at least let me give you updated threat assessment. Based on survivor testimony and sensor analysis, We've identified three behavioral categories. Type 1, smaller, faster, primarily reconnaissance and harassment. Type 2, medium, heavily armored, direct combat units. Type 3, large, appears to coordinate other types, possible command or control function. Tagawa leaned closer to study the classifications. The ones that attacked us in the junction corridor were Type 2. The thing that came at us from the ceiling was probably Type 3. Correct. Type 3s have only been observed twice in the sensor data, once during initial assault on Source School, once during your approach to the command core. They appear rarely, but when they do, they coordinate significantly more sophisticated attacks. So if we encounter a Type 3 during extraction, we're in serious trouble, Voss said. That's the assessment. Yurik listened to the tactical discussion, the clinical analysis of enemy capabilities and threat classifications, and felt the weight of 35 people depending on them becoming crushingly real. They were going back into a facility where intelligent predators had spent hours learning human tactics, where every approach vector might be predicted and ambushed, where the aliens controlled the terrain and had overwhelming numerical advantage. The math said it was impossible, but Calder was already moving toward persistence. Zaerlock checking his equipment, preparing for immediate departure. Yurik, he said, you're staying at Jericho. We need you rested for casualty care after extraction, not exhausted from combat operations. Sir? Not negotiable. Tagawa, Voss, and I can handle second run. You make sure Jericho Medical is ready to receive 35 more survivors, some of whom will be in critical condition. She wanted to argue, wanted to insist that her team didn't split, that she went where they went, that 23 years of Navy medicine had taught her to function through exhaustion. But Calder was right. Someone needed to be fresh enough to provide actual medical care instead of just prolonging death through improvised treatment. Understood, she said, but I'm monitoring your tactical feeds. If your situation deteriorates, I'm coming in. Persistence is backup shuttle, whether you authorize it or not. Calder almost smiled. Insubordination looks good on you, Yurik. Try not to get court-martialed before we return. He disappeared through the airlock with Tagawa and Voss, leaving Yurik floating in Jericho's intelligence section with Commander Sisk's hologram and the sensor displays showing Source School's debris field. 47 survivors extracted, 12 safe at Jericho, 20 with Tagawa at the maintenance hub, 15 with Caro defending the medical station, 35 still in danger, 3 operators returning to extract them, and an unknown number of adaptive alien predators who'd spent hours learning exactly how to kill humans most efficiently. Sisk studied the tactical displays with professional detachment that Yurik simultaneously admired and resented. Your team is skilled, the commander said quietly. They've accomplished extractions that shouldn't be possible, but intelligence is only valuable if people survive long enough to act on it. And right now, every piece of data we've gathered suggests this mission has exceeded survivable parameters. Then the data's wrong, Yurik said. Wouldn't be the first time probability calculations failed to account for human stubbornness. Perhaps, or perhaps your team is about to learn that some situations really are impossible, regardless of determination or skill. On the tactical display, Persistence launched from Jericho, accelerating towards Source School on emergency thrust, heading back into the debris field, back into hostile territory, back to 35 people who'd survived impossible odds and deserved rescue that the universe seemed determined to deny them. Yurik watched the ship's icon move across the display, closing distance with the facility at speeds that pushed every safety margin, and felt something she'd trained herself not to feel during medical operations. Fear, not for herself, for Calder, Tagawa, Voss, for 35 survivors holding defensive positions, for Lieutenant Caro, who'd kept her people alive through brutal command decisions and now faced the possibility that rescue would arrive too late or not at all. The sensor data updated. Alien thermal signatures in the debris field, previously clustered around Source School's hull, beginning to disperse, spreading outward, taking positions along the approach vectors. Persistence would need to use for docking. They're setting an ambush, Sisk said, voice carrying grim certainty. They've analyzed your team's approach patterns from the first run. They know where persistence will come from. They're deploying along predicted routes. Can you warn them? They're monitoring the same feeds we are. They see it. On her helmet feed, Urich had kept the link active despite being station-side. She heard Calder's voice, calm and professional as always. Team 7, we have multiple contacts positioned in our approach corridor. They're ready for us. Recommend we alter to secondary route, come in from unexpected vector. That adds 17 minutes to our arrival time, Tagawa responded. The defensive positions might not hold that long. Then we go through them. Combat approach, aggressive maneuvering. We break their formation before they can concentrate fire on us. Sir, Voss said, and Urich heard the fear beneath her professional tone. There are at least 20 signatures in our path. If they coordinate attack on persistence while we're navigating debris field, then we learn exactly how much damage this ship can take and still function. Because we're not delaying, we're not deviating, and we're not abandoning 35 people because the tactical situation got complicated. Persistence. Altered course slightly, angling toward the debris field on a vector that would bring them directly through the alien ambush positions. Aggressive, probably suicidal. Exactly what Urich had come to expect from Rafe Calder. The ship icon closed on the first cluster of thermal signatures. The aliens moved to intercept. And on every display, every sensor feed, every piece of intelligence data they had, the same message became clear. Team 7 was heading into a trap. The aliens had learned. And this time, they were ready. Chapter 8. Second run. Sergeant Leor Voss had 17 seconds between detecting the thermal signature and the alien hitting Persistence-Um's hull. 17 seconds to recognize the trap, to shout warning over comms, to watch helplessly as the biomechanical nightmare that had been camouflaged against a tumbling HAB module fragment launched itself at their ship with the trajectory precision of a guided missile. 17 seconds that felt like years compressed into a heartbeat. "Contact starboard," she screamed, hands already moving across her weapons console, bringing the ship's limited defensive systems online, even though she knew they were inadequate for anything like this. Type 2, incoming fast. The impact threw her against her restraints. Persistence. Shuddered. Hull plating screaming as something massive struck them with force that suggested the alien weighed considerably more than its size should allow. Alarms shrieked. Atmospheric integrity warnings flashed across every display. The ship's AI reported damage in clinical tones that didn't account for the terror of knowing something alien was tearing through their hull while they were suspended in vacuum with nowhere to run. "Hull breach! Section 3! Tagawa called out, his voice tight but controlled. "Containment holding, but the plating's compromised. Whatever hit us is still attached and, Jesus Christ, it's tearing through the outer hull." Calder's hands moved across the pilot controls with practiced efficiency, firing maneuvering thrusters in sequences designed to shake off whatever had latched onto them. The ship rolled, twisted, subjected itself to G-forces that made Voss's stomach rebel and her vision narrow at the edges. The alien held on. Through the external cameras, Voss could see it. 3 meters of biomechanical horror, appendages driven through their hull plating like massive spikes. Carapace reflecting the debris field's scattered light in geometric patterns that suggested design rather than evolution. And it was working methodically to tear a hole large enough to breach their pressurized sections. "Second contact," Voss shouted, sensors painting another signature accelerating toward them from the debris cluster ahead. "Type 2, same vector, same. There's a third. They're coordinating." This was the trap. This was what the aliens had learned from studying their first approach run. Team 7 had entered the debris field expecting the aliens to be concentrated around Soar School, defending their prize. Instead, they'd dispersed, hidden themselves among the tumbling wreckage, waited for Persistence to commit to its approach vector before springing the ambush. And now Team 7 was caught between 3 Type 2 aliens while navigating a debris field at velocities that meant any collision would be catastrophic. "Tagawa," Calder said, voice carrying that particular calm that meant everything was going to hell. But panic would only make it worse. We need that thing off our hull before it breaches. Working on it. Tagawa was already moving, pulling himself toward the equipment bay, where the external manipulator controls were housed. Persistence. Mounted salvage claws, mechanical arms designed for debris recovery, equipped with industrial-grade grips strong enough to hold hull fragments during salvage operations. Not weapons, not designed for combat. But right now, they were the only option for dealing with an alien literally tearing through their ship's exterior. The second alien closed within 50 meters, and Voss could see it clearly now through the forward cameras. Larger than the first, different configuration, appendages ending in what looked distinctly like weapons, or at minimum, cutting tools optimized for slicing through human-made materials. It moved with fluid grace through zero-G, adjusting its trajectory with small bursts from what might have been biological thrusters or mechanical propulsion systems. Impossible to tell where organism ended and technology began. Voss, Calder said, I need you on the airlock. If they breach hull, we evacuate to suits and maintain pressure in the command section only. Tagawa can't handle both external defense and securing the survivor's compartment. She wanted to argue, wanted to stay at her weapons console where she at least had sensor data and tactical displays to pretend she understood what was happening. Going to the airlock meant physical proximity to the breach point, meant being the last barrier between their pressurized spaces and whatever the aliens were planning. But Calder was right. Someone had to secure the critical sections. Going, she said, releasing her restraints and pulling herself through persistence. Myra's cramped corridors with magnetic boot contact and handholds. Behind her, she heard Tagawa cursing creatively over the comms as he brought the salvage claw systems online. The airlock section showed damage already. Microfractures spreading across the inner bulkhead, where the aliens' impacts were transmitted through the hull structure. Emergency sealant had deployed automatically, filling the cracks with expanding foam that would hold atmospheric pressure but wouldn't stop a determined assault. Voss checked the seal indicators, confirmed the outer door was still secure, and armed the emergency decompression protocols. If the aliens breached this section, she could blow the outer door, vent everything into space, and hopefully carry the attackers with the explosive decompression. Probably kill herself in the process, but that was becoming an acceptable outcome if it kept the ship functional for survivor extraction. Over the comms, Tagawa's voice rose with something that might have been triumph or terror. Got you, you biomechanical bastard! The salvage claw had engaged. Voss pulled up the external camera feed on her suit's helmet display and watched Tagawa use industrial recovery equipment as improvised weaponry. The massive mechanical arm extended from Persistence's dorsal section, hydraulic-powered grips designed to hold multi-ton debris fragments, closing around the alien's central body mass with crushing force. The creature twisted, trying to escape, appendages flailing. For a moment, Voss thought it might actually break free. The alien was strong, biomechanical muscles or synthetic actuators generating force that made the salvage claw's motors strain. But Tagawa kept pressure consistent, kept the grip tight, and something in the alien's carapace began to crack under the sustained compression. Dark fluid sprayed into vacuum, freezing instantly. It's bleeding! Tagawa's voice carried savage satisfaction. These things can be hurt. They're tough, but they're not invincible. The alien's struggles weakened. Not dying, Voss could still see movement, still detect thermal signatures suggesting active biological processes, but damaged enough that it could no longer maintain its attack on Persistence's hull. Tagawa didn't let go. Instead, he used the salvage claw to swing the captured alien like a massive club, intercepting the second attacker's approach vector with the body of the first. The collision was spectacular. Two Type 2s impacting at relative velocities high enough to cause catastrophic damage to both. Biomechanical bodies deforming from the kinetic transfer, carapaces cracking, dark fluid spraying across the debris field in frozen spheres. The second alien's trajectory was disrupted completely, sending it tumbling away with what looked like severe damage to its appendage systems. 2 down, Tagawa reported. Where's number 3? Voss checked her sensors, scanning the debris field for the third thermal signature. Nothing. Gone. The third alien had either withdrawn or the airlock door exploded inward. Not metaphorically. Literally exploded, the reinforced plating peeling back like tissue paper, emergency seals vaporizing, atmosphere venting in a violent rush that would have carried Voss into space if her magnetic boots hadn't locked to the deck plating. The third alien came through the breach like a nightmare made manifest. It was inside their ship, inside the pressurized sections where survivors would be sheltering, where there was nowhere to maneuver, nowhere to run, confined spaces that meant no room for evasive tactics. Voss saw it coming at her and her body moved before conscious thought. Hand grabbing for her thermal lance, the tool designed for cutting through bulkheads and sealed compartments, never intended as a weapon, but right now the only thing between her and biomechanical death. She triggered the lance. Superheated plasma jet, cutting temperature high enough to slice through composite hull plating, erupted from the tool's tip in a brilliant blue-white stream. Voss swung it desperately, no technique, no precision, just raw panic translated into motion. The plasma caught the alien's leading appendage and cut through it like it was nothing. The severed limb tumbled away, dark fluid spraying, and the alien jerked back. Actual pain response. Actual reaction to injury that suggested these things weren't completely immune to damage. Voss pressed her advantage, swinging the lance again, the plasma jet carving through the cramped airlock space in arcs that would have been terrifying if she'd had time to think about consequences. She didn't think, just moved. Survival instinct overriding 5 months of training, her body remembering how to fight from years of growing up in belt stations where sometimes people got violent and you learned to defend yourself or you didn't survive. The plasma lance found the alien's sensory cluster. Direct hit. The biomechanical structure that held whatever sensors the creature used for perception melted under sustained plasma exposure, organic and synthetic materials fusing into slag, the geometric patterns that suggested intelligence becoming grotesque abstract art. The alien spasmed. Not dead. Voss could still see movement, still detect thermal signatures, but blind, sensors destroyed, capability for coordinated attack compromised. She kept the lance's plasma stream focused on its center mass, cutting through carapace that was tough but not plasma-proof, watching dark fluid boil into vacuum as she carved through whatever internal structures kept the thing functioning. 15 seconds of sustained fire. The alien stopped moving. "Voss!" Calder's voice over comms, sharp with concern. "Status!" She stared at the corpse drifting in her airlock, at the damage she'd inflicted, at the proof that these supposedly unstoppable predators could be killed if you hit them hard enough with weapons actually designed to destroy material instead of just penetrate it. "Hostile eliminated," she heard herself say, voice surprisingly steady despite the adrenaline screaming through her system. "Thermal lance is effective against their armor. Much more effective than flechette rounds." "Copy that. Can you seal the breach?" Voss looked at the destroyed airlock door, at the damage that extended through multiple hull sections, at the atmosphere still venting into space despite emergency containment protocols. "Negative. This section is lost. Sealing inner bulkhead and evacuating to command deck." She pulled herself through the connecting corridor, sealing bulkheads behind her, watching pressure indicators drop as the compromised sections vented to vacuum. Persistence was hurt, badly, but still functional, still capable of completing the mission. The debris field's edge loomed ahead. Soar School's damaged hull appeared through the forward cameras, growing larger as Calder navigated through the wreckage with the precision of someone who'd done this thousands of times. Behind them, thermal signatures showed the two damaged aliens withdrawing, regrouping, learning from this encounter the same way they'd learned from everything else. "Approaching maintenance hub," Calder reported. "Tegawa, you've got 20 survivors waiting for extraction. How fast can we load them?" "With one airlock compromised, slow, maybe 15 minutes if everything goes perfect." Tagawa paused. "Which it won't, because nothing about this mission has gone perfect. 15 minutes exposed at the docking point. 15 minutes during which the aliens could regroup, could coordinate a new attack, could learn from their failures and develop counters to the thermal lance tactics that had just proven effective." Voss pulled herself to the navigation station, checking sensor feeds, tracking thermal signatures throughout the facility. The aliens were repositioning, not concentrating on the maintenance hub where Team 7 was approaching, but spreading throughout the structure in patterns that suggested they were preparing for something. "They're not defending the maintenance hub," she said. "They're letting us extract that group. Because they're smart enough to recognize we can't take everyone in one run," Calder said grimly. "They let us save 20. We feel like we're making progress. We commit to another extraction, run into their kill zone." "So what do we do?" "Exactly what they expect. Take the 20 from the maintenance hub, get them safe, then come back for the others, because the alternative is abandoning 15 people to die because we're afraid of walking into obvious traps." Persistence docked with the maintenance hub's emergency airlock. Tagawa was already there, opening the connection, waving survivors through with urgent efficiency. 20 people who'd spent hours crawling through service tunnels, who'd trusted that Team 7 would return, who'd held position in exposed facilities while aliens hunted through the corridors. They filed into the damaged ship in disciplined silence, moving with the careful precision of people who understood that survival depended on following instructions exactly. Voss helped them secure in the cargo section. No seats, no proper restraints, just mag harnesses and emergency protocols. But they were alive. They were aboard. They were being saved. "All 20 accounted for," Tagawa reported. "Sealing airlock. We're ready for departure." "Copy. Setting course for Jericho. Fast transit, emergency thrust." Persistence pulled away from the maintenance hub, maneuvering through the debris field with damaged systems and compromised hull integrity. Voss watched the sensor displays, tracking alien positions, waiting for the inevitable attack that would come because they just extracted another 20 survivors and reduced the remaining count to 15. The attack didn't come. The aliens held their positions, watching, waiting, learning. "They're changing tactics again," Voss said. "They're not attacking because they've seen we can hurt them now. They're reassessing, developing new approaches." "Good," Calder said. "Let them reassess. Gives us time to get these 20 to safety and plan our next move." But Voss heard the tension beneath his calm, heard the recognition that every time they extracted survivors, every time they proved the aliens could be fought and damaged, the creatures adapted, learned, became more dangerous. The first extraction had been against enemies who attacked with overwhelming force but limited tactical sophistication. The second had been against enemies who'd learned to ambush, to coordinate, to set traps. The third extraction would be against enemies who understood human weapons, who'd analyzed their tactics, who'd developed specific counters to thermal lances and salvage claws. The learning curve was exponential. And Team 7 was running out of tricks. Transit to Jericho took 43 minutes, longer than the first run because persistence was damaged, because they couldn't push the engines as hard, because every system was compromised and running on backup protocols. The 20 survivors sat in disciplined silence, processing their rescue, probably still not quite believing they'd made it out alive. Voss floated near them, monitoring their conditions, ready to provide emergency medical care if anyone's injuries deteriorated during transit. But mostly she was processing what had just happened. The ambush, the combat, the aliens she'd killed with the thermal lance. Her first kill. First time she'd taken a life, even a non-human one. She'd expected to feel something, horror, guilt, satisfaction, something. But there was only emptiness in the distant certainty that she'd be seeing that alien's melting sensory cluster in every moment of stillness for however long she survived. "You did good back there," Tagawa said over private channel. "When that thing came through the airlock, when you held position and fought instead of freezing, that's what keeps people alive. I was terrified. We all were. Terror's normal. What matters is you fought through it. You functioned. You survived and helped others survive. That's all any of us can do." Voss wanted to believe that, wanted to accept that terror and competence could coexist, that being scared didn't mean being ineffective. But 5 months of training had taught her that good operators didn't freeze, didn't panic, didn't feel their hearts hammering and their hands shaking and their breath coming in ragged gas. Except maybe they did. Maybe even Calder felt fear beneath his professional calm. Maybe Tagawa's humor was just another coping mechanism for processing terror. Maybe being scared was normal, and functioning through it was what actually mattered. Persistence docked with Jericho. Station Medical swarmed the airlock again, taking the 20 survivors with efficient professionalism. Urich was there, looking exhausted but determined, checking each person as they transferred, documenting injuries, ensuring everyone received appropriate care. 32 extracted, she reported, 15 remaining at source school. How bad is the ship? Damaged but functional, Calder said. We lost one airlock section. Hull integrity is compromised in sections 3 and 4, and the forward sensor array took damage from the debris impact. But we can still make another run. The aliens ambushed you. Yes, they're adapting, learning, getting smarter with each encounter. He paused. But we learned too. Thermal lances are effective against their armor, much more effective than flechettes. And salvage claws can damage them if we get solid grip. Urich pulled up her medical pad, showed them updated survivor status. The 15 remaining are with Lieutenant Caro at the medical station. She's reported increasing alien activity around her position. They're not attacking yet, but they're testing defenses, probing for weaknesses. Standard siege tactics. How much air does she have left? 3 hours, maybe less, if the environmental systems continue degrading. 3 hours to plan the final extraction. 3 hours to modify their tactics based on what they learned. 3 hours to figure out how to rescue 15 people from a position the aliens were actively besieging while using a damaged ship and limited resources. The math was still impossible, but they'd extracted 32 people who should have been dead. 32 unlikely survivors pulled from a facility that had become a tomb. 32 lives saved through stubborn refusal to accept that some situations really were hopeless. 15 more waited, and Team 7 was going back for them. We have 3 hours, Calder said, pulling the team into quick conference. Let's use them. Tagawa, I want those salvage claws modified for combat operations. Better grip strength, faster deployment, whatever you can do to weaponize them. Voss, coordinate with Station Armory. We need more thermal lances, more cutting equipment, anything that proved effective against alien armor. Urich, I need you to prepare for critical casualty care. Assume at least half the remaining survivors will need immediate treatment. They dispersed to their tasks, and Voss found herself heading toward Jericho's armory with a requisition list that included every piece of industrial cutting equipment the station had available. Not weapons, tools, but tools that could kill biomechanical nightmares if applied with sufficient desperation. The armory tech looked at her requisition with raised eyebrows. You planning to cut through a battleship? Something like that. He processed the request, pulling thermal lances and plasma cutters from storage, checking power cells and operational status. These aren't designed for combat use. They're industrial tools. No safety limiters to prevent collateral damage. Good. Safety limiters would just slow us down. He handed over the equipment with the expression of someone who knew better than to ask questions about OBR operations. Voss secured the tools in cargo containers, mentally calculating how many they'd need, how to deploy them effectively, how to turn every piece of maintenance equipment into improvised weaponry. Her comm chimed. Calder's voice. Team meeting in 10 minutes. Intelligence section. Commander Sisk has new data on alien behavior patterns. We need to see it before final extraction run. Voss acknowledged and continued her equipment gathering, mind already racing through tactical scenarios. The aliens had ambushed them once. They'd adapted to human tactics. They'd learned that direct assault resulted in casualties. So what would they try next? What countermeasures would they develop for thermal lances and salvage claws? What new horrors would they deploy against the final extraction attempt? Voss didn't know. Couldn't predict how biomechanical predators with exponential learning curves would respond to human adaptation, but she knew they'd find out soon enough. 15 survivors waited. 3 hours of air remained, and somewhere in Source School's violated corridors, the aliens were learning, preparing, waiting for Team 7 to make their final run, waiting to prove that some situations really were impossible, regardless of determination or skill or how many people you'd already saved. Voss secured the last thermal lance in its cargo container and headed toward the intelligence section, trying not to think about the fact that every piece of equipment she just requisitioned might not be enough. Trying not to remember that the aliens had been studying human tactics for days, while Team 7 had only encountered them for hours. Trying not to calculate the odds of 15 people surviving, when 233 had died, and the only reason anyone had made it out alive was because the aliens had deliberately kept some survivors as bait. The math was impossible, but impossible was what they did. And in 3 hours, they'd either prove it one more time or die trying. Chapter 9, Adaptations. Corporal Jin Tagawa had learned 3 important truths during his 7 years in OBR operations. First, humor was the only socially acceptable way to acknowledge that you were absolutely terrified while still maintaining professional composure. Second, the universe had infinite creativity when it came to trying to kill humans in new and horrifying ways, which meant adaptation was the only survival strategy that actually worked. Third, hope was dangerous, irrational, statistically unjustifiable, and also the only thing that kept you moving forward when every logical calculation said you should give up and accept death. He was thinking about all 3 while staring at his damaged EVA suit in Jericho's equipment bay, trying to decide whether the slash across his shoulder plating qualified as lucky near miss or terrifying reminder of mortality. The alien's appendage had come within centimeters of breaching his suit. Centimeters. The difference between survival and explosive decompression, between functioning operator and catastrophic casualty, between returning to Jericho with 32 rescued survivors and becoming another corpse drifting in the debris field. Centimeters. "Stop staring at it," Urich said, appearing beside him with her medical kit and the expression of someone who'd seen operators spiral into traumatic paralysis by fixating on near-death experiences. "You're alive, the suit held. Dwelling on might-have-beens is tactically useless and psychologically destructive. I'm not dwelling. I'm appreciating the craftsmanship of belt-manufactured EVA suits. Really quality work. Should write a commendation letter to the manufacturer. You're deflecting with humor because processing actual fear is uncomfortable." Urich pulled out her scanner, ran it over his shoulder despite him still wearing the damaged suit. "Which is fine. Humor's a valid coping mechanism. But I need you functional for the next extraction run, which means I need to verify that claw didn't penetrate deep enough to cause injury." Tagawa started to protest, then caught sight of her expression. Professional concern underlaid with something that might have been genuine worry. Urich had been Navy medical for 23 years, had probably treated thousands of casualties, had learned to maintain clinical detachment as survival mechanism. But she was still human, still cared about her team even when caring was tactically inefficient. "Fine," he said, sealing off the damaged section and depressurizing his suit enough to remove the shoulder assembly. "But if this turns into a lecture about risk-taking behavior or tactical recklessness, I'm invoking my right to ignore medical personnel when they get preachy." "Noted." She examined the suit plating, running glove fingers across the slash marks with careful precision. The alien's appendage penetrated approximately 12 millimeters through 18 millimeter composite armor. Another 6 millimeters and you'd have experienced catastrophic pressure loss. So what I'm hearing is that I had 6 millimeters to spare. Practically luxurious safety margins. What you should be hearing is that these creatures are strong enough to slice through military-grade armor with single strikes. And they're learning. That ambush was coordinated, tactically sophisticated, designed specifically to counter our approach patterns from the first extraction run. Tagawa knew she was right. The ambush had been brilliant. Aliens hidden among debris, positioned along predicted approach vectors, attacking with coordinated timing that suggested either hive intelligence or extremely effective communication. They'd almost lost persistence. Would have lost it if Voss hadn't killed the Type 2 with the thermal lance, if he hadn't gotten lucky with the salvage claw, if Calder hadn't piloted through the debris field like someone who'd spent years learning to navigate impossible situations. Luck, skill, desperation, the holy trinity of OBR operations. "How's the ship?" he asked, changing subjects before Urich could continue her analysis of how close he'd come to dying. "Damaged but repairable." Hull integrity compromised in multiple sections, one airlock completely destroyed, forward sensors degraded, but the engines are functional. Life support is holding, and Jericho's engineers estimate they can patch the worst damage in 90 minutes. She paused. Not that 90 minutes matters. We're going back in 3 hours regardless of repair status. Because 15 people don't have time for us to wait for ideal conditions? Yes. Tagawa pulled off his damaged suit completely, wincing as movement aggravated bruises he hadn't noticed during the combat. Adrenaline was great for functioning through injury, terrible for accurate damage assessment. Urich's scanner beeped, highlighting impact trauma across his shoulder and upper back. Deep tissue bruising, no fractures, no internal bleeding, she reported. You'll be sore for days, but fully functional. I'm prescribing anti-inflammatories and pain management, both of which you'll ignore because operators have constitutionally mandated right to suffer stoically instead of accepting appropriate medical care. You know me so well. Unfortunately, she applied dermal patches that would deliver medication whether he remembered to take pills or not. Classic Urich, planning for non-compliance. How's your psychological status? Any intrusive thoughts, flashbacks, difficulty processing the combat encounter? I'm fine. You're lying, but you're functional despite lying, which is acceptable under current circumstances. She sealed her medical kit with sharp, decisive motions. When this mission is over, when everyone's safe or dead, and we're back at Jericho with time to process, you're going to experience delayed stress response, nightmares, intrusive memories, probably some anxiety about returning to combat operations. That's normal. That's expected. Don't fight it. Don't pretend it's not happening, and talk to someone before it compromises your ability to function. Inspirational medical advice. You should teach classes. I do teach classes. Nobody listens. Operators prefer stoic suffering to actual psychological health. She softened slightly. But seriously, Jin, what we encountered out there, what we're going back into, this isn't standard OBR operations. This is combat against intelligent predators who are actively trying to kill us. It's okay to be scared. I am scared, he admitted, absolutely terrified. But also, he paused, searching for words to explain the complicated tangle of fear and determination and stubborn hope that kept him moving forward. Also weirdly optimistic, we extracted 32 people who should be dead. We fought aliens nobody's ever encountered before and survived. We proved they can be hurt, can be killed, can be defeated if we're smart and lucky and refuse to give up. That counts for something. Urich studied him with her gray, exhausted eyes. Hope is dangerous, Corporal. It makes you take risks that probability calculations say will fail. Good thing I've never been great at probability calculations. She almost smiled. Almost, then returned to her professional detachment. Get to the equipment bay. Calder wants tactical modifications based on combat lessons. Apparently you volunteered to weaponize our salvage claws? Someone has to. Those things proved effective against alien armor. Might as well optimize them for combat operations, since we're apparently fighting a war nobody authorized us for. Tagawa made his way to Jericho's primary equipment bay, a cavernous space filled with industrial machinery, replacement parts, and various tools designed for station maintenance and salvage operations. Voss was already there, surrounded by thermal lances and plasma cutters, checking power cells with methodical precision. Status? He asked. 6 thermal lances requisitioned from Station Armory, all fully charged. 4 plasma cutters rated for hull breach operations. 2 industrial welders that can probably function as short-range weapons if we're desperate enough. She looked up from her inventory. Also, I volunteered to become primary Lancer for the final extraction run. Primary what? Lancer. Close combat specialist. The person who goes in first with thermal equipment and cuts through alien armor while everyone else provides covering fire. She said it matter-of-factly, like she was discussing equipment assignments instead of volunteering for the most dangerous position in an already suicidal mission. Voss, that's the logical choice. I've already killed one of them with a thermal lance. I know how they move, how they react to plasma exposure, where their armor is weakest. And I'm faster in 0G than you or Calder, which means better chance of dodging their counterattacks. Tagawa wanted to point out that Voss had 5 months of experience versus his 7 years, that volunteering for suicide positions was exactly the kind of thing young operators did when they were trying to prove themselves and didn't fully understand their own mortality. But she was right. Speed in zero-G combat mattered, and she had killed a Type 2 at close range, which gave her psychological advantage, proof that these things could be defeated if you were aggressive and lucky. Fine, he said, but you coordinate with Calder before finalizing that plan. He might have opinions about sending our newest team member into close combat with biomechanical nightmares. Already coordinated, he approved pending tactical modifications to the lances. Better grip for zero-G maneuvering, enhanced power cells for sustained firing, safety limiters removed for maximum damage output. Of course he approved. Cal loves plans that sound completely insane, but might actually work. Tagawa moved to the salvage claw assembly. Massive mechanical arms currently detached from persistence for maintenance. My turn to modify equipment that was never designed for combat operations. He pulled up the technical schematics, studying the claw's mechanical systems with engineer's eye. The grips were hydraulic-powered, designed for precise control when handling delicate debris recovery. But they could also generate crushing force. He'd proved that when he'd caught that Type 2 and squeezed until its carapace cracked. The problem was deployment time. Standard salvage operations allowed for careful positioning, patient maneuvering, slow approach to target debris. Combat required fast deployment, aggressive maneuvering, immediate response to rapidly changing tactical situations. He started modifying. Hydraulic response time decreased by adjusting pressure regulators. Grip strength increased by removing safety limiters that prevented accidentally crushing recovered materials. Deployment speed enhanced by recalibrating the motorized extension systems. Each modification pushed the equipment beyond manufacturer specifications, beyond safety margins, beyond anything that would be approved under normal operational protocols. But normal protocols assumed you weren't fighting intelligent aliens in debris fields while trying to rescue people from facilities they'd turned into hunting grounds. Tagawa, Calder's voice from the bay entrance. Progress report. Salvage claws will be combat optimized in 60 minutes. Faster deployment, stronger grip, better responsiveness. I'm also adding secondary manipulator arms from the damaged airlock section, smaller grips that can function as weapons while the primary claws handle positioning. Basically, turning persistence into a very angry, very improvised combat platform. Good. We'll need every advantage we can get. Calder pulled up a holographic display showing Source School's interior layout. Lieutenant Caro transmitted updated tactical data. She's identified alien movement patterns, weak points, behavioral tendencies based on 3 days of observation. Voss joined them, and together they studied Caro's analysis. It was impressively detailed. Documentation of alien patrol routes, attack patterns, response times to various stimuli. The kind of intelligence that could only be gathered through direct observation under life-threatening conditions. The kind that came from watching predators hunt your friends and learning from every mistake that got someone killed. They hunt in packs, Calder summarized. Minimum 3 individuals, usually coordinated by a Type 3 that positions itself at rear. They avoid direct confrontation when possible, prefer ambush tactics, use environmental features to create tactical advantages, and they learn fast. Caro documented them, adapting to defensive strategies within hours. Tactics that worked once rarely work twice. So the final extraction will be against enemies who've had 3 hours to develop counters to thermal lances and salvage claws, Voss said. They'll know we're coming. They'll predict our approach. They'll be ready. Yes, which means we need to give them something they won't predict. Tagawa felt hope flickering despite probability calculations that said this was impossible. You have a plan. Working on it. But first I need to know what SOAR's students learned about killing these things. Caro mentioned they identified weak points through desperate experimentation. I want those details before we commit to final approach. As if summoned by mention of her name, Lieutenant Caro's icon appeared on the comms display. Transmission from SOAR School's medical station, where she was holding position with the last 15 survivors. Sergeant Calder, this is Caro. requesting immediate conference. I have tactical intelligence that might improve your survival odds on final extraction run. Patching you through now, Lieutenant. What have you got? The display shifted to show Caro's face, exhausted, marked by 3 days of impossible command decisions, but eyes sharp with the particular intensity of someone who'd learned to fight biomechanical predators through trial and error that cost lives. During the siege, we lost a lot of people, she said without preamble. But some of them fought back before they died. Some of them wounded the aliens, damaged them, discovered weaknesses we could exploit. I documented everything, every injury pattern, every successful defense, every mistake that got someone killed, and every tactic that actually worked. She pulled up images, horrifying documentation of casualties, but also detailed analysis of alien physiology based on autopsy of the few intact bodies SOAR's survivors had managed to recover. Weak point 1. Sensory clusters. Caro continued. Your team already discovered this. Their sensors are vulnerable to focused damage, and blinding them compromises their combat effectiveness significantly. Weak point 2. Joint sections between carapace plates. The armor is tough, but the connecting tissue is softer, more vulnerable to penetrating weapons. Weak point 3. Central mass, approximately 30 centimeters below the sensory cluster. We think it's either primary processing center or critical circulatory hub. Sustained damage to this area causes rapid system failure. Tagawa studied the anatomical diagrams, crude but functional, the kind of intelligence gathered through desperate necessity by people who had to learn alien biology in order to survive. How confident are you in this analysis? Calder asked. Very. It's based on 18 documented engagements where SOAR personnel successfully damaged or killed aliens before being overwhelmed. Every time someone hit these weak points with sufficient force, the aliens' combat effectiveness decreased measurably. Cairo's voice carried absolute conviction born from watching theory become lethal practice. I lost people learning this. But their deaths weren't meaningless if the intelligence saves lives on your extraction run. Commander Sisk's hologram appeared in the conference space. She'd been monitoring from Jericho's intelligence section. Lieutenant Caro, Commander Sisk, I need clarification. You're reporting that SOAR personnel achieved kills against these hostiles? 4 confirmed kills, 6 probable, 12 damaged severely enough to withdraw from engagement. We weren't helpless, Commander. We were outmatched and overwhelmed. But we fought back. We learned. We adapted. Understood. Forwarding your tactical data to behavioral analysis team. Sisk pulled up her own displays. Naval intelligence has been running pattern recognition algorithms on all available sensor data. The aliens exhibit pack hunting behavior consistent with Earth predators, wolves, orcas, certain extinct species. They coordinate attacks, share tactical information, learn from unsuccessful encounters, but they also show signs of technological enhancement or integration that suggests either advanced tools or biomechanical augmentation. So we're being hunted by intelligent, tool-using, rapidly adapting pack predators, Tagawa said. That's not at all terrifying. It's tactically challenging, Sisk corrected with professional understatement. But it also suggests weaknesses we can exploit. Pack hunters rely on coordination. Disrupt their communication or kill their coordinating individual, and the pack's effectiveness decreases. They avoid direct confrontation, which means aggressive tactics might cause them to withdraw rather than commit to sustained engagement. They learn from mistakes, but learning requires time and observation. Fast, aggressive, unpredictable tactics might overwhelm their adaptation cycle. Calder was nodding, pieces assembling in his tactical mind. So our approach for final extraction is maximum aggression, maximum speed, maximum unpredictability. We don't give them time to adapt. We hit hard, extract fast, and get out before they can coordinate effective response. That strategy carries significant risk, Sisk warned. Aggressive tactics in confined spaces with limited maneuverability is our only option. Defensive operations got 233 people killed. Time to try offense. Tagawa felt something shifting in the equipment bay's atmosphere. Not quite confidence, but purpose. Direction. The transformation of impossible odds into tactical challenge with specific solutions. It wasn't hope exactly, more like stubborn refusal to accept that some situations really were unwinnable. "I'll have persistence combat ready in 90 minutes, he said. "Salvage claws weaponized, hull patches completed, every available system optimized for aggressive engagement. She won't be pretty, but she'll function." "Good. Boss, finalize the thermal lance modifications. I want maximum damage output, minimum safety restrictions. Uric, prepare medical bay for mass casualty reception. Assume half the remaining survivors will need immediate treatment. We extract all 15 or we don't come back." They dispersed to their tasks, and Tagawa returned to his salvage claw modifications with renewed focus. The work was familiar, comfortable, engineering problems with concrete solutions, mechanical systems that responded to adjustment in predictable ways. So much simpler than trying to calculate survival odds or process the reality of fighting biomechanical predators. His hands moved through calibrations while his mind wandered to dangerous territory. What if they actually succeeded? What if they extracted all 47 survivors, proved that even impossible situations could be overcome through stubborn determination and tactical adaptation? What would that mean for OBR operations, for belt security, for humanity's understanding of what threats existed in the dark spaces between stations? And what happened when other facilities encountered these aliens? When other people faced enemies they couldn't fight or understand? When "Stop catastrophizing," Voss said, appearing beside his workstation. "I can hear you thinking worst-case scenarios from across the bay." "I'm not catastrophizing. I'm extrapolating based on available data and drawing conclusions about systemic threats." "You're spiraling. Different thing." She pulled up a secondary display showing thermal lance performance metrics. "Look at this instead. These modifications increase plasma output by 37%. Combined with your salvage claw improvements, will have significantly better offensive capabilities than previous runs, which the aliens will adapt to within hours. Probably, but we only need them to be surprised once. One successful extraction run, 15 people saved, mission complete. Then we can worry about long-term implications and systemic threats and whatever else keeps you awake at night." Tagawa studied her, young, scared beneath her professional composure, but also fiercely determined. 5 months of training and she was volunteering for close combat specialist positions, modifying weapons beyond safety specs, accepting that tomorrow might mean death but choosing to fight anyway. "You're going to be terrifying when you get more experienced," he said. "I'm terrifying now. You just haven't noticed because you're too busy being self-deprecating to see how competent everyone else is." She was right. Tagawa used humor to deflect from capability, made jokes about his own skills while dismissing evidence that 7 years of OBR operations had made him genuinely excellent at impossible extractions. Easier to be the comic relief than acknowledge you were good at your job. Less pressure, lower expectations, reduced responsibility when things went wrong. But things were going wrong, had been going wrong since they'd first detected Source School's debris field, and humor alone wasn't going to save 15 people from alien predators. Time to be competent instead of just deflecting. He finished the salvage claw modifications with focused precision, testing each system, verifying response times, ensuring that when they needed these weapons to function, they'd work exactly as designed. Voss completed her thermal lance optimization nearby, both of them working in comfortable silence punctuated by occasional technical questions and shared understanding that they were preparing for combat that would either validate their modifications or prove them catastrophically insufficient. 90 minutes became 60, 60 became 30. The countdown to final extraction compressed time into urgency. Every second, another increment closer to commitment. Calder assembled them for final briefing. Team 7 plus Uric gathered around tactical displays showing Source School's interior layout with particular focus on a section labeled the Canyon. "This is our route," Calder said, highlighting a path through Source School's central structure. The Canyon, 800-meter training chamber, designed for zero-G combat exercises and large-scale rescue simulations. It's the fastest route from our docking point to Caro's position at the medical station, also the most exposed, the most dangerous, and according to Caro's intelligence, currently occupied by significant alien presence. They're using it as territory, Voss said, studying the layout. Claimed it, made it their hunting ground. Yes, which means we'll be fighting through their home territory with limited cover and maximum exposure. But the alternative is using the service corridors. Safer, more defensible, but adds 40 minutes to our approach time. 40 minutes Karo's people don't have. So we go through the canyon, Tagawa said. Fast and aggressive, maximum firepower. Hope our modifications give us enough advantage to survive crossing 800 meters of alien-controlled space. Not just us. Calder pulled up additional data. Karo's volunteering 8 of her SOAR students for assault support. They're trained in zero-G combat, they know the facility's layout, and they want to help extract their classmates instead of sitting at Jericho, waiting to see if we succeed. That's tactically insane, Yurik said. You're taking survivors, traumatized, exhausted survivors, back into combat? I'm accepting volunteers who understand the risks and choose to participate anyway. They're SOAR students. Rescue operations are what they train for. Calder's voice carried absolute conviction. And I need the extra firepower. 3 operators plus 8 volunteers makes 11 combatants. Better odds than 3 against whatever's waiting in the canyon. Tagawa saw the logic. Didn't like it. Taking rescued survivors back into danger violated every instinct about protecting the vulnerable. But understood that sometimes you needed to trust people to make their own choices about acceptable risk. When do we launch, he asked. 60 minutes. Persistence is being prepped now. Volunteer assault team is gearing up. Karo's maintaining her position until we arrive. Calder met each of their eyes. This is it. Final extraction run. We get those 15 people out or we don't come back. Questions? Rules of engagement, Voss asked. Lethal force authorized against all hostile contacts. No attempts at communication or capture. We're not scientists studying new species. We're operators extracting survivors. Anything that threatens us or the people we're rescuing, we kill it. What if we encounter something we can't kill? Something too big or too armored or too... We adapt. Same as always. Find the weak point, exploit it, keep moving. The aliens learn fast, but so do we. And we have one advantage they don't. What's that? Calder smiled. Grim, dangerous, carrying weight of 12 years doing impossible extractions. We know we're supposed to lose. We know the math says we should fail. And we've spent our entire careers proving that math wrong. Tagawa felt it then. Hope, dangerous and irrational and statistically unjustifiable. The belief that despite overwhelming odds, despite intelligent predators waiting in the dark, despite every probability calculation saying they'd fail, they might actually succeed. They'd saved 32 people already. 32 unlikely survivors pulled from certain death. 15 more waited. 800 meters of alien territory separated them from salvation. And Team 7 was going through the canyon. All right, Tagawa said, checking his equipment one final time. Let's go prove the math wrong one more time. They moved toward Persistence's docking bay, each carrying modified weapons and dangerous hope, heading toward the canyon and whatever nightmares waited there, heading toward the final extraction, heading toward proof that sometimes, just sometimes, humans could defy impossible odds through nothing more than stubborn refusal to accept that some people couldn't be saved. The countdown showed 58 minutes to launch. The canyon waited. And somewhere in its 800 meters of darkness, the aliens prepared their final lesson in why humans didn't belong in the belt's deep spaces, why rescue operations against intelligent predators always failed, why hope was tactical liability that got people killed. But Team 7 had never been good at accepting lessons. Time to teach one instead. Chapter 10. The Canyon. Rafe Calder had learned across 12 years of impossible extractions that the moment before insertion into hostile territory carried a particular quality of silence. Not actual quiet, since Persistence engines were cycling, and 8 SOAR volunteers were checking weapons, and his team was finalizing approach vectors, but rather a psychic stillness where everyone simultaneously acknowledged they were about to do something that might kill them. The canyon waited. 800 meters of zero-gravity training chamber that had been designed to teach SOAR students how to conduct rescue operations in challenging environments. Now converted into alien territory through 3 days of occupation and whatever purposes biomechanical predators had for claiming spaces designed for human use. 30 seconds to docking, Tagawa reported from the pilot station, his voice carrying the focused calm of someone who'd modified persistence into a jury-rigged weapons platform and now had to prove those modifications would function under combat conditions. Approach vector optimized for maximum speed through canyon entrance. We'll have approximately 10 seconds between docking seal and hostile contact based on Caro's intelligence. Understood. Calder surveyed his assault team through persistence. His cargo bay, Team 7 minus Urich, who was staying with the ship to provide emergency medical support, plus 8 SOAR students who'd volunteered to return to the facility that had become their classmates' tomb. Lieutenant Caro had chosen them carefully. Each volunteer had survived the siege through combination of skill and luck. Each had killed or wounded aliens during desperate defensive actions. Each understood exactly what they were walking into and chose to participate anyway. They were young, average age maybe 23, barely past initial training, but they carried their weapons with competence born from 3 days of learning that hesitation got you killed. Student Ramirez, dark-eyed and steady, holding a salvaged plasma cutter like she'd been born with it. Student Chen, barely 21, who'd apparently killed a Type 2 by luring it into a maintenance airlock and explosive decompression. Student Okonkwo, tall and quiet, who'd watched the aliens hunt his squad and learned their patterns through careful observation. 5 others, each carrying their own trauma and determination. "Listen up," Calder said, voice cutting through the pre-insertion tension. "You've all received tactical briefing. You all know the plan. But I'm going to say it one more time because repetition saves lives. We dock at canyon entrance. We advance in 2-element formation. Team 7 takes point with thermal lances and salvage claws. You provide covering fire and defensive positioning. We move fast, we move quiet until contact. Then we move loud and aggressive. Anyone gets separated, you regroup at designated waypoints. Anyone gets wounded, you signal and we extract you. Anyone gets killed, we keep moving," Ramirez finished. "Complete the mission. Caro briefed us. We understand." "Good. Because I need you to understand that I will not sacrifice the entire team to recover bodies. If someone goes down in alien territory and recovery is tactically impossible, we leave them and complete the extraction. That's not callousness. That's operational reality." The volunteers nodded. They'd already learned that lesson the hard way, watching friends die in situations where attempted rescue meant multiple casualties instead of one. "Questions?" "Rules of engagement," Chen asked. "Lethal force against all hostiles. No warnings, no attempts at deterrence. You see movement that isn't human, you kill it." Calder met each volunteer's eyes. "These things are intelligent. They learn. They adapt. But they're also predators, which means they can be scared, hurt, killed. We've proved that. Now we prove it can be done while extracting survivors." "Final countdown," Tagawa announced. "Docking in 5, 4, 3. Persistence shuddered as magnetic clamps engaged SOAR School's exterior docking port. Atmosphere equalization hissed through seals, pressure differentials normalized, and the access hatch cycled open to reveal the facility's darkened corridor leading toward the canyon entrance. "Go," Calder ordered. They moved in practice formation. Voss first with thermal lance, Calder second with sidearm and tactical scanner, Tagawa coordinating salvage claw deployment from persistence, his control station, while simultaneously advancing with the assault team. The SOAR volunteers followed, weapons ready, dispersed enough to prevent single attack from taking multiple casualties. The corridor was silent, empty, but Calder's scanner showed heat signatures ahead, biological masses too large to be human, positioned in patterns that suggested deliberate tactical placement. Ambush positions, of course they'd be waiting. The aliens had proven their capacity for learning, for adaptation, for tactical sophistication. They'd know humans would attempt final extraction. They'd prepare accordingly. The canyon entrance loomed ahead, massive circular aperture leading into the 800-meter chamber that SOAR School had built for training exercises. Calder remembered reading about its construction, remembered articles about how this facility would revolutionize rescue operations training by providing realistic zero-gravity environments that simulated actual operational conditions. Now it was alien territory. Now it was a kill zone they had to cross. "Entering the canyon," Voss reported, voice tight with controlled fear as she crossed the threshold. "Visibility limited. Debris everywhere. Can't establish clear sight lines beyond. Oh, Mary. Fuck." Calder saw what had stopped her. Bodies. The canyon floor, or what would have been floor if there was gravity, was littered with human remains. SOAR students who tried to use this chamber as defensive position or evacuation route during the siege. Maybe 30 corpses, drifting in zero-G, some intact, some not. But that wasn't what had made Voss swear. The bodies had been arranged, organized, positioned in patterns that suggested deliberate placement rather than random casualties, clustered around the canyon's central axis in configuration that might have been feeding ground or nesting area or display of territorial dominance. And scattered among the corpses were pieces of equipment, EVA suits, weapons, tools, structural components, all showing signs of partial dissolution, as if something had been metabolizing them, breaking down the composite materials into constituent elements for purposes Calder couldn't begin to guess. "It's a feeding ground," Chen whispered, voice carrying sick realization. "They brought the bodies here. They're processing them. Us. They're processing us." Calder forced down his horror, forced his tactical mind to function despite psychological revulsion. "Noted. Everyone maintain formation. This confirms they use the canyon as primary territory, which means movement." His scanner lit up with contacts, 4 heat signatures, approaching from multiple vectors, coordinated positioning that suggested communication or hive intelligence. Type 2s, all of them, each maneuvering with that terrible biomechanical grace that made them seem like they were swimming through vacuum. "Contact," Calder announced, voice sharp. 4 hostiles, coordinated assault. Lances ready, covering fire on my mark." They attacked. All 4 simultaneously, coordinated strike, timed to hit the assault team from multiple angles while they were still processing the horror of the feeding ground. 1 from above, 1 from below, 2 from flanking positions, appendages extended, sensory clusters locked onto human targets. Calder's training took over, bypassing conscious thought. "Mark!" Voss triggered her thermal lance. Superheated plasma carved through vacuum, caught the nearest Type 2 center mass, burned through its carapace with incandescent fury that turned alien armor into molten slag. The creature convulsed, tried to maneuver away from the plasma jet, failed as Voss tracked its movement with precision born from previous kills. It died, messily. Spectacular decompression of internal fluids, carapace fragmenting, biomechanical systems catastrophically failing. 1 down, but 3 remained, and they were learning, adapting their approach vectors to avoid the thermal lance's effective range while closing on the assault team with terrifying speed. "Suppressing fire," Calder ordered. The SOAR volunteers opened up with their weapons. Plasma cutters rated for hull breach operations, now used as improvised firearms. The plasma bolts weren't as focused as Voss's lance, weren't as effective at sustained damage, but they forced the aliens to maneuver defensively, bought precious seconds for the assault team to establish better positioning. Tagawa deployed Persistency's salvage claws through the canyon entrance, massive mechanical arms extending into the combat zone. 1 claw caught an alien mid-maneuver, gripped its carapace with hydraulic force that Calder could hear even through vacuum, the grinding crack of composite armor failing under pressure. The alien thrashed, its appendages slashed at the claw, trying to cut through mechanical systems like it had cut through EVA suits. But Tagawa had reinforced the arms, removed safety limiters, optimized them specifically for combat against these things. The claw squeezed, the alien's carapace cracked, then shattered. Internal structures ruptured, fluids sprayed into vacuum, and the creature went limp in the mechanical grip before Tagawa released it to drift among the feeding ground's other corpses. 2 down, 2 left. And they were close now. closing the final meters before contact with speeds that suggested they'd calculated exactly how fast humans could react, exactly how long it took thermal lances to recharge between bursts, exactly how to exploit the fractional second where the assault team was vulnerable. "Chen, Okonkwo, covering fire on left target," Calder snapped. "Ramirez, with me on the right." The alien hit before he finished the order. Fast. So impossibly fast, crossing the remaining distance in blur of biomechanical motion that Calder's brain barely registered before it was among them. Appendages slashing, targeting the human it had identified as command authority. Targeting him. Calder rolled, pure zero-G instinct, decades of belt operations translating into muscle memory faster than conscious thought. The alien's strike missed his torso by centimeters, caught his equipment pack instead, shredded through straps and composite material. He fired his sidearm. Point-blank range. The kinetic rounds punched through the alien's sensory cluster. Caro's intelligence about weak points proving accurate. And the creature recoiled, damaged but not dead, still functional despite catastrophic sensor loss. Then Ramirez was there with her plasma cutter, aggressive and fast, burning through the joint section between carapace plates like she'd spent months learning alien anatomy instead of 3 desperate days. The alien tried to counter, appendages seeking her with blind precision, even with its sensors destroyed. It caught her. One appendage, razor-edged and biomechanically powerful, pierced straight through her EVA suit at the abdomen, through composite armor, through her body, emerging from her back trailing blood that crystallized instantly in vacuum. Ramirez made a sound, half scream, half exhalation of explosive decompression, and then she was dying, suit breach catastrophic, internal pressure equalizing with vacuum in seconds that felt like frozen eternity. Calder killed the alien, put 3 rounds into its central mass, the weak point Caro had identified, watched it spasm and fail and drift away. But Ramirez was still dying, still thrashing in the particular horror of vacuum exposure. And there was nothing he could do except, "Emergency seal," he shouted, grabbing her even as training said to let her go, to prioritize the mission, to accept that some casualties couldn't be prevented. "Uric, medical emergency, get the bay prepped for catastrophic suit breach." But he already knew it was too late. Could see it in how Ramirez's movements were slowing, in how the blood crystallization was spreading, in how her eyes were. She went still, dead in his arms. 23 years old, sore student who'd volunteered to help extract her classmates, killed by alien strike in the canyon's darkness while trying to save someone else. Contact left. Voss's warning cut through Calder's shock. The 4th alien was maneuvering toward the volunteer's position, trying to exploit the chaos from Ramirez's death. But Chen and Okonkwo had maintained covering fire, forced it into evasive patterns that brought it toward. Tagawa triggered the shape charges. The explosive charges he'd placed along the canyon side tunnel, backup plan for exactly this situation, detonated with force that collapsed the tunnel entrance in shower of debris and structural fragmentation. The alien was caught in the collapse, crushed between falling sections of reinforced wall, trapped in tons of rubble that pinned it against the canyon floor. It wasn't dead. Calder could see it still moving, still trying to extract itself from the debris. But it was contained, neutralized, no longer immediate threat. Silence. Combat silence. The particular quality of aftermath where everyone's mind was still operating in combat mode, but the immediate threats had been eliminated or contained. 4 aliens, 3 dead, 1 incapacitated, 1 sore volunteer dead, 10 survivors still waiting at the canyon's far end. In the medical station where Caro was holding defensive position with the last of her students. "Status," Calder ordered, voice mechanically calm despite adrenaline and shock and the weight of Ramirez's body still in his arms. "Voss functional, Lance at 40% charge. Tagawa functional, salvage clause operational, persistence, ready for extraction run. Chen functional." Young voice, shaking but determined. "Okonkwo functional." The other volunteers reported in, Functional, scared, but still mission-capable. They just fought biomechanical predators in zero-gravity combat and survived. They'd watched Ramirez die and kept fighting. They were traumatized and terrified and absolutely refusing to break. SOAR had trained them well. "Secure Ramirez," Calder ordered quietly. "We'll recover her body during extraction. Chen, Okonkwo, maintain overwatch. Everyone else advance to medical station. Caro's expecting us." They moved through the canyon's remaining distance, past the feeding ground's horrors, past the drifting bodies and metabolized equipment, toward the far end where SOAR School's medical station had become final defensive position for 15 survivors. Caro was waiting at the medical station entrance, armed, alert, eyes tracking their approach with desperate hope that became profound relief when she saw them. "You came," she said. Simple statement, but carrying weight of 3 days believing rescue was impossible, 3 days watching students die, 3 days of command decisions that sacrificed some people to save others. "We came," Calder confirmed. "Status of survivors? 10 are functional enough for immediate evacuation. 5 are critically injured, 2 with major suit breaches sealed with emergency patches, 2 with radiation exposure from damaged reactor sections, 1 with catastrophic injuries from alien attack. Moving them is risky. Leaving them is death sentence." "Then we're taking all 15. Calder pulled up his tactical display, calculating routes, timing, air supplies. "But we've got a problem. The canyon crossing took longer than projected. Air supplies are at 45 minutes remaining. That's enough for one evacuation run to Jericho with current survivors, but not enough for a return trip to extract the final group." Caro understood immediately. "You're splitting the extraction. 10 now, 5 on final run. Only option, we can't move all 15 fast enough to cross the canyon before air runs out. But 10 can make it if we move immediately. Then we resupply at Jericho and come back for the final 5. That's 2 more canyon crossings, 2 more chances for the aliens to adapt to our tactics. 2 more opportunities to prove they can be beaten." Calder met her eyes. "We've killed 4 today, lost 1, extracted 32 on previous runs. The math is in our favor." The math was absolutely not in their favor, but sometimes you had to lie to maintain morale, had to project confidence you didn't feel to keep people functional in impossible situations. Caro knew he was lying, but she also knew that lies about probability were the only thing keeping everyone moving forward. "Let's get them to persistence," she said. The evacuation was chaos, organized chaos, professional chaos, but still chaos. 10 survivors in various states of injury and exhaustion being maneuvered through 0G toward the canyon entrance, while Chen and Okonkwo maintained defensive positions, and Voss kept her thermal lance ready for hostile contacts that never materialize. The aliens had withdrawn, learning, adapting, calculating new strategies for stopping human rescue operations. They'd be ready for the final extraction run, would have learned from their losses, developed counters to thermal lances and salvage claws and shaped charges, would be waiting. But Calder had 45 minutes of air, 10 survivors who needed immediate evacuation, and 5 critically injured people who'd die if he didn't come back. He'd worry about alien adaptation later. Persistence received the survivors with practiced efficiency. Urich was already moving through triage protocols, her medical base suddenly overwhelmed with casualties that ranged from minor injuries to catastrophic trauma. Tagawa piloted them away from SOAR School, back toward Jericho, while Calder helped secure patients in the cramped medical space. One survivor, female, maybe 19, SOAR student whose name Calder didn't know yet, had an alien wound that made his stomach turn. Her left leg was destroyed below the knee, shredded by biomechanical appendage that had torn through suit, flesh, and bone before Caro had killed the attacking creature. The wound was sealed with emergency nanofoam that was already failing, breaking down under combination of vacuum exposure and whatever enzymes the alien's appendage had introduced. The leg wasn't salvageable. Urich saw it immediately. "I need to amputate. Now, before the wound corruption spreads to her femoral system." "Do it," Calder said. "Here? On persistence? During transit?" Urich's voice carried disbelief. I don't have proper surgical suite, don't have adequate anesthesia, don't have, you have nanosealant and medical training, and a patient who will die if you don't operate immediately? Do it. Urich did it. Calder watched her work. Precise, professional, years of Navy medical experience translating into steady hands despite impossible conditions. She used nanosealant to prevent catastrophic blood loss, plasma cutters to remove destroyed tissue, emergency surgical protocols designed for battlefield conditions where proper medical facilities didn't exist. The student screamed. Even through sedation, through pain management, through everything Urich could do to minimize suffering, she screamed. But she lived. They all lived. 10 survivors extracted from Soar School's nightmare, brought to Jericho's relative safety, handed over to the station's overwhelmed medical teams, who suddenly had 42 refugees requiring treatment and care. 42 people who should be dead. 5 still waiting. 45 minutes of air remaining in Soar School's medical station before the final survivors suffocated. And the aliens had learned from today's combat, adapted to Team Seven's tactics, prepared new strategies for the final extraction run. Calder stood in Jericho's corridor outside the medical bay, listening to the sounds of triage and treatment and trauma care, thinking about Ramirez's body still secured in Persistence' cargo hold, thinking about 5 people waiting to see if rescue was possible or if they'd been abandoned in favor of those who were easier to save. Air supplies are replenishing, Tagwa reported, appearing beside him. We can launch in 30 minutes, enough time to reach Soar School before the final survivors run out of breathable atmosphere. The aliens will be ready, Voss added. She looked exhausted, marked by combat stress and the particular weight of being 23 years old and already responsible for killing multiple hostile entities. They've had time to adapt. Whatever worked in the canyon won't work twice. I know. So what's the plan? Calder thought about tactical probabilities, about alien learning curves, about 5 critically injured people who couldn't fight for themselves and needed someone to prove that impossible extractions were still possible. We go back, he said. We adapt faster than they can. We extract the final 5. And we prove that Team 7 doesn't leave people behind. Even when the math says we should? Especially then. In the medical bay, someone was screaming. The student whose leg Urich had amputated, waking from sedation to discover she'd been rescued but permanently damaged. Saved but irrevocably changed. Rescued. That's what mattered. That's what made the canyon crossing worth Ramirez's death and the injuries and the trauma. 42 people alive who should be dead. 5 more waited. 30 minutes until launch. And the aliens were learning, adapting, preparing their final lesson in why humans couldn't win against biomechanical predators, no matter how determined or skilled or desperate they were. But Team 7 had never been good at accepting lessons. Time to teach another one. Chapter 11. The Weight of Command. Petty Officer First Class. Marina Urich had performed 43 amputations during her 23 years of Navy medical service. Each one a small failure wrapped in the pragmatic necessity of saving lives by sacrificing pieces of them. And she'd learned to compartmentalize the psychological weight through professional detachment that let her focus on successful outcomes rather than permanent losses. This was number 44, and professional detachment was failing her completely because the patient was 19 years old, was screaming despite maximum safe sedation dosage, and was waking up to discover that being rescued meant living without her left leg below the knee. Easy, Urich said, hands steady even though her voice wanted to shake. You're safe. You're at Jericho. The wound was catastrophic. Amputation was necessary to prevent systemic corruption. You're going to survive. The student, her file said Cadet Yelena Sokolov, first year's SOAR program, family in the Outer Belt colonies, stared at where her leg ended in nanosealant bandaging and made a sound that wasn't quite scream, wasn't quite sob, was just pure, visceral horror at discovering her body had been irreversibly changed while she was unconscious. My leg, she whispered. My leg is gone. I'm sorry, but you're alive. Urich increased the sedation carefully, watching monitors that showed Sokolov's vitals spiking with shock and trauma. The alien wound introduced enzymatic corruption that was spreading toward your femoral artery. Another 20 minutes and you would have died from a systemic toxicity. I made the choice to save your life. I'm a SOAR student. I need my legs for zero-G operations, for rescue work, for living, which you're doing. Everything else we'll figure out later. Sokolov's eyes focused on Yurik with desperate intensity born from needing to blame someone for this catastrophic loss. You did this to me. You cut off my leg. Yes, I did. Using emergency surgical protocols in non-optimal conditions because waiting for proper medical facilities would have killed you. Yurik met her gaze without flinching, without offering apologies that would sound like weakness. I understand you're angry. I understand you're traumatized. But right now, I need you to let the sedation work and let me monitor your recovery because I have 41 other patients requiring treatment and limited resources to provide it. Professional, clinical. The tone that said she'd made the correct medical decision regardless of emotional consequences. Sokolov's expression crumpled. She was 19, had probably dreamed of rescue operations career since childhood, had survived 3 days of biomechanical predators hunting her classmates, and now she was rescued but permanently disabled, saved but fundamentally broken. Yurik adjusted sedation levels and moved to the next patient, forcing herself not to think about Sokolov's shattered future, not to calculate how many SOAR students had survived physically intact but psychologically destroyed, not to wonder whether rescue that left people traumatized and damaged was actually worth the tactical risk and resource expenditure. Save lives first, process the psychological weight later. That was the only way to function. Jericho's medical bay was overwhelmed. The facility had been designed for station crew medical needs, routine injuries, occasional emergency treatment, maybe handling casualties from industrial accidents or equipment failures, not mass casualty reception from combat against alien predators. Not 42 survivors requiring simultaneous treatment for injuries ranging from minor suit damage to catastrophic trauma. Every bed was occupied. Every available medic was working. Every piece of medical equipment was being pushed beyond manufacturer specifications. And it still wasn't enough. Yurik moved through triage with systematic efficiency born from decades of experience with insufficient resources. Patient assessment, priority categorization, treatment allocation based on tactical necessity rather than fairness or compassion. The ones who would survive with minimal intervention got basic care and monitoring. The ones who would die regardless of intervention got palliative comfort. The ones who might survive if she made exactly the right choices got her complete focus. She'd learned this calculus in Navy combat operations, had refined it through OBR missions where medical supplies were limited, and every decision meant choosing who lived and who died. Learned it, hated it, accepted it as operational reality. Status, Commander Sisk's voice from the medical bay entrance. She looked like she'd been awake for days. Probably had been, coordinating logistics and intelligence analysis while Yurik handled the medical consequences of tactical decisions. 42 patients admitted, 3 critical, 7 serious, 12 moderate, 20 minor. 1 amputation completed successfully, 2 patients with radiation exposure requiring ongoing chelation therapy, 5 with suit breach injuries sealed with emergency protocols that might fail within 24 hours. Yurik didn't pause her work while reporting. I need additional medical personnel, expanded pharmaceutical supplies, and at least 3 more monitoring systems. Also, replacement nanosealant. I'm down to 2 emergency containers after Sokolov's amputation. Requesting supply priority from Belt Command. But realistically, we won't receive additional support for at least 6 hours. Sisk studied the crowded medical bay. Can you maintain current patient load while Team 7 conducts final extraction run? Define maintain. If you mean keep everyone alive, probably. If you mean provide adequate care according to Navy medical standards, absolutely not. I'll accept probably alive. Yurik wanted to argue, wanted to demand better resources and more support in acknowledgement that she was being asked to perform miracles with inadequate equipment. But Sisk was right. Alive was better than dead, and standards were a luxury they couldn't afford. What's the status on final extraction? Yurik asked, moving to check patient 12's vital signs. The monitor showed concerning cardiac irregularities, probably stress-induced, possibly indicating deeper physiological damage from the alien siege. Calder said 5 survivors remaining at Source School's medical station. That's the problem. Sisk pulled up a holographic display showing sensor data from Source School. We've been analyzing structural scans and communications intercepts. The 5 survivors Caro reported aren't the only people left alive. Urich stopped working. Explain. Source School's HAB section detached during the initial attack. Explosive decompression created debris that drifted approximately 800 meters from the main facility. Caro didn't know about it because communications were severed. But our long-range sensors detected 9 life signs in that debris field, sheltering in a detached hull section that maintained minimal atmosphere. 9 additional survivors. 9 people who'd been surviving alone in a drifting hull fragment, probably believing rescue was impossible, waiting for air to run out or aliens to find them. 14 people, total, requiring extraction. Does Calder know? Urich asked. I'm briefing him now, but we have a capacity problem. Sisk expanded the display to show persistence, equity specifications. The escape pod system we're using for final extraction has rated capacity of 12 passengers in emergency conditions. 14 survivors means we're 2 over safe limits. How unsafe? Overloading by 2 passengers increases catastrophic failure probability by approximately 30%. Life support systems will be strained beyond design parameters. Structural integrity might not hold if we encounter combat maneuvering, and atmospheric recycling will be insufficient if transit time exceeds 20 minutes. So we bring everyone back in 20 minutes or they suffocate, but at least they're all together instead of 2 being left behind to die alone. Commander Calder will probably make that exact argument. Sisk's voice carried the weight of someone who'd spent years watching operators make tactically questionable decisions based on refusing to accept that some people couldn't be saved. Naval regulations and probability calculations both say we should prioritize mission-critical personnel, extract the most salvageable casualties first, return for the others if time and resources permit, meaning leave 2 people behind and hope we can rescue them later. Yes, Cal won't accept that. I know, but I have to present the option. Command decisions require acknowledging all alternatives, even unpalatable ones. Lieutenant Caro appeared in the medical bay entrance, still wearing her damaged EVA suit, looking like she'd aged a decade in 3 days. Her eyes tracked across the crowded space, taking in the survivors she'd commanded, the students she'd kept alive through impossible circumstances, the people who'd been rescued because she'd made tactical decisions that sacrificed some to save others. Sokolov? Caro asked quietly. Is she alive? Leg amputated below knee, nano-sealant holding, vitals stabilizing. She's sedated and angry and traumatized, but she'll survive. Urich gestured toward the occupied bed. You can talk to her when she wakes. Might help to see a familiar face. Caro moved to Sokolov's bedside with careful precision, like she was approaching someone who might shatter at wrong word or gesture. I'm sorry, she whispered, though Sokolov couldn't hear through sedation. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you better. I'm sorry you had to be rescued at all. Urich understood. Command guilt was particular weight that came from being responsible for people who died or were damaged despite your best efforts. From knowing that every tactical decision meant choosing between bad options and worse ones. From carrying psychological burden of leadership when leadership meant accepting that some casualties were inevitable. Caro had commanded SOAR students through 3 days of siege, had watched 233 people die, had made decisions about who to save and who to abandon, had trusted Team 7 to extract survivors and proven right when they'd rescued 42 people who should be dead. Now she was watching Sokolov, 19 years old, SOAR career destroyed, rescued but permanently changed, and probably questioning whether rescue had been worth the cost. You kept her alive, Urich said. 3 days against impossible odds, you kept her and 41 others alive long enough for us to reach them. That counts for something. Does it? She'll never be a SOAR operator now. She'll spend the rest of her life explaining why she's missing a leg, reliving the siege every time someone asks what happened, carrying trauma that'll probably compromise her psychological health, even if we get her excellent psychiatric care. Caro's voice was flat, exhausted. Sometimes I wonder if dying quickly would have been kinder. That's survivor guilt talking. Ignore it. Yurik checked Sokolov's monitors, adjusted medication levels. I've treated thousands of casualties during my career. Amputations, permanent injuries, disabilities that change people's entire life trajectories. And you know what? Most of them wanted to live. Most of them adapted. Most of them found meaning and purpose despite permanent damage. Sokolov will too. You sound very certain. I'm not, but pretending certainty is part of medical treatment. Patients need to believe they'll recover, even when the math says otherwise. Caro almost smiled. Almost. Then returned to her exhausted gravity. Commander Sisk informed me about the debris field survivors. 9 people in detached hull section. Yes. Combined with 5 at medical station, that's 14 requiring extraction. And Persistence's escape pod only holds 12 safely. Yes. Caro processed this with tactical mind that had spent 3 days calculating survival probabilities. So we either overload the system and risk everyone dying during transit, or we prioritize 12 and leave 2 behind to retrieve later. Assuming later exists, assuming we survive the extraction attempt, assuming the aliens don't kill everyone while we're making multiple runs. Those are the options Commander Sisk identified. What does Calder say? He hasn't been briefed yet, but I've worked with him for 7 years. I know what he'll say. That we extract everyone, that nobody gets left behind, that impossible odds are just tactical challenges requiring creative solutions. Caro's voice carried something that might have been respect, might have been exhausted resignation. He really believes that, doesn't he? That every situation can be solved if you're determined enough. Yes, it's simultaneously his greatest strength and most dangerous flaw. Yurik moved to the next patient. Chest trauma from debris impact, breathing labored despite supplemental oxygen. But it's kept me employed for 7 years, so I can't complain too much. Calder appeared in the medical bay entrance right on schedule, followed by Tagawa and Voss. All 3 looked exhausted, marked by combat stress and the particular weight of knowing they were about to return to alien territory for final extraction attempt. Brief me, Calder said without preamble. Sisk mentioned capacity problems. Yurik let Sisk handle the tactical explanation while she continued working. But she listened to the discussion, the way Calder's voice went flat when Sisk suggested prioritizing mission-critical personnel, the way Tagawa started calculating overload tolerances before anyone asked, the way Voss quietly volunteered to stay behind if needed. Nobody stays behind, Calder said. Absolute. Final. The voice that had defined Team 7's operational philosophy for 12 years. We extract all 14, or we don't leave source school. Find another solution. The math doesn't support, Sisk started. Then the math is wrong. Tagawa, can we overload the escape pod by 2 passengers? Technically, yes. Practically, it's catastrophically dangerous. Life support systems will be operating at 117% capacity. Structural integrity will be compromised if we encounter combat maneuvering, and atmospheric recycling will fail if transit exceeds 19 minutes. Tagawa pulled up technical schematics. But it's possible. Barely. If everything goes exactly right. When does everything ever go exactly right? Never. Which is why this is a terrible idea that violates every safety protocol and will probably get everyone killed. But it's possible. Unfortunately, yes. Voss cut in, voice tight with controlled fear. Sergeant, I'm volunteering to stay behind. Reduces passenger load to 13, brings us closer to safe capacity limits. Gives the critically injured better chance of survival. I can shelter at source school until you return for secondary extraction run. Denied. We're not leaving anyone to wait alone in alien territory while hoping we survive long enough to come back for them. But if it increases everyone else's survival odds, doesn't matter. We operate as team, or we don't operate at all. Calder met each of their eyes. I know the capacity math is bad. I know we're risking catastrophic failure. But I also know that leaving people behind when we have technical capacity to extract them means accepting that some lives are worth less than others. And I won't make that call. Yurik understood the subtext. Calder had spent 12 years doing impossible extractions, had built his entire operational philosophy around refusing to accept that some situations were unwinnable, had made career of proving that tactical determination could overcome probability calculations. This was who he was. This was why Team 7 existed. This was why Urich had stayed with this insane assignment for 7 years instead of requesting transfer to somewhere sensible where medical personnel weren't regularly asked to perform miracles with inadequate resources. So we overload the pod, Tagwa said, extract all 14 in single run, except that we're operating beyond safety margins and hope nothing goes catastrophically wrong. Yes, but not through the canyon. Calder pulled up sensor data showing SOAR School's current status. Intelligence indicates the aliens are massing in canyon territory. They learned from our first crossing. They'll be ready for second attempt. Anab, we need alternative approach vector. Sisk highlighted a section of the debris field. The detached hull section, where the 9 survivors are sheltering, it's drifting in debris field approximately 800 meters from SOAR School's main structure. If we can reach it, extract those survivors, then maneuver to medical station and extract the remaining 5, we avoid canyon entirely. Navigation through active debris field would damage ship while carrying 14 passengers in overloaded escape pod, Voss summarized. That's somehow more dangerous than crossing the canyon. Different dangerous, more navigational risk, less direct combat exposure. Trade-off might be favorable. Calder studied the approach vectors with tactical mind calculating risks and probabilities. Tagawa, can persistence handle debris field navigation with current damage status? Can she handle it? Yes. Will it be stable, controlled, or remotely safe? Absolutely not. Forward sensors are degraded, maneuvering thrusters are operating at reduced capacity, and hull integrity is compromised in multiple sections. But she'll fly. Probably, assuming we don't hit anything that punches through our damaged sections. Good enough, Urich wanted to argue. Wanted to point out that this plan violated every operational safety protocol, that overloading the escape pod was dangerous enough without adding debris field navigation through damaged sensors, that accepting this level of risk meant accepting that they might lose everyone, including Team 7. But she'd learned years ago that arguing with Calder when he'd made tactical decision was waste of breath and time. He'd considered the risks, calculated the probabilities, and decided that attempting rescue was worth potential casualties. That was command. That was leadership. That was the weight people like Calder and Caro carried, knowing that their decisions meant life or death for people depending on them, choosing between bad options and worse ones, accepting responsibility for outcomes that might haunt them forever. I need medical protocols for treating casualties during debris field extraction, Urich said. Assuming we survive to bring patients back, what conditions should I expect them in? Radiation exposure from damaged hull sections, possible decompression injuries, extended oxygen deprivation, psychological trauma. Sisk pulled up projected casualty profiles. Also assume at least some combat injuries if aliens intercept our extraction attempt. Wonderful, I'll prepare accordingly. Urich returned to her patients, running mental calculations about pharmaceutical supplies and treatment capacity. When are you launching? 20 minutes. Persistence. Needs final repairs and resupply. Team 7 needs equipment check. And the debris field survivors need warning that we're attempting extraction so they're ready when we arrive. 20 minutes until Team 7 returned to SOAR School's nightmare. 20 minutes until they attempted to navigate debris field with damaged ship, extract 14 survivors in overloaded escape pod, and prove that tactical determination could overcome probability calculations that said this operation was impossible. 20 minutes until Urich found out whether she'd be treating rescued survivors or processing Team 7's casualties. Sokolov stirred in her bed, sedation wearing off enough for consciousness, but not enough for full awareness. Her eyes opened, unfocused, tracking across the medical bay ceiling. Where? She started. Jericho, you're safe. You survived. Urich checked her monitors, adjusted medication. Sleep. Recovery requires rest. My team. Where's my team? Some are here, some died. All of them fought. Urich's voice softened, despite professional detachment. You did everything right, cadet. You survived. That's enough. Sokolov's eyes closed again. consciousness fading back into sedated rest. 19 years old and already carrying trauma that would define her future, already marked by experiences that would haunt her, already changed in ways she couldn't yet understand. Rescued. Kara was still standing beside the bed, watching Sokolov sleep, probably seeing herself in the young cadet, someone who'd survived when others died, someone who'd been rescued but irrevocably changed, someone who'd carry command weight forever. You should get medical treatment, Yurik said. 3 days of siege stress, probable malnutrition, exhaustion that's compromising your cognitive function. After everyone else is safe, Caro's voice carried finality. I don't get treatment while my students are still waiting for rescue. That's tactically irrational. You're degrading your own health to maintain leadership responsibility. I know it's irrational, but it's necessary. Caro met Yurik's eyes. Command means carrying weight that doesn't make logical sense. You understand that? Yurik did. Had spent 23 years watching officers make decisions that prioritized others' welfare over their own, watching leaders accept psychological and physical damage as necessary cost of responsibility. Had spent 7 years watching Calder do exactly that. Watched him make impossible extractions. Watched him refuse to leave people behind. Watched him carry weight of every casualty that happened despite his best efforts. That was leadership. That was command. That was the price people paid for believing that some principles were worth dying for. 20 minutes, Calder announced from across the medical bay. Then we extract the final 14 and finish this mission. The final 14. 14 people waiting in debris field and damaged medical station, believing rescue was possible because Team 7 had proved it could be done. 14 people whose survival depended on overloaded escape pod and debris field navigation, and Team 7's stubborn refusal to accept that some situations were impossible. 14 people who were about to discover whether hope was justified or just tactical liability that got everyone killed. Yurik returned to her work, treating patients, managing resources, preparing for mass casualty reception that might never arrive because Team 7 might not survive this final extraction attempt. Outside the medical bay, Persistence was being prepped for debris field navigation, emergency repairs, resupply operations, final equipment checks, the usual pre-mission chaos. And somewhere in Soar School's debris field, 14 survivors waited, not knowing that Team 7 was coming, not knowing that rescue attempt meant navigating through debris with damaged ship, extracting everyone in overloaded escape pod, proving that tactical determination could overcome impossible odds, not knowing that the aliens were learning, adapting, preparing counters to human rescue operations, just waiting, hoping, believing that rescue was possible because the alternative was accepting death. 20 minutes became 15. 15 became 10. And Yurik stood in Jericho's overwhelmed medical bay, surrounded by rescued survivors who'd been saved but changed. Watching Team 7 prepare for final extraction run that would either complete the mission or prove that some operations really were impossible, regardless of determination or skill. Watching, waiting, hoping. Knowing that hope was dangerous, irrational, statistically unjustifiable. Knowing that it was also the only thing keeping everyone moving forward. The only thing that made impossible extractions even remotely survivable. The only thing that separated Team 7 from every other unit that would have calculated the odds and refused to attempt rescue in the first place. 10 minutes, final countdown, and in the debris field surrounding Soar School's violated structure, the aliens waited too, learning, adapting, preparing, ready to prove that some lessons couldn't be refused. Ready to teach Team 7 that not every extraction succeeded. Ready to demonstrate that hope, determination, and tactical skill weren't always enough. But Team 7 had never been good at accepting lessons. Time to prove it one final time. Chapter 12, Debris Field Gambit. Rafe Calder had piloted Persistence through asteroid fields, radiation storms, and debris zones that would have shredded less experienced operators, But navigating toward a detached hull section, floating in active alien territory while using wreckage as mobile cover, was a new category of tactical insanity that tested even his 12 years of belt operations experience. 300 meters to target hull section, Tagawa reported from the co-pilot station, his voice carrying the particular tension of someone monitoring sensors that were degraded, unreliable, and possibly about to miss something that would kill them. Debris density increasing. I'm reading approximately 250 individual fragments larger than half-meter diameter, plus countless smaller pieces that our damaged sensors can't track. Wonderful. Just what we need. A obstacle course we can only partially see. Calder adjusted persistence. His approach vector, threading between two rotating hull plates that had probably been Source School's outer structure before explosive decompression converted them into spinning death traps. Voss, status on thermal lance? Charged and ready, but in debris field conditions, firing plasma weapons carries significant risk of igniting volatile materials or creating chain reactions through metallic fragments. She paused. Which means, if we encounter hostiles, I might end up killing us along with them. Noted. Try to avoid that if possible. Appreciate the guidance, Sergeant. Really tactical. Calder allowed himself half a smile despite the stress. Voss's sarcasm was developing nicely. Another few years and she'd matched Tagawa's level of using humor to acknowledge terror while maintaining professional composure. The debris field was beautiful in the way that catastrophic destruction was sometimes beautiful when you had enough distance to appreciate the aesthetics instead of processing the human cost. Fragments of Source School structure tumbled through vacuum in complex patterns dictated by physics and initial explosion vectors, each piece catching starlight and reflecting it in fractured geometries that created constantly shifting shadows. Metal and composite materials, corridor sections and equipment modules, all drifting in the slow-motion chaos of zero-gravity fragmentation. And somewhere among that debris, 9 survivors were sheltering in a hull section that had maintained enough structural integrity to preserve minimal atmosphere. 9 people who'd been alone for 3 days, who'd probably given up hope of rescue, who were about to discover that Team 7 specialized in proving hope wasn't always unjustified, if they survived the approach. Contact, Tagawa announced, voice sharpening. Heat signatures, 2 sources, paralleling our approach vector at approximately 100 meters lateral distance. They're tracking us. Aliens, of course they were tracking. They'd learned from previous encounters, had adapted to Team 7's tactics, had proven themselves to be intelligent predators capable of coordinating attacks and predicting human behavior. They wouldn't just let persistence navigate through a debris field unopposed. They'd use the environment to create tactical advantages, set up ambush positions, demonstrate that learning went both directions. Defensive posture, Calder ordered. Tagawa, plot evasive course using debris as cover. Voss, prepare thermal lance but hold fire unless absolutely necessary. We're trying to extract survivors, not start firefight in debris field. They might have different priorities, Voss said. Intelligence suggests they're territorial. We're in their hunting ground. Then we move fast enough that territorial response becomes irrelevant. Calder pushed persistence into acceleration that strained the damaged ship's systems, using a tumbling equipment module as cover while adjusting trajectory to maintain line-of-sight block between them and the tracking aliens. The debris field was three-dimensional maze where every fragment was potential obstacle or potential cover, where navigation required constant recalculation based on collision probabilities and approach vectors. His hands moved across controls with practiced precision that came from years of piloting in impossible conditions. Lateral thruster burn, rotate 15 degrees, main engine pulse, adjust heading to compensate for debris drift. Each maneuver was calculated risk. Each trajectory change was gamble that physics would cooperate and aliens wouldn't anticipate his next move. The hull section appeared on sensors, irregular fragment approximately 40 meters long, showing signs of catastrophic structural damage, but maintaining enough integrity to function as temporary shelter. Calder could see makeshift repairs, emergency patches, the kind of desperate engineering that happened when people were trying to survive with limited resources and impossible odds. 200 meters, Tagawa reported. But the contacts are moving. They're not following our evasive pattern. They're calculating intercept trajectory. They know where we're going. Because they'd learned. Because they'd observed human rescue operations and understood that ships navigating through debris were heading towards specific targets. That evasive maneuvers were temporary delays rather than destination changes. They were hunting with tactical intelligence that shouldn't exist in biomechanical predators. How long until intercept? Calder asked. At current velocities, approximately 90 seconds. They're using debris for cover, same way we are. I can't get clean sensor lock. 90 seconds. Not enough time to reach the hull section, extract survivors, and escape before aliens arrived, which meant they'd either have to fight or find way to delay hostile approach long enough to complete extraction. New plan, Calder said, mind calculating options with a particular clarity that came from years of making tactical decisions where every choice might mean death. Tagawa, I need debris cascade, something that creates temporary barrier between us and pursuing contacts. Debris cascade, right. Just casually rearrange several hundred tons of spinning wreckage to create barrier in zero-gravity environment. Tagawa was already working, pulling up structural analysis of surrounding debris field. I can trigger explosive bolts on that corridor section at bearing 270. If I time it correctly, fragmentation pattern should create kinetic chain reaction through adjacent debris. Might buy us 60 seconds. Do it. One problem, explosive bolts will also create debris moving toward our position. We'll need to navigate through fragmentation pattern while extracting survivors. Better than navigating through aliens. Execute when ready. Calder adjusted. Persistence's approach, positioning them to use the corridor section as temporary shield, while Tagawa prepared his improvised demolition. The debris field was constantly shifting maze where every fragment's trajectory affected every other fragment through gravitational interactions and collision probabilities. And they were about to deliberately destabilize that system to create chaos that would hopefully impede alien pursuit more than it impeded their extraction attempt. Explosive bolts primed, Tagawa reported. Detonating in 3, 2, 1. The corridor section exploded, not actual explosion. Explosive bolts were shaped charges designed to separate structural components without creating secondary damage. But the result was spectacular kinetic event, as corridor fragments scattered in precise vectors that Tagawa had calculated to create maximum debris interaction. Metal pieces the size of Persistence tumbled through vacuum, collided with adjacent fragments, created cascade effect where each collision generated new trajectories that intersected with other debris. Chaos. Beautiful, deadly, tactically useful chaos. The pursuing heat signatures disappeared from sensors as debris field density increased beyond tracking capacity. Either the aliens had retreated to avoid fragmentation pattern, or they'd been caught in cascade, or they were still approaching, but sensors couldn't distinguish them from surrounding wreckage. Clear approach to hull section, Tagawa announced, for approximately 45 seconds before debris pattern stabilizes and they can track us again. Calder pushed. Persistence through the fragmentation field with aggressive maneuvering that made the damaged ship's hull groan with stress. Pieces of corridor structure tumbled past their cockpit, close enough to see surface details, close enough that collision would have punched through their compromised armor. But Tagawa's calculations held. The debris was spreading in pattern that created corridor through chaos, temporary safe passage that would collapse within seconds. 30 meters to hull section, 20, 10, contact. Persistence settled against the detached hull section with magnetic clamps that locked them together in temporary seal. Calder was already moving toward the airlock, weapons ready, preparing to enter unknown structure where 9 survivors had been sheltering for 3 days. Tagawa, maintain position. Boss, with me. We extract fast and return before debris pattern collapses. The airlock cycled, atmosphere equalized, and Calder entered Soar School's detached hull section with tactical awareness that came from years of boarding operations in hostile territory. The interior was disaster. Emergency lighting flickering, atmosphere thin and metallic tasting, structural damage visible in every corridor. But it was also occupied. He could see signs of habitation, emergency supplies arranged in defensive patterns, makeshift repairs that showed someone had been maintaining this fragment's minimal functionality. "This is Sergeant Calder, OBR Team 7, he announced through external speakers. "We're here for extraction. If you can hear this, signal your position." Movement. Shadows shifting in damaged corridor ahead. Then voices. Human voices, scared and desperate, and disbelieving. "Here. We're here. Medical section, 30 meters forward." Calder and Voss advanced toward the voices, finding them clustered in what had been Source School's auxiliary medical station before it became isolated fragment drifting through debris field. 9 survivors, correction, 4 survivors because 5 bodies were arranged along the wall in configuration that suggested they died days ago, and living students had preserved them with whatever dignity circumstances allowed. 4 survivors, not 9. 5 had died waiting for rescue that came too late. "We need to move," Calder said, forcing himself not to process the casualties, not to calculate how many of Source School's 285 students had died because rescue operations couldn't reach them fast enough. "Can you move independently or do you need assistance?" "We can move." The speaker was young, maybe 20, wearing SOAR uniform that marked her as second-year student. "But we've been breathing thin atmosphere for 3 days. Our cognitive function might be compromised." "Understood. Stay close, follow our movements exactly, and don't question tactical decisions. We're extracting through active debris field with hostile contacts pursuing." "Questions? Are we really being rescued? Is this actually happening?" "Yes, now move." They moved. Calder led them back through the damaged hull section, through the airlock, into Persistence, his cargo bay, where Tagawa had prepared emergency seating that was barely adequate for 4 additional passengers in spacecraft already operating beyond safety margins. "Contacts reappearing," Tagawa warned. "Debris patterns stabilizing. They're tracking us again." "How long until intercept?" 2 minutes, maybe less. They're moving faster now. Learn from our evasive patterns, calculating more aggressive intercept trajectories." Calder sealed Persistence, seeks from an airlock and returned to pilot station, already planning extraction route that would get them away from debris field before aliens could engage. But his tactical display showed problem. The heat signatures weren't just pursuing, they were coordinating, splitting into flanking positions that suggested they understood 3-dimensional combat geometry. They were hunting like pack predators, sophisticated, intelligent, terrifyingly effective. "Evasive acceleration," Calder ordered, pushing Persistence's engines into burn that created thrust warnings across his display. The ship wasn't designed for this kind of maneuvering with current damage status, wasn't rated for combat operations with compromised hull integrity, wasn't supposed to be carrying 4 additional passengers through debris field while being hunted by biomechanical predators. But supposed to wasn't relevant. Only survival mattered. Debris field became blur of metal fragments and collision warnings as Calder threaded Persistence through gaps that were barely larger than their ship, using emergency burns to change trajectory at angles that physics said should tear damaged systems apart. Behind them, the heat signatures were keeping pace, matching his maneuvers with precision that suggested they were learning his piloting patterns in real time. "They're predicting our movements," Voss said, voice tight with controlled fear. "Every evasive maneuver, they're calculating where we'll be and adjusting intercept accordingly. Then we stop being predictable." Calder executed maneuver that was tactically insane. Full reverse burn that killed their forward momentum completely, followed immediately by 90-degree lateral thrust that sent them tumbling through debris field in trajectory that violated every piloting convention. The aliens overshot. For 3 seconds they overshot, momentum carrying them past Persistence's new position while their coordination systems recalculated approach vectors. 3 seconds. Barely enough time for Calder to reorient the ship and burn toward clear space beyond debris field's outer boundary. "Collision warning!" Tagawa shouted. Fragment the size of their cockpit tumbled directly into their path. Corridor section that must have been kicked into new trajectory by Calder's reverse burn, now intersecting their escape vector with timing that suggested malicious physics. No time to maneuver. No time to calculate alternate trajectory. Only time to make decision that might kill them or might create opening they needed. Brace! Calder angled. Persistence. To present strongest armor section toward collision, redirected emergency power to structural reinforcement, and prayed that his judgment about debris mass and impact angle was correct. They hit. The collision was controlled catastrophe, glancing impact that sent them spinning, hull plates groaning, damage warnings cascading across Calder's display. But the trajectory change worked, knocked them away from pursuit vector while simultaneously using debris fragment as impromptu shield between them and pursuing aliens. Hull breach in Section 4, Tagawa reported. Emergency seals holding, but we've lost atmospheric integrity and cargo storage. Also, port maneuvering thruster is offline and forward sensors are completely dead now. Can we still fly? Define fly. If you mean maintain controlled trajectory toward Jericho, yes. If you mean conduct precision navigation or combat maneuvers, absolutely not. First definition is good enough. Calder pushed persistence toward clear space, away from debris field and pursuing aliens, toward Jericho's relative safety. Behind them, the heat signatures were recalculating, adjusting their pursuit, demonstrating that learning and adaptation were continuing processes. But they were also falling behind. Persistence was damaged, compromised, barely functional, but still faster in open space than biomechanical predators who seemed optimized for debris field combat rather than sustained pursuit. Clear of debris field, Tagawa announced. Aliens are not pursuing beyond boundary. They're returning to SOAR school territory. Because that's their nest, their claimed space. Voss sounded exhausted, marked by 3 sequential combat encounters in as many hours. We're leaving their hunting ground, so they're letting us go. Territorial behavior, Calder confirmed, which means the final extraction from medical station will face similar defensive response. They'll defend their claimed territory against intrusion. One of the rescued survivors, the second-year student who'd spoken earlier, appeared in the cockpit doorway. Did you say final extraction? There are more people alive? 10 survivors at SOAR School's medical station. We're extracting them as soon as we deliver you to Jericho and resupply. 10 people in the medical corps? Her voice carried desperate urgency. You can't delay extraction. Their air supply was critically low when we evacuated to this hull section 3 days ago. They might have 15 minutes remaining, maybe less. 15 minutes. Calder's tactical mind recalculated with sick realization. They'd spent 40 minutes on debris field extraction. 40 minutes that meant the final survivors at medical station were now minutes from suffocation. Return to Jericho, transfer survivors, resupply persistence. Return to SOAR school, that was minimum 60 minutes of operational time. 60 minutes for people who had 15. The math was impossible. Tagawa, can we skip Jericho resupply? Go directly to medical station extraction? We're carrying 4 passengers in cargo bay with no proper seating. We've got compromised hull integrity in multiple sections. Port thruster is offline and sensors are degraded to point of tactical blindness. Attempting another extraction run without repairs and resupply is possible or impossible. Possible, barely, but it means everyone stays on persistence during final extraction. No transferring passengers to safety, no emergency medical treatment, no backup systems if something fails. We commit to final run with everyone on board, or we don't go at all. Calder looked at his displays, calculating probabilities that said this was a terrible idea, that suggested returning to Jericho was tactically correct choice, even if it meant the final 10 of survivors died before they could be rescued. Standard protocols said, save the people you had instead of risking them to save people who might already be dead. Standard protocol said, accept casualties when tactical situation was impossible. Standard protocol said, screw standard protocol. Calder adjusted their trajectory towards SOAR school instead of Jericho. We're going directly to medical station. Everyone stays on board. We extract all 10 survivors simultaneously and prove that 15 minutes is enough time when you refuse to accept that it isn't. That's tactically insane, Boss said. Yes, but tactical insanity is our operational specialty. He opened comm channel to Jericho. Commander Sisk, this is Calder. We've extracted 4 survivors from debris field hull section, proceeding directly to final extraction at Source School Medical Station. Be advised, we're operating beyond safety margins with damaged systems and overloaded capacity. Sisk's response carried weight of someone who'd spent years watching operators make decisions that violated regulations in service of mission completion. Understood, Sergeant. For the record, I recommend returning to Jericho for resupply and repairs before attempting final extraction. Recommendation noted and disregarded. Final survivors have approximately 15 minutes of air remaining. We don't have time for proper protocols. Then good luck. Jericho Medical is standing by for mass casualty reception when you return. Assuming you return. We'll return. Team 7 doesn't fail final extractions. Calder ended transmission and focused on piloting Persistence toward Source School's medical station. Where 10 people were suffocating while waiting for rescue, that probability calculation said wouldn't arrive in time. Where Lieutenant Caro was probably making final command decisions about who got priority for remaining oxygen, who lived a few minutes longer while others died faster. Where the aliens had claimed territory and would defend it against human intrusion with tactical sophistication that increased with every encounter. 15 minutes. Damaged ship. Overloaded capacity. Impossible extraction. Standard Team 7 operation. Approaching Source School, Tagawa reported. Medical station is in canyon-adjacent structure. We'll need to dock at primary airlock and traverse approximately 200 meters of interior corridor to reach survivors. What about alien presence? Sensors are too degraded for accurate count, but I'm reading multiple heat signatures in surrounding structure. They know we're coming. They're positioned to intercept. Of course they were. They'd learned from previous encounters, adapted their defensive tactics, prepared for exactly this scenario. The final extraction wouldn't be simple rescue operation. It would be combat insertion into defended territory against enemies who'd proven they could kill humans and learn from every encounter. Everyone listen up, Calder announced through shipwide comm. We're conducting final extraction under combat conditions. 4 passengers from debris field. You'll shelter in cargo bay during operation. Voss, you're with me on extraction team. Tagawa maintains persistence and provides fire support with salvage claws if needed. Rules of engagement? Voss asked. Lethal force authorized. Maximum aggression. We're not trying to study these things or capture specimens. We're killing anything between us and those 10 survivors. Calder checked his sidearm, verified ammunition count, prepared for combat that would either complete their mission or prove that some extractions really were impossible. Once we reach medical station, we extract everyone simultaneously. No prioritization, no triage, no leaving anyone behind because math says they don't fit. The escape pod capacity, we're overloading it. 14 total survivors in system rated for 12. It'll be dangerous, uncomfortable, and probably violate every safety regulation. But everyone lives or everyone dies together. Through the cockpit window, Source School loomed ahead, violated structure that had been training facility and was now alien nest, a graveyard for 233 students, and temporary shelter for 10 people who were minutes from suffocation. 10 people who were about to discover whether Team 7's reputation for impossible extractions was justified or just statistical luck that was about to run out. Calder brought Persistence into docking approach, magnetic clamps engaging Source School's airlock with mechanical precision that was completely at odds with the tactical chaos they were about to enter. Final extraction. Final run. Final chance to prove that hope wasn't just dangerous delusion, that some principles were worth dying for, that refusing to leave people behind made difference between humans surviving in the belt and humans becoming victims of environments too hostile for habitation. The airlock cycled, atmosphere equalized. And Calder stepped into Source School's darkened corridors one final time, knowing that the next few minutes would either complete their mission or kill them trying, knowing that 10 people were suffocating, knowing that aliens were waiting, knowing that this was what Team 7 did, proved impossible extractions were possible through nothing more than tactical competence and stubborn refusal to accept failure. 200 meters to medical station, he said. Let's finish this. They advanced into darkness toward the final survivors, toward combat that would determine whether all 14 people returned to Jericho alive or whether Source School claimed more casualties before Team 7 could complete their extraction, toward the moment where hope either became reality or died trying. 15 minutes of air remaining, 200 meters of hostile territory, and Team 7, once again, refusing to accept that some people couldn't be saved. The corridor ahead was dark, silent, waiting for them to prove that impossible was just another word for tactical challenge. Waiting to see if humans really belonged in the belt's deep spaces or if alien predators would teach final lesson about mortality. Waiting for Team 7 to either succeed or fail. To either extract everyone or lose everything. To either prove hope was justified or learn that determination alone wasn't enough. The darkness waited. The aliens waited. And somewhere ahead, 10 people suffocated while counting down their final minutes, believing rescue would come because the alternative was accepting they'd been abandoned. Calder checked his weapon one final time and advanced toward medical station, toward the final extraction, toward the moment that would define whether Team 7's 12-year record of impossible rescues continued or ended in Source School's violated corridors. The countdown showed 14 minutes remaining, time to prove it was enough. Chapter 13, All or Nothing. Lieutenant Sakura Karo had made 63 command decisions during the 3-day siege of Soar School, and every single one of them had involved choosing who lived and who died, prioritizing defensible positions over people trapped in indefensible ones, rationing oxygen to those most likely to survive instead of distributing it equally, abandoning corridors full of screaming students because holding them meant losing everyone instead of just some. She learned to calculate acceptable losses, to make tactical compromises, to accept that command meant carrying weight of casualties that happened because perfect solutions didn't exist. Then Sergeant Calder reached the medical station with 14 minutes of air remaining and refused to accept any of those lessons. "Status," he said, entering through the emergency airlock with weapon ready and Sergeant Voss flanking him, both moving with tactical precision that came from years of operations in hostile territory. Not a question, a command delivered with absolute expectation of immediate response. 10 survivors, all critical condition, Caro reported, forcing her exhausted mind to function through 3 days of oxygen deprivation and stress. 2 with major suit breaches sealed with failing nanofoam, 3 with radiation exposure from damaged reactor sections, 2 with traumatic injuries from alien attacks, 3 with oxygen deprivation damage. Air supply remaining, 13 minutes, 30 seconds. Maybe less if the failing seals deteriorate faster. Calder surveyed the medical station, makeshift shelter that Caro had fortified with whatever materials she could salvage, creating defensive position around the 10 students who were too injured to evacuate when she'd moved other survivors to the debris field hull section days ago. 10 students who'd been waiting to die, who'd believed rescue was impossible, who'd spent their final hours saying goodbyes and making peace with mortality. "Can they move?" Calder asked. "Some can move independently with assistance. Others will require stretchers or zero-G transport assists. None of them should be moved under normal protocols. They need proper medical facilities, controlled environments, gradual decompression management. But they can be moved. Physically, yes. Medically, it's catastrophically dangerous." "Noted. We're moving them anyway." Calder pulled up tactical display showing Soar School's layout. "Escape pod is docked at primary airlock, 200 meters from this position. We need to traverse interior corridors that are likely defended by hostile entities who've learned our tactical patterns from previous encounters." Caro's tactical mind, trained through years of rescue operations theory, refined through 3 days of desperate practice, calculated the probabilities. 200 meters of hostile corridor, 10 critical casualties requiring transport assistance, aliens positioned in defensive ambush. Even with covering fire, we'll lose people during extraction. The math doesn't support. The math is wrong. Calder said it with absolute certainty, with voice that carried 12 years of proving impossible extractions were possible. "We're extracting all 10 simultaneously. No prioritization, no triage, no leaving anyone behind because tactical situation is difficult. That's operationally insane. You should evacuate the ones who can move independently first. Return for the critical casualties on secondary run. No time. Air remaining is 13 minutes. Round trip to Jericho and back would take minimum 40 minutes. He met her eyes. So we extract everyone now, or we extract nobody. Those are the only options I'm considering. Commander Sisk's voice cut through comms with sharp urgency. Sergeant Calder, this is Commander Sisk monitoring from Jericho. I'm hearing your extraction plan, and I need to formally register objection. The risk level is unacceptable. You're proposing to conduct combat evacuation through defended territory while transporting 10 critical casualties, then overload escape pod beyond safety margins with 14 total passengers. The probability of catastrophic failure is high. I know. I've run the calculations. Calder's voice didn't change, didn't acknowledge the very reasonable objections that regulations and probability said should stop this operation. But the alternative is choosing which survivors live and which ones suffocate in the next 13 minutes. And I didn't come here to make those choices. I came here to get everyone out. Carol felt something shifting in her chest. Not quite hope. Because hope had died sometime during the second day when she'd watched aliens kill her students and learned that determination alone couldn't save everyone. But something adjacent to hope. Something that resembled the belief that impossible situations might have solutions if you refuse to accept conventional tactical limitations. Commander, you can note your objections in the operational report, Calder continued, but I'm proceeding with simultaneous extraction. Regulations can court-martial me later if we survive. Silence on the comms. Then Sisk's voice, carrying resignation that came from years of watching operators make tactically questionable decisions that somehow succeeded. Understood, Sergeant. Jericho is standing by for mass casualty reception. Urich is prepared for emergency treatment of 14 passengers in various states of critical injury. Don't make me explain to Belt Command why I authorized this operation. If we die, you can blame it on my insubordination. If we succeed, you can take credit for supporting innovative tactical approaches. That's not how command responsibility works. I know, but it's how I'm framing it anyway. Calder switched channels. Tagawa, status on escape pod preparation? Pod is prepped for maximum overload capacity. I've disabled safety limiters, recalibrated atmospheric recycling for 14 passengers, and reinforced structural supports with whatever materials I could salvage from persistence. It'll hold, probably. If we don't exceed 19 minutes of transit time, and nobody's injuries cause catastrophic complications, good enough. Voss, you're taking point position as primary lancer during extraction. Thermal lance fully charged? Yes, Sergeant, but I need to formally state that close combat specialist role in confined corridors against multiple hostiles is tactically terrifying and dangerous. I know. You volunteered for it anyway. Trust your training and remember that you've already killed these things at close range. You know their weak points. Voss's voice carried weight of 23-year-old accepting responsibility that should belong to more experienced operators. Understood. I'll kill anything between us in the escape pod. Carol watched this exchange. Team 7 coordinating impossible extraction with professional efficiency that made it seem almost routine. Calder making decisions that regulations said should fail, but his voice suggested would somehow succeed. Each team member accepting roles that could kill them, because their sergeant believed survival was possible. This was what command could be, not just managing casualties and accepting losses, but refusing to compromise on principles even when probability calculations said you should. Lieutenant Caro, Calder's attention focused on her completely. I need your tactical assessment. You've spent 3 days observing alien behavior patterns. How will they respond to extraction attempt through defended corridors? She thought about the question, not about what regulations said or what tactical doctrine suggested, but about what she'd actually observed watching biomechanical predators hunt her students. They'll defend their claimed territory with coordinated assault, she said, probably ambush positions in corridor choke points, Type 2s for direct combat, Type 3 coordinating from rear position. They've learned to predict human movement patterns. Standard evasion tactics won't work because they'll anticipate our approach vectors. So we need unpredictable tactics. Aggressive, Fast, using methods they haven't observed yet. Yes, but that requires resources we don't have. More personnel, better weapons, demolitions for creating diversionary chaos. We have demolitions? Tagawa's voice through comms. I prepped shaped charges for canyon collapse during previous mission planning. Never got to use them because we avoided canyon crossing. But they're still available. Calder's expression shifted. Tactical mind calculating new options, new approaches, ways to convert available resources into victory conditions. Tagawa, can you rig diversionary detonations in maintenance sections adjacent to our extraction route? Create enough chaos to split alien attention? Absolutely. Give me 5 minutes and access to maintenance tunnels. I'll create explosion patterns that'll make them think we're attacking from multiple vectors simultaneously. Do it! Voss, once diversions detonate, you advance with thermal lance and clear direct path to escape pod. I'll coordinate defensive fire with Caro's remaining students, assuming she's willing to commit them to combat operations. Caro felt the weight of that assumption. Her students, 20 survivors at Jericho, 10 critical casualties here at medical station, all of them traumatized and exhausted, and probably compromised by 3 days of siege stress. Calder was asking her to commit them to defensive combat against enemies who killed 233 of their classmates. Standard doctrine said you didn't ask traumatized survivors to return to combat. Said you protected them, sheltered them, accepted that they'd been through enough. But standard doctrine also said you prioritized salvageable casualties and accepted losses when tactical situations were impossible. And Calder had just proved that standard doctrine was wrong about what constituted acceptable choices. I have 3 students here at medical station who are functional enough for defensive operations, Caro said, making command decision that felt simultaneously reckless and necessary. Chen, Okonkwo, and Kimura. All survived multiple alien encounters. All volunteered to help with rescue operations. I'm committing them to defensive line during extraction. Lieutenant, Sisk's voice carried concern. Those students are survivors of prolonged siege. They're not combat-ready operators. Using them for defensive operations violates multiple regulations. I know, I'm doing it anyway. Caro felt something hardening in her voice. 3 days of command decisions crystallizing into clarity about what principles mattered. They want to help. They know the facility layout. They've fought these things before, and I'm not going to deny them agency just because regulations say survivors should be passive recipients of rescue. Silence. Then Calder's voice, carrying respect that hadn't been there before. Understood, Lieutenant. Welcome to tactically questionable decision-making. It's terrifying, but occasionally effective. I've been making tactically questionable decisions for 3 days, Sergeant. This is just the first time I'm doing it with support instead of alone. Then let's prove questionable decisions can succeed. Calder pulled up detailed tactical display. Here's the plan. Tagawa detonates diversionary charges in maintenance sections, creates chaos that splits alien attention across multiple approach vectors. While they're responding to diversions, Voss advances with thermal lance and clears direct path through primary corridor. Caro and her students maintain defensive positions here at medical station, provide covering fire for casualties during transport to escape pod. I coordinate movement and ensure nobody gets separated or left behind. What about Urich? Voss asked. She's on persistence with medical equipment. Should she join extraction team? Negative. Urich maintains position on ship and preps emergency medical response for when we return with 14 critical casualties. Her combat skills are adequate, but her medical expertise is irreplaceable. Can't risk her in direct engagement. Caro studied the tactical plan, looking for flaws, calculating probabilities, trying to find the operational weakness that would make this impossible. But she couldn't. The plan was dangerous, yes, risky and aggressive, and dependent on precision timing, but also tactically sound if you accepted the premise that extracting everyone simultaneously was worth the enhanced risk. If you refused to choose who lived and who died, if you believed some principles were more important than survival probability. One problem, she said, the escape pod route requires crossing canyon-adjacent corridors. Intelligence suggests aliens have massed at least 6 entities in that territory. They're defending their primary nest area. Even with diversions and aggressive tactics, we'll face concentrated resistance. I know, that's why Tagawa's preparing final trap. Calder's voice carried grim satisfaction. Canyon collapse. Shape charges positioned to bring down structural supports and seal that 800-meter chamber completely. Once we're clear with all survivors, we trigger collapse and eliminate their primary territory. That'll trap any aliens still in the canyon, kill them through structural collapse and atmospheric venting. Yes, is that a problem? Caro thought about whether killing intelligent creatures through environmental destruction was acceptable, whether they deserved consideration beyond tactical threat assessment. Then she thought about 233 dead students, about 3 days of watching biomechanical predators hunt people she'd been responsible for protecting, about Sokolov's amputated leg and Ramirez's death, and every casualty that had happened because these things had claimed human territory as their nest. No, she said, it's not a problem. It's justice. Good, then we're committed. Calder checked his tactical chrono. Air remaining, 11 minutes, 40 seconds. Tagawa needs 5 minutes for demolition prep. That leaves 6 minutes for extraction run, escape pod boarding, and departure before survivors start suffocating. Questions? Chen spoke up from the medical station's corner. Young voice carrying determination born from 3 days of survival. Rules of engagement, Sergeant. Lethal force against all hostiles. Maximum aggression. You see alien movement, you kill it. No warnings, no attempts at deterrence. We're not studying them or trying to establish communication. We're clearing path through enemy territory to complete extraction mission. Understood. Okonkwo raised her hand like she was in classroom instead of preparing for combat. What if we get separated during extraction? If aliens break through defensive line or casualties can't keep pace? You fall back to rally points, we'll designate a long route. But nobody gets left behind. If someone falls, we recover them. If someone's wounded, we treat them. If someone can't move, we carry them. Team 7 doesn't abandon people just because tactical situation gets complicated. Kimura, quiet student who'd apparently survived by learning alien movement patterns through careful observation, asked the question Caro had been thinking. And if the plan fails? If the aliens overwhelm us, or the escape pod can't handle overload capacity, or we don't reach it before air runs out? Calder met each of their eyes. Then we die fighting instead of suffocating while waiting. But we don't fail. Team 7 has completed 317 impossible extractions across 12 years of operations. We've saved people from situations that probability said were unwinnable. We've proved that determination and tactical competence can overcome statistical inevitability. This is just another impossible extraction, and we're very good at those. Caro felt it then. Hope, actual hope, not just wishful thinking or denial, but genuine belief that rescue was possible. Felt it spreading through the medical station as students who'd been preparing to die started believing they might actually survive. Tagawa, begin demolition prep, Calder ordered. 5 minutes, then we move. Everyone else prepare casualties for transport. Priority sequence for defensive positions. Voss takes point with thermal lance. I maintain middle coordination. Kuro and students hold rear defensive line. We move fast, we move together, and we don't stop until everyone's on that escape pod. They moved into preparation with practiced efficiency that made Caro realize this was normal for Team 7. Impossible extractions, overloaded capacity, tactical decisions that regulations said should fail. This was what they did. This was who they were. She started organizing her students, Chen checking weapons, Okonkwo coordinating casualty transport assists, Kimura studying corridor layouts for optimal defensive positions. They were scared, exhausted, traumatized by 3 days of siege. But they were also sore students, trained for rescue operations in impossible conditions, taught that some situations required accepting enhanced risks to save lives. And after watching Team 7 prove that impossible extractions were possible, they were ready to fight one more time. Lieutenant, Urich's voice through comms carrying medical authority that cut through tactical planning. I'm loading emergency medical gear for 14 critical casualties. But I need you to understand, if anyone experiences catastrophic medical emergency during extraction or pod transit, My treatment options will be severely limited. No surgical suite, minimal pharmaceuticals, basic life support only. Some injuries I won't be able to fix. Understood, petty officer. Do what you can. That's all anyone can do. Fair enough. Just wanted to set expectations. Medical miracles are Calder's specialty, not mine. Caro helped prepare casualties for transport, checking nanofoam seals, verifying oxygen supplies, ensuring each injured student had whatever life support they needed for the extraction run. They were fragile, compromised, probably shouldn't survive the transport stress. But they'd survived 3 days that should have killed them. They could survive another 6 minutes. They had to. Demolition's ready, Tagawa reported. Charges positioned in maintenance sections at coordinates I'm transmitting now. Detonation will create cascade effect through adjacent corridors, forcing aliens to respond to multiple threat vectors simultaneously. Should buy approximately 90 seconds of confusion before they adapt. 90 seconds to cross 200 meters and board escape pod, Voss said. That's optimistic even without injured casualties. Then we move faster than optimistic projections suggest. Calder checked his tactical chrono. Air remaining, 7 minutes, 10 seconds. Everyone in position? Caro surveyed her students. Chen and Okonkwo ready with salvage plasma cutters, Kimura maintaining defensive position near the casualties. All three marked by 3 days of siege but determined to fight anyway. Medical station defense ready, she confirmed. Point position ready, Voss reported. Thermal lance charged and gripped with hands that barely shook despite the weight of accepting close combat specialist role. Persistence. Ready for emergency departure, Tagawa announced. Escape pod configured for maximum overload. Everything's as prepared as it's going to be. Then we move. Calder took position at the medical station's entrance. Weapon ready, voice carrying absolute conviction. Tagawa, detonate diversions in 30 seconds. Voss, advance on my mark. Everyone else, maintain defensive formation. And remember, nobody gets left behind. We extract everyone or we don't leave at all. 30 seconds. Caro watched the countdown, thinking about 63 previous command decisions, about choosing who lived and who died, about accepting that perfect solutions didn't exist, and casualties were inevitable cost of operating in hostile environments. Thinking about Calder's refusal to accept any of those compromises. 15 seconds. She'd spent 3 days believing that command meant managing losses, that leadership required accepting some people couldn't be saved, that tactical reality superseded principles when survival was at stake. 10 seconds. But watching Team 7 prepare impossible extraction with absolute commitment to getting everyone out, she realized she'd been wrong about what command could mean when you refused to compromise. 5 seconds. Hope was dangerous, irrational, statistically unjustifiable. 3. But also the only thing that made impossible situations survivable. 2. The only thing that separated humans who thrived in the belt from humans who became casualties. 1. Mark, Calder said. Explosions rippled through source school's maintenance sections. Tagawa's diversionary charges detonating in cascade pattern that created chaos across multiple corridors. The aliens would respond, would move to investigate threats, would split their defensive positioning, would create opening that Team 7 would exploit. Move, Calder ordered. They moved. Voss advancing with thermal lance ready. Calder coordinating defensive formation. Caro and her students transporting casualties through corridors toward escape pod and salvation, and proof that some extractions succeeded despite impossible odds. Move toward the canyon-adjacent corridors where 6 aliens waited in defended territory. Move toward the final evacuation that would either complete their mission or kill them trying. Move with hope, dangerous, irrational hope, that 14 people would survive the next 6 minutes. The corridor ahead was dark, echoing with distant explosions from Tagawa's diversions. And somewhere in that darkness, the aliens were responding, adapting, preparing to prove that some territories couldn't be violated regardless of human determination. But Team 7 was advancing anyway, advancing toward the canyon, advancing toward combat that would determine whether impossible extractions succeeded or failed. Advancing with absolute conviction that everyone would survive because accepting any alternative meant abandoning the principles that defined who they were. The darkness waited. The aliens waited. And Caro advanced with her students, believing for the first time in 3 days that rescue wasn't just wishful thinking. That hope had power beyond statistical probability, that some principles were worth fighting for even when the math said you should surrender. 6 minutes of air remaining, 200 meters to the escape pod, and the canyon ahead defended by at least 6 creatures who'd claimed it as territory. Time to prove that human determination could overcome biomechanical predators. Time to complete the impossible extraction. Time to bring everyone home. The corridor opened into canyon-adjacent space, and the aliens were waiting. Chapter 14. The Canyon Crossing. Part 1. Sergeant Leor Voss had completed 5 months of OBR training that emphasized tactical caution, calculated risk assessment, and the fundamental principle that aggressive tactics in unknown environments got operators killed. And now she was violating every single one of those principles by advancing into the canyon with a thermal lance, while 6 biomechanical predators defended territory they'd claimed through 3 days of hunting humans. The canyon entrance loomed ahead like the throat of some massive creature that had swallowed SOAR school students and was waiting to swallow her too. 800 meters of zero-gravity training chamber that should have been filled with rescue exercise simulations, now converted into alien nests through occupation and whatever purposes predators had for spaces designed for human use. Darkness. Silence broken only by her breathing inside her EVA suit and the distant rumble of Tagawa's diversionary explosions rippling through maintenance sections. And movement, heat signatures on her degraded sensors, biomechanical shapes positioning themselves in ambush configurations that suggested they'd learned from previous encounters, that they understood human tactics well enough to counter them. 6 contacts, maybe more hidden beyond sensor range. Diversions detonating, Tagawa announced through comms, his voice carrying the particular tension of someone who'd rigged explosives to create chaos and was hoping the chaos went where intended instead of killing friendly forces. Cascade pattern should force aliens to split attention across multiple threat vectors. You've got approximately 90 seconds before they adapt. 90 seconds to cross 200 meters of defended territory, extract 10 critical casualties, and board escape pod that was already overloaded beyond safety margins. 90 seconds to prove that aggressive tactics could overcome intelligent predators in their home territory. Voss gripped her thermal lance tighter, feeling the weapon's weight in 0G, remembering how it had felt to kill that Type 2 during the first extraction run. The resistance as plasma burned through alien armor. The way the creature had thrashed and died. The sick satisfaction of proving these things could be hurt. She'd killed before. Had proved she could function in close combat against enemies that terrified her. Time to prove it again. On my mark, Calder said from his position, coordinating the defensive formation. His voice carried absolute conviction that this impossible plan would somehow succeed. Voss advances with thermal lance, clears initial path. Caro and SOAR Vanguard provide covering fire. Medical team transports casualties through cleared corridor. Everyone maintains formation, nobody breaks defensive line, and we don't stop moving until everyone's on that escape pod. Understood, Voss said, trying to make her voice sound as confident as Calder's, even though fear was threatening to compromise her tactical focus. 5 months of training, 3 previous extraction runs, multiple alien kills. She was ready, had to be ready, because 10 people were suffocating, and the alternative to advancing was accepting their deaths. Mark, Calder ordered. Voss moved. The canyon swallowed her immediately. Transition from confined corridor to massive open chamber, creating instant tactical disorientation as her spatial awareness struggled to process the scale. 800 meters stretched ahead, filled with debris from SOAR school's destruction, bodies from the siege drifting in 0G configurations that suggested they died trying to cross this exact space, and movement that resolved into alien shapes positioning themselves to intercept. Her sensors locked onto nearest contact. Type 2, approximately 40 meters ahead, using structural debris as cover while its sensory cluster tracked her approach. It knew she was coming, had calculated her trajectory, was preparing counterattack. Voss triggered the thermal lance. Superheated plasma carved through vacuum in brilliant stream that turned darkness into incandescent glare, caught the alien as it tried to maneuver away from the attack, burned through its carapace with force that made the creature's biomechanical systems catastrophically fail. The Type 2 convulsed, tried to retreat, died in explosion of flash-frozen fluids and fragmenting armor. 1 down, 5 remaining. Maybe more. Contact left. Chen's warning from the defensive formation behind her. Voss spun, zero-G maneuver that required thruster assist, and saw another Type 2 approaching from flanking position, appendages extended, moving with terrifying speed through debris field toward the medical team transporting casualties. Kara was faster. Her rifle discipline was precise, controlled, the product of years training SOAR students in zero-G combat techniques. She fired 3 rounds that punched through the alien's sensory cluster, exactly the weak point intelligence had identified, and the creature recoiled, blinded, systems compromised. Chen followed up with plasma cutter strike that burned through the alien's central mass. It died messily, fluids crystallizing in vacuum, biomechanical components failing in cascade pattern. 2 down, but the others were adapting. Voss could see it in how they moved, no longer following predictable attack patterns, no longer approaching from obvious vectors. They were learning from watching their companions die, calculating new tactics in real time. "They're flanking," Okonkwo shouted. "Multiple contacts maneuvering around defensive perimeter?" Calder's voice cut through the chaos with command authority that imposed order on tactical panic. "Medical team, maintain forward momentum toward escape pod. Defensive vanguard, establish overlapping fields of fire. Don't let them isolate anyone from the formation." Voss advanced deeper into the canyon, lance ready, scanning for targets while her tactical mind tried to predict alien positioning based on previous encounter patterns. The debris field was 3-dimensional maze, where every fragment was potential cover or potential obstacle, where combat required constant spatial awareness and the acceptance that threats could come from any direction. Movement above. Alien dropping from ceiling structure in attack vector that would have been impossible for human without propulsion assist. Voss fired. The plasma stream caught it mid-descent, burned through armor, killed it before it reached the defensive formation. 3 down, half remaining, assuming sensor count was accurate, assuming there weren't more hidden beyond detection range. The medical team was advancing through cleared path, SOAR students carrying injured casualties, maintaining defensive formation despite fear and exhaustion, proving that trauma survivors could still function as operators when mission required it. Voss could see Wei, young student, maybe 19, carrying medical supplies and helping transport casualties who couldn't move independently. Then the alien hit from blind angle none of their sensors had detected. Appendage slashing toward Wei with biomechanical precision. Wei saw it coming, made choice in fractional second, threw herself between the alien and the medic she was protecting, accepted the strike that would have killed the other student. The alien's appendage punched through her EVA suit at the chest, through armor, through body, through everything that separated life from vacuum exposure. Wei died instantly. Explosive decompression, catastrophic suit breach, systems failure that came from losing pressure in seconds instead of controlled minutes. "Medic down!" someone screamed. "Keep moving," Calder ordered, voice hard despite the casualty. "We bought you time, don't waste it by stopping to recover her body. Complete the extraction." It was brutal, necessary. The tactical reality that sometimes you couldn't save everyone and stopping to mourn got more people killed. But it still felt like abandonment, like failure, like proof that even impossible extractions came with costs they couldn't prevent. Voss killed the alien that had killed Wei, burned through its carapace with sustained plasma stream, watched it die the way Wei had died, knew that revenge didn't actually balance the scales but provided some grim satisfaction anyway. 4 down. Canyon midpoint reached, Tagawa reported. Escape pod is docking at far end. Medical team needs to maintain current pace for another 90 seconds to reach boarding point. 90 seconds. Still possible, if nothing else went catastrophically wrong. Then Voss's sensors showed new contacts. not the remaining two aliens from original defensive position, but additional heat signatures emerging from canyon side tunnels from hiding positions they'd maintained while learning human tactics. Not 6 aliens, 8, maybe more still hidden. They'd been waiting, learning, studying how humans responded to diversions and covering fire and aggressive advances, preparing counterattack that exploited every weakness in Team Seven's tactical approach. Additional contacts, Caro announced. They've reinforced defensive positions with reserves from side tunnels. We're outnumbered. Doesn't matter, Calder said. We're committed. Voss, maintain aggressive advance. Everyone else concentrate fire on nearest threats. Tagawa, trigger the trap. Trap? Voss asked, still firing at alien shapes maneuvering through debris. Shaped charges I positioned along canyon support structures during previous approach. Wasn't sure we'd need them. Now we do. Tagawa's voice carried grim satisfaction. Detonating in 3, 2. Explosion. Massive shaped charges erupted along canyon's structural supports. Not enough force to collapse the entire chamber, just enough to destabilize section where 2 aliens were positioned, bringing down tons of reinforced plating and support beams that crushed the creatures beneath mechanical debris. 5th and 6th kills. Brutal, efficient, proof that environmental hazards could be weapons if you plan correctly. But the remaining aliens were still functional, still coordinating, still demonstrating tactical learning that suggested they understood exactly what humans were trying to accomplish and were determined to prevent it. One alien broke through defensive perimeter, penetrated toward the medical team with speed that suggested it had calculated exactly which approach vector would minimize exposure to covering fire. It was targeting the casualties, the vulnerable, the injured, the people who couldn't fight back. Caro intercepted it, not with rifle discipline or tactical positioning, but with direct physical intervention. She threw herself into the alien's path, used her body as shield, accepted damage to protect the students she commanded. The alien's appendage slashed across her shoulder. Caro's EVA suit held, barely, but the impact sent her spinning through 0G, compromised her defensive position. Voss was already moving. Lance discharge at close range, plasma burning through alien's central mass with force that killed it instantly. 7th kill. But Caro was wounded, compromised, probably experiencing suit damage that would become critical if not addressed immediately. Lieutenant's hit, Chen reported. Suit integrity compromised, but holding. She's still functional. Can you make it to the pod? Calder asked Caro. Her response came through pain-stressed breathing. Yes, I can make it. Just don't slow down for me. Complete the extraction. They were almost there. Canyon's far end visible ahead, escape pod docked and waiting, medical team advancing with casualties toward salvation, and proof that impossible evacuations could succeed. Almost there. Then Voss's sensors showed the truth. The remaining alien wasn't retreating, wasn't breaking off to preserve itself. It was positioning for final assault, coordinating with reinforcements that were emerging from side tunnels. Not one remaining. 3, 4, maybe more still hidden. They'd been waiting for this moment, watching humans advance through canyon, calculating exactly when to launch counter-assault that would overwhelm defensive formation. Now they attacked. All simultaneously, coordinated strike that demonstrated they'd learned everything about human tactics, how covering fire worked, how defensive formations maintained integrity, where vulnerable points existed in extraction procedures. They came from multiple vectors using debris as cover, timing their approach to minimize exposure to thermal lance and rifle fire. Chen died first, alien strike from above, appendage through his helmet. Death that was instant but still horrific to witness. Okonkwo killed that alien with plasma cutter, but another was already approaching, already calculating her defensive position and preparing counterstrike. Defensive formation collapsing, Kimura shouted. Too many contacts. We can't hold. You will hold, Calder interrupted. Medical team is 20 meters from escape pod, 20 meters between success and failure. You hold that line for 15 more seconds. 15 seconds. Might as well be 15 hours when aliens were maneuvering through defensive positions, with tactical sophistication that shouldn't exist in biomechanical predators. Voss fired her thermal lance continuously, draining power reserves, burning through alien armor whenever she could establish target lock. Killed another, 8th total, watched it die and immediately tracked to next threat. The escape pod was loading, medical team reaching it, casualties being transferred to overloaded seating, students who'd been suffocating now breathing recycled atmosphere that tasted like salvation. Almost there. 10 seconds, Calder counted. Defensive vanguard, fighting withdrawal toward pod. Maintain formation, provide covering fire, and... The alien hit Okonkwo. Not a killing strike. She dodged at last instant. Years of SOAR training translating into defensive maneuver that saved her life. But the alien's appendage caught her suit's propulsion system, damaged the thrusters that provided zero-G mobility. She was functional, alive, but compromised, and drifting away from defensive formation, momentum carrying her toward canyon's edge where aliens were waiting. Okonkwo's separated, Kimura reported. She's drifting out of formation. Voss saw it happening, Okonkwo tumbling through zero-G, trying to arrest her momentum with damaged thrusters, failing as physics carried her toward alien-controlled territory. Saw the biomechanical predators tracking her movement, calculating intercept trajectories. Saw the choice crystallizing, maintain formation in complete extraction, or break defensive line to recover separated team member and risk everyone. Standard doctrine said maintain formation. Said accept individual casualties when recovering them meant compromising entire operation. Said complete the mission even when it meant leaving people behind. But Team 7 didn't follow standard doctrine. I've got her, Voss said, already moving, already violating tactical protocol because some principles mattered more than probability calculations. Voss, maintain position. Calder started. She's one of ours. I'm not leaving her. Voss fired her thrusters, accelerated toward Okonkwo's drifting form, thermal lance ready for whatever aliens were preparing to intercept. Behind her, the defensive formation adjusted. Calder and Kimura expanding their coverage to compensate for her absence, maintaining protective fire while Voss conducted recovery operation that regulation said was tactically insane. She reached Okonkwo, grabbed her damaged suit, arrested their combined momentum with thruster burn that strained her EVA systems beyond recommended limits. Got you, Voss said. We're getting out of movement. Alien emerging from debris directly ahead, appendages extended, positioned perfectly to intercept them before they could return to defensive formation. Type 3. Larger than the others, more heavily armored, moving with coordinated precision that suggested this was the intelligence coordinating the pack's tactical response. The one that had been learning, adapting, planning this exact scenario. Voss's thermal lance was drained, insufficient charge for sustained burst. Her sidearm was inadequate against Type 3 armor, and she was separated from defensive formation, drifting in zero-G with compromised student, facing enemy that had proven it could kill humans with single strikes. The tactical situation was impossible. The Type 3 advanced, its sensory cluster locked onto her position with biomechanical precision that suggested it understood exactly how vulnerable she was, how this kill would compromise the entire extraction operation. Voss calculated probabilities, couldn't outmaneuver it with Okonkwo's weight, couldn't kill it with depleted weapons, couldn't escape before it closed distance, couldn't save them both. Could maybe save Okonkwo by using herself as distraction, by accepting death to buy time for the student to reach defensive formation. Standard doctrine. Accept individual casualties to preserve operational objectives. She was preparing to make that choice when Caro's voice cut through comms with sharp urgency. Voss, keep Okonkwo safe. I'm handling the Type 3. Lieutenant, you're wounded. I'm functional, and I'm not watching another student die because I couldn't protect them. Caro appeared from flanking position. Damaged suit, compromised shoulder, rifle gripped with hands that should have been shaking from pain and exhaustion, but remained steady through years of training and absolute refusal to accept failure. She fired, single shot, perfectly placed, targeting the Type 3's central mass with precision that came from 3 days of learning alien anatomy through desperate necessity. The Type 3 recoiled, damaged but not dead, armor too thick for single-round penetration. Caro fired again and again, emptying her magazine into the weak point she'd identified, burning through ammunition with absolute conviction that enough shots would eventually penetrate. The Type 3's armor cracked, then shattered. It died. Ninth kill. Catastrophic systems failure that sent it tumbling through debris field in zero-G death spiral. "Move," Caro ordered. "Get to the pod." Voss moved, dragging Okonkwo toward escape pod, toward defensive formation, toward salvation that was meters away if they could just survive another few seconds. The remaining aliens were regrouping. Voss could see it on sensors, heat signatures consolidating, positioning for final assault, demonstrating tactical learning that had evolved beyond simple territorial defense into coordinated strategy designed to prevent human escape. They'd adapted to diversions, to aggressive tactics, to thermal lances and covering fire, and every method Team 7 had used, and they were preparing final lesson about why humans couldn't win against biomechanical predators who learned faster than humans could innovate. "Everyone on pod," Calder ordered. "Medical team secured. Casualties loaded. Defensive vanguard, fall back now." Voss reached the escape pod with Okonkwo, transferred her to medical personnel who immediately began treating her damaged suit systems. Turned to provide covering fire for remaining team members still fighting withdrawal. Caro was last, maintaining defensive position while everyone else boarded, accepting maximum exposure because command meant being last to safety. "Lieutenant, move," Calder shouted. She moved. Zero-G thrust toward pod entrance, damaged suit limiting her maneuver speed. The aliens attacked. Final assault. Coordinated strike from multiple vectors, timed perfectly to catch Caro while she was most vulnerable, demonstrating they'd learned that killing command authority disrupted human coordination. "Close the hatch," someone screamed. "Not without Caro," Calder countered. 5 meters. 4, 3. The alien closed faster than Caro could retreat, appendage extending toward her damaged suit section with biomechanical precision. Voss fired her drain thermal lance, insufficient charge for lethal burst, but enough to create plasma discharge that forced the alien to maneuver defensively. 2 meters. Caro reached the pod entrance. Calder grabbed her, pulled her inside, sealed the hatch with mechanical precision. "Everyone's on board," Tagawa reported, initiating emergency departure. "Brace for acceleration, stress with overloaded capacity." The escape pod detached from Soar School with thrusts that strained every system, carrying 14 survivors in space, rated for 12, fleeing from aliens who were already calculating pursuit vectors. They'd made it, had completed extraction against impossible odds. 14 people alive who should be dead. But through the pod's viewport, Voss could see the aliens regrouping in the canyon, not retreating. Not accepting defeat, coordinating, learning, preparing. And one of them, largest Type 3 she'd seen, positioned at canyon center like commanding officer observing battlefield, was tracking their escape trajectory with sensory cluster that suggested it understood exactly where they were going. Understood that fleeing prey could be pursued, that territorial defense could become active hunting, that the final lesson wasn't about defending claimed space, but about demonstrating that humans who violated alien territory would be hunted wherever they ran. The Type 3 moved, not toward Soar School's interior, toward the exterior breach points where debris field provided access to open space, where pursuit was possible. "Contact," Tagawa announced, voice tight with realization. "Heat signature emerging from Soar School debris field. Type 3, tracking our trajectory. It's following us. They're pursuing into open space." The pod's overloaded systems strained with acceleration stress. 14 passengers, compromised life support, 19 minutes of transit time before catastrophic failure. And behind them, biomechanical predator learning that hunting grounds weren't limited to claimed territory, that prey could be pursued, that the final assault was just beginning. Chapter 15, The Canyon Crossing, Part 2. Lieutenant Sakura Caro had made 64 command decisions during the siege of Soar School, and decision 65 was going to haunt her for the rest of her life because it meant choosing between saving everyone and saving anyone, between breaking defensive formation to recover Cadet Okoye and maintaining integrity that kept the remaining survivors alive. The canyon was collapsing into chaos around them, not structurally, though Tagawa's shaped charges had destabilized sections of the support network, but tactically, as the aliens demonstrated, they learned everything about human defensive formations and were systematically dismantling the protection that kept casualties from becoming massacres. "Contact right," Kimura screamed, firing her plasma cutter at biomechanical shapes that moved through debris field with terrifying coordination. "They're flanking around defensive perimeter." Caro tracked the movement through her damaged helmet display, shoulder screaming where the alien's appendage had caught her earlier. Suit integrity compromised, but holding through combination of emergency sealant and desperate hope. The aliens weren't attacking randomly anymore. They were executing tactical maneuver that suggested command structure, that demonstrated someone or something was coordinating their assault with precision designed to exploit specific weaknesses. 3 aliens visible on sensors. But her tactical instincts, refined through 3 days of watching these creatures hunt, said there were more, always more, hidden in debris waiting for optimal strike moment, learning from every failed attack. "Medical team status?" Calder demanded from his position near the escape pod entrance, maintaining covering fire while supervising casualty loading. His voice carried command authority that imposed order on operational chaos. 8 loaded, 2 remaining, one of the medical students reported. "We need another 30 seconds for complete transfer." 30 seconds. Might as well be 30 years when aliens were maneuvering through defensive positions with biomechanical precision. Okoye was on the defensive perimeter, young student who'd survived through observation and tactical learning, positioned to provide covering fire while medical team completed loading. She'd been the one to kill that Type 2 through airlock decompression, had proven herself capable under impossible circumstances. Now she was separated from the main formation by approximately 10 meters of zero-G space, maintaining defensive position that was becoming increasingly isolated as aliens adjusted their assault pattern. Caro saw it happening, saw the tactical trap crystallizing. The aliens were deliberately creating gap in defensive coverage, drawing Okoye away from supporting fire, positioning to strike when she was most vulnerable. "Okoye, fall back toward pod," Caro ordered. "You're too exposed. Can't fall back without leaving medical team's flank vulnerable." Okoye's response cut off as aliens struck from blind angle, appendage catching her propulsion system in attack that was surgically precise. Not killing strike, disabling strike, the kind that left prey alive but compromised, unable to maneuver, drifting helplessly while predator closed for final kill. Okoye's thrusters died. She tumbled through zero-G, momentum carrying her away from defensive formation, toward canyon's edge where debris field created perfect ambush territory. "Okoye's hit," Kimura reported. "She's drifting out of formation." Caro's tactical mind calculated options with speed born from 3 days of making life-and-death decisions. Option 1. Break formation, pursue Okoye, recover her before aliens intercepted. Risk exposing medical team to assault while defensive coverage fragmented. Probability, everyone dies trying to save one person. Option 2, maintain formation, complete casualty loading, except that Okoye was lost. Risk, living with command decision that abandons student to save others. Probability, most people survive. Standard doctrine, acceptable losses. The calculus of command that she'd learned to accept, except watching it happen to someone she'd commanded, someone who trusted her leadership, made standard doctrine feel like rationalization for failure. "I'm going after her," Voss announced, already moving before Kara could authorize or deny the rescue attempt. "Voss, maintain," Calder started. Too late. Voss was committed, accelerating toward Okoye's drifting form, with thermal lance ready and absolute conviction that Team 7 didn't leave people behind. Then the aliens revealed their trap. 2 Type 2s emerged from debris simultaneously, one intercepting Voss's rescue attempt, one closing on Okoye's vulnerable position. Coordinated assault timed perfectly to split defensive response, to force choice between saving rescuer or victim. Voss killed the alien targeting her with thermal lance bursts that drained her remaining charge. But she was drifting now, momentum carrying her past Okoye's position, unable to arrest movement without functional thrusters. The second alien reached Okoye first. It didn't kill her immediately. That would have been mercy. Instead, it grabbed her damaged suit, appendages wrapping around her torso with biomechanical strength that crumpled armor plating, and dragged her into the debris-filled darkness with speed that suggested this had been calculated extraction rather than opportunistic attack, taking prey alive, for purposes Caro couldn't begin to imagine and didn't want to. "Okoye!" Kimura screamed, abandoning defensive position, trying to pursue into darkness where aliens waited. "Kimura! Stop!" Caro's command voice cut through emotional response with authority born from 3 days of making impossible choices. "You can't reach her. They're baiting you into kill zone." "We can't just leave her. She's still alive." "I know." Caro's voice carried weight of every previous abandonment, every tactical retreat that meant leaving people to die alone. "But if we break formation to rescue her, everyone dies. The medical team, the casualties, you, me, everyone. That's what they want. That's why they took her alive instead of killing her." Through her helmet sensors, Caro could track Okoye's life signs, compromised but functional, experiencing catastrophic stress but still conscious, still aware that she'd been abandoned by people she'd fought beside, still alive, still waiting for rescue that wasn't coming. "Lieutenant, we have to," Kimura insisted. "We have to complete the extraction," Caro interrupted, voice hard despite the screaming in her mind that said leaving Okoye was betrayal, was failure, was proof that 3 days of command hadn't taught her anything except how to rationalize casualties. That's what Okoye would want. That's what SOAR training demands. Complete the mission even when it costs everything. She could see it in Kimura's eyes. The realization that command meant making choices that destroyed pieces of your soul. That leadership required accepting consequences that would haunt you forever. Decision 65. Abandon Okoye to save everyone else. The math was sound. The tactics were correct. The operational necessity was undeniable. And Caro would carry the weight of this choice for the rest of her life. "Fall back to pod," she ordered. "Maintain defensive coverage. Don't let Okoye's sacrifice be meaningless." Kimura retreated, tears probably streaming down her face inside her helmet, following orders because training superseded emotion even when emotion was screaming that orders were wrong. Calder appeared beside Caro, providing covering fire while speaking through private comm channel. "That was the right call, Lieutenant. Terrible, necessary, and right." "Doesn't feel right." Caro's voice was flat, emptied of everything except tactical function. "Feels like failure with justification attached." "That's command. That's what leadership costs." He paused, and something in his voice suggested he understood exactly what she was experiencing. "I've made that choice 47 times across 12 years. Abandoned people who were still alive because recovering them meant losing everyone. It never gets easier, never feels right. But you live with it because the alternative is not making hard choices and getting everyone killed. How do you live with it? You count the people you saved instead of the people you lost. You accept that perfect solutions don't exist, and sometimes all your options are bad. And you keep making the hard calls because nobody else will." His weapon tracked alien movement through debris. "Okoye's still alive, which means there's possibility of future rescue, even if probability is minimal. You haven't killed her. You've chosen to save the definite casualties over the possible one. Rationalization, but also truth. The kind of truth that command required accepting." "Last casualties loaded," the medical student announced. "Everyone's on board except Defensive Vanguard." "Vanguard fighting withdrawal," Calder ordered. "Kimura, you're first, then Voss, then Caro. I'm maintaining rear position." They retreated in controlled sequence, each operator providing covering fire for the next while aliens pressed their assault with increasing aggression. The creatures had learned that humans were evacuating, that prey was escaping, and they were demonstrating tactical adaptation by focusing attacks on preventing escape rather than maximizing casualties. Intelligent, strategic, terrifying, and implications about what kind of threat these things represented. Kimura reached the pod. Then Voss, thermal lance depleted but sidearm still functional. Caro was halfway to safety when the aliens launched final assault. all remaining creatures simultaneously, coordinated strike from multiple vectors designed to overwhelm last defensive position and prevent escape. She counted 5 on sensors, maybe more beyond detection range. Too many. Even with Team Seven's experience in SOAR training and desperate determination, they were outnumbered by enemies who'd spent 3 days learning human weaknesses. "Calder, get to the pod," Caro ordered, firing at nearest alien. "I'll cover final withdrawal." "Negative. I'm rear guard. I'm SOAR. This is my facility, my students, my responsibility." She killed the alien with headshot that would have been impossible without 3 days of practice. "Get on that pod and prepare for emergency departure." "That's an order, Sergeant." Silence. Then Calder's voice, carrying respect that hadn't been there at mission start. "Understood, Lieutenant. Don't make me come back for you." "Wouldn't dream of it." Calder retreated toward pod while Caro maintained position, firing at alien shapes that kept coming despite casualties, despite tactical losses, despite every reason to break off assault and preserve remaining forces. They weren't breaking off. They were committed to preventing human escape regardless of cost. Because this was their territory, their nest, their claimed space that humans had violated, and they would defend it with everything they had. Caro's ammunition counter showed 3 rounds remaining. 3 rounds against 5 aliens who were learning to dodge predictable fire patterns. Not enough. Nowhere close to enough. "Lieutenant, move!" Tagawa's voice cut through combat chaos. "I'm triggering final charges in 5 seconds. You need to be clear of blast radius." The canyon collapse. Tagawa's contingency plan for sealing alien territory and eliminating their nest structure. Shaped charges positioned to bring down support structures, to collapse 800 meters of training chamber into debris field that would crush anything inside, including Caro if she didn't reach minimum safe distance. She burned her thrusters, damaged, compromised, barely functional, but still capable of acceleration. 3 meters toward pod. 5. 10. The aliens pursued. Of course they pursued. They'd learned that retreating prey could be caught if pursuit was aggressive enough. 2 meters from pod entrance. Tagawa's countdown reached 0. Explosion. Not single detonation, but cascade of shaped charges erupting along canyon's structural supports, bringing down reinforced plating and support beams with force that created kinetic chaos through the entire chamber. The canyon was collapsing, walls fragmenting, ceiling sections falling in slow-motion, zero-G destruction that was beautiful and terrible. Caro reached the pod. Hands grabbed her, Calder and Voss pulling her through entrance, sealing hatch with mechanical precision while debris hammered against exterior plating. She was inside, safe, alive, and Okoye was somewhere in that collapsing canyon, either dead from structural failure or trapped with aliens who'd taken her for purposes Caro couldn't imagine. Decision 65. The cost of command. "Everyone secure," Tagawa announced from pilot controls. "We're launching now with 19 passengers in pod rated for 12. This violates every safety regulation and will probably kill us all, but staying here definitely will, so we're accepting enhanced risk." 19 passengers. Caro did the mental calculation. 10 from medical station, 4 from debris field hull section, Team 7's 3 operators, Caro herself and Kimura, who'd survived the canyon crossing. Wait, that was 18. "Who's 19? She asked. "Student Wei," someone said quietly. "She died protecting medical team, but we recovered her body. Couldn't leave her in the canyon." A corpse. They'd recovered a corpse despite tactical necessity saying to abandon casualties, despite every regulation about prioritizing living over dead. Because Team 7 didn't leave people behind. Even when those people were already gone, Caro felt something breaking in her chest. Not quite grief because she was too exhausted for full emotional processing, but acknowledgement that these operators understood the weight of casualties in ways that regulations and doctrine never captured. The escape pod's interior was catastrophic chaos. 19 people crammed into space designed for 12, half of them critically injured, most experiencing some level of traumatic stress or physical damage. No proper seating, no adequate restraints, just desperate humans clinging to equipment mounts and each other, while structural stress alarms screamed warnings about overload conditions. Life support operating at 138% capacity, Tagawa reported, voice maintaining professional calm despite the numbers. Atmospheric recycling insufficient for current passenger load. We have approximately 17 minutes before oxygen levels drop to critical levels. Transit time to Jericho at maximum acceleration, 19 minutes. So we suffocate 2 minutes before arrival, Voss said. That's not ideal. I'm aware. Working on solutions that don't involve jettisoning passengers to reduce oxygen consumption. Through the viewport, Caro could see Source School receding, the facility that had been her assignment, her responsibility, the place where 233 students had died under her command. The canyon was collapsing, structural integrity failing, creating debris field that would eliminate Alien Nest. Would eliminate Okoye too, if she was still alive. Decision 65. Contact, Tagawa announced, voice sharpening. Heat signature emerging from Source School debris field. Type 3, large profile, tracking our trajectory. It survived the canyon collapse and it's pursuing us into open space. The viewport showed biomechanical predator emerging from debris, using wreckage for thrust assists, maneuvering through vacuum with precision that shouldn't be possible for creature designed for facility interiors. Learning, adapting, demonstrating that territorial defense could become active pursuit. Evasive maneuvers, Calder ordered. Can't. Pod is overloaded. Maneuvering thrusters are insufficient for combat acceleration with current mass. We're limited to straight-line trajectory toward Jericho. Tagawa's hands moved across controls. And the Type 3 is faster than we are. It'll intercept in approximately 8 minutes. 8 minutes until Alien caught them. 17 minutes until oxygen depletion. 19 minutes until Jericho. The math was impossible. Every calculation said they'd die before reaching safety, either caught by pursuing predator or suffocating in overloaded pod. But impossible was what Team 7 did. Caro looked around the pod's cramped interior. Survivors she'd commanded through 3-day siege, students who'd trusted her leadership despite casualties, Team 7 operators who'd refused to abandon anyone despite tactical cost. 19 people alive who should be dead. 18 alive. One recovered casualty who died protecting others. Commander Sisk, Calder said through comms, this is Team 7. We've extracted all survivors from Source School and are returning to Jericho with 19 passengers in critically overloaded pod. Be advised, we have Type 3 in pursuit and oxygen depletion in 17 minutes. Requesting immediate support. Sisk's response carried weight of someone calculating probabilities and finding them all unfavorable. Understood, Sergeant. Jericho is launching intercept craft, but they can't reach you before oxygen depletion. You need to find a way to extend life support by minimum 2 minutes. Working on it, Calder looked at Urich through the viewport connecting escape pod to Persistence's medical bay. Petty Officer, medical options for reducing oxygen consumption? Reduce passenger metabolic rates through induced hypothermia or sedation. But that requires pharmaceutical supplies I don't have in quantities sufficient for 19 people. Urich's voice was clinically professional. Alternative, some passengers voluntarily reduce breathing rates through meditation techniques. Won't extend life support significantly, but might buy 30 seconds. 30 seconds. The difference between suffocating and surviving. Everyone listen, Calder announced to the crowded pod. We've got oxygen problem. Life support is insufficient for our passenger count. We need to reduce consumption voluntarily. Controlled breathing, minimal movement, anything that decreases metabolic demand. It's uncomfortable. It's borderline dangerous. But it might keep us alive long enough to reach Jericho. Caro watched students comply. Scared, exhausted, traumatized survivors accepting one more impossible demand because they'd already survived 3 days of accepting impossible demands. Watch them trust Team 7's leadership the way they trusted her command during the siege. Watch them hope despite probability calculations. The Type 3 was closing. Caro could see it through viewport, biomechanical nightmare pursuing through debris field. Learning that prey could be followed beyond territorial boundaries, demonstrating adaptation that suggested these creatures were more than simple predators. 6 minutes to intercept, Tagawa reported. Still no viable evasion options. We're going to have to fight it. Fight with what? Voss asked. Thermal lance is depleted, ammunition is exhausted, and this pod has zero combat capabilities. We'll figure something out. We always do. Through the viewport, Soar School was distant silhouette against stars. Violated facility that had become tomb for too many students, nest for alien predators, and battlefield where Team 7 had proved impossible extractions were possible. Where Okoye had been abandoned to save everyone else. Where command decisions had costs that couldn't be calculated in casualty numbers. Caro closed her eyes, trying to process everything that had happened, trying to accept the weight of 65 command decisions that had kept some people alive by choosing which others would die. Trying to understand how Calder had carried this weight for 12 years without breaking completely. The pod's life support systems strained with overload stress. 19 passengers breathing recycled atmosphere that was growing thinner by the minute. Type 3 pursuing through vacuum. Jericho still 17 minutes away. The math said they wouldn't make it, but Team 7 specialized in proving math wrong. Caro opened her eyes, looked at the survivors crammed around her, and made decision 66. She was going to believe they'd survive this. Not because probability supported it, not because tactical reality suggested success, but because hope was the only thing that made impossible situations survivable. The only thing that separated humans who thrived in the belt from humans who became casualties. The only thing worth fighting for when everything else said surrender was rational choice. 16 minutes to oxygen depletion, Tagawa announced. 5 minutes to Type 3 intercept. 15 minutes to Jericho arrival. The countdown continued. The alien pursued. And 19 humans waited in overloaded escape pod, breathing thin air, clinging to hope, refusing to accept that survival was impossible despite every calculation saying otherwise. Waited to discover whether Team 7's reputation was earned or just statistical luck finally running out. Waited to see if impossible extractions succeeded or failed. Waited to learn whether some principles were worth dying for or just comfortable lies people told themselves while reality demonstrated otherwise. The viewport showed approaching alien, biomechanical predator that had learned humans could be hunted, that territorial defense could become pursuit, that the final lesson was just beginning. And Team 7 prepared to teach a different lesson, that humans didn't surrender, that impossible was just another word for tactical challenge, that 19 lives were worth fighting for regardless of probability. The Type 3 closed distance, 4 minutes to intercept, and somewhere in the overloaded pod's cramped darkness, hope flickered. Dangerous, irrational, absolutely necessary, the only thing keeping them alive. Chapter 16, Overloaded. Rafe Calder had piloted damaged spacecraft through impossible situations for 12 years, had learned to coax thrust from engines that should have failed and navigate through debris fields that should have killed him. But controlling an overloaded escape pod with 19 passengers while biomechanical predators pursued through open space was testing every limit of his experience and revealing new ways the universe could try to kill operators who refused to accept that some extractions were impossible. The pod's interior was a nightmare of cramped humanity. 19 people occupying space designed for 12, half of them injured and bleeding, most of them breathing in shallow gasps that suggested oxygen deprivation was already compromising cognitive function. Students clung to equipment mounts that hadn't been designed for sustained zero-G acceleration. Way's body was secured in corner configuration that should have been reserved for cargo, not casualties. And structural stress alarms screamed warnings about hull integrity, life support failure, atmospheric depletion. Every system was failing, simultaneously, while alien pursued. 3 minutes to intercept, Tagawa reported from the cramped pilot station, his voice carrying the particular tension of someone monitoring sensors that showed approaching nightmare with precision that made denial impossible. Type 3 is matching our velocity and closing gap. It's learned our acceleration profile from observing previous pod movements. Of course it had learned. These things adapted faster than humans could innovate. Processed tactical information in real time, demonstrated intelligence that shouldn't exist in biomechanical predators. Calder's hands moved across pod controls with practiced efficiency, trying to coax additional thrust from engines that were already operating beyond safety margins. But the pod was overloaded, mass distribution wrong, acceleration vectors compromised, maneuvering capability degraded to point where evasion wasn't tactical option. They couldn't run, couldn't hide, could only try to survive long enough to reach Jericho before oxygen depletion or alien attack killed everyone. 14 minutes to oxygen depletion, Urich announced from the medical section. If 3 square meters of cramped space with improvised treatment stations could be called medical section. She was treating injured students while pod acceleration created thrust that made precision work nearly impossible. Passengers are experiencing hypoxia symptoms. Cognitive degradation starting. We need to reach Jericho in the next 12 minutes or people start dying from respiratory failure. 12 minutes to safety, 3 minutes until alien intercepted them. The math was impossible. Through the viewport, Calder could see the Type 3, massive biomechanical predator using debris field fragments for thrust assists, maneuvering through vacuum with precision that suggested it had observed pod movements during previous extractions and calculated optimal pursuit trajectory. It was learning, still learning, demonstrating that adaptation wasn't finished, that these creatures could evolve tactics in real time when presented with new challenges. "Voss," Calder said, voice sharp with command authority. "External lance station. We can't outrun it, so we're going to have to fight. Sergeant, the external lance has maybe 40% charge remaining, not enough for sustained engagement against Type 3 armor. Then we make 40% charge count. Get to position." Voss moved through crowded pod interior, difficult in zero-G acceleration, with injured passengers occupying every available space, and reached the external weapons mount. The escape pod had been designed with minimal defensive capability, just enough firepower to deter opportunistic scavengers or clear debris. Not designed for combat against intelligent predators who'd spent days learning human weaknesses. But design capability and desperate necessity were different things. The Type 3 closed to 2 kilometers. Close enough for visual identification through viewport. Close enough to see its biomechanical structure in detail. Carapace armor that had proven resistant to conventional weapons, appendages that could slice through EVA suits, sensory cluster that tracked pod movement with precision that suggested active targeting systems. 1 kilometer. "Firing, Voss announced. The external lance discharged, thermal plasma streaming through vacuum, catching Type 3 center mass with force that should have been lethal. But the creature's armor was thicker than previous variants, more resistant to plasma damage, possibly enhanced through whatever process allowed these things to adapt. The Type 3 recoiled, damaged but not dead, maneuvering away from plasma stream while its sensory cluster recalculated approach vectors. 40% charge is now 20%, Voss reported. One more sustained burst and we're completely defensive. Save it. Only fire when you have guaranteed kill shot. 800 meters. The alien was recovering from plasma damage, adjusting its approach to minimize exposure to thermal lance, demonstrating tactical learning that came from watching humans use plasma weapons during previous encounters. It was testing defenses, learning weaknesses, preparing assault that would account for every defensive measure they could deploy. Inside the pod, the atmosphere was degrading. Calder could taste it. Metallic tang that meant atmospheric recyclers were struggling. Thin quality that suggested oxygen percentage was dropping below safe levels. Around him, passengers were showing hypoxia symptoms, labored breathing, confusion, the particular exhaustion that came from body desperately trying to extract sufficient oxygen from insufficient air. Tagawa, how much thrust can we squeeze from engines without catastrophic failure? We're already beyond catastrophic failure. We're operating on hope and mechanical stubbornness. Tagawa's hands moved across controls. I can give you maybe 30-second burn at enhanced thrust, but it'll probably destroy maneuvering systems completely. After that, we're ballistic trajectory with no control. That might be enough. Prepare enhanced burn, trigger on my mark. 500 meters. The Type 3 was closing in attack configuration, appendages extended, sensory cluster locked onto pod structure, biomechanical systems positioned for assault that would probably breach hull integrity and kill everyone. Calder waited, counted seconds, calculated trajectories with tactical mind that had spent 12 years learning to read hostile movement patterns. The alien lunged. "Mark!" Calder ordered. Tagawa triggered enhanced burn. Engines roared beyond design limits, thrust slamming through pod structure with force that created acceleration warnings across every display. The sudden velocity change broke Type 3's attack vector. Creature overshot by meters as pod's trajectory shifted. Voss fired the thermal lance. Perfect shot. Plasma stream caught alien's sensory cluster, the weak point intelligence had identified, and burned through delicate structures with catastrophic effect. The Type 3 went blind, thrashed in vacuum, but didn't die, was still functional despite sensor loss, still tracking pod through alternative means, still demonstrating that learning included backup systems. "Lance depleted," Voss announced. "We're out of offensive capability." The alien recovered, recalibrated, calculated new approach vector based on pod's thrust signature and trajectory prediction, and attacked again. This time from angle Calder couldn't evade with damaged maneuvering systems, closing with speed that meant impact in seconds. "Tagawa, last defensive option? Point defense charge. Explosive bolt designed for clearing debris. Not rated for combat use, might damage our own structure. Probably violates multiple safety regulations." "Do it." Tagawa triggered the explosive bolt. The shape charge detonated at precise moment when Type 3 closed to minimum safe distance, not directly impacting the alien, but creating plasma expansion that caught creature in thermal blast radius. The Type 3's armor cracked under explosive force, carapace fragmenting, biomechanical systems catastrophically failing. It died. Spectacular decompression of internal fluids, structure fragmenting, body tumbling through debris field in zero-G death spiral. Victory. Except the explosion had damaged pod's starboard thruster cluster. Calder watched warnings cascade across his display. Maneuvering capability compromised, attitude control degraded, atmospheric seal breached in Section 3. "We're venting air," Urich reported, voice sharp with urgency. "Breach in starboard section, emergency seals failing. Loss rate is 0.37 liters per second. 0.37 liters per second. Didn't sound catastrophic until you calculated that 19 passengers needed approximately 8 liters per minute, that life support could only recycle atmospheric losses up to certain threshold, that every second of venting reduced total breathable air supply." "Can you seal it?" Calder asked. "Working on it, but I'm also treating 3 critical casualties and monitoring hypoxia progression in 7 others. I'm somewhat occupied." Caro pulled herself toward breach section. "I'll handle the seal. Urich, focus on medical treatment." The pod was spinning now, result of asymmetric thrust from damaged systems creating rotational momentum that Calder couldn't correct with degraded maneuvering capability. Not fast spin, not dangerous acceleration. Just slow tumbling that made navigation impossible and added disorientation to oxygen deprivation. "Correcting spin," Tago announced, firing thruster bursts that arrested rotation but consumed precious fuel reserves. Through spinning viewport, Calder caught glimpses of Jericho, a distant station that represented salvation, safety, the promise that impossible extractions could succeed if they survived long enough to complete transit, 10 minutes away at current acceleration. But current acceleration was degrading as damaged engines struggled to maintain thrust. "Commander Sisk," Calder transmitted, "pod integrity compromised. We've eliminated pursuing Type 3 but suffered catastrophic damage. Requesting emergency support." Sisk's response carried weight of someone calculating probabilities and finding them uniformly terrible. "Understood, Sergeant. Jericho is launching support craft, but intercept time is still 8 minutes. You need to maintain current trajectory and life support for—" Her voice cut off as new damage warnings erupted across Calder's display. The point defense explosion had done more than damage thrusters. It had compromised structural integrity in ways that were cascading through pod systems. Hull plates were separating, atmospheric seals were failing, and the slow spin was creating centrifugal stress that threatened to tear damaged sections completely apart. "We're losing structural cohesion," Tagawa reported, "hull integrity dropping to critical levels. If we maintain current acceleration, stress will exceed tolerance and will fragment. If we reduce acceleration, we won't reach Jericho before oxygen depletion." "I know. We're trapped between mechanical failure and respiratory failure. Pick your preferred method of death." Calder's mind raced through options: reduce acceleration and suffocate slowly, maintain acceleration and watch pod disintegrate. Both choices led to casualties. Both meant people dying despite extraction success. "Unless, jettison non-essential mass," he ordered. "Equipment modules, supplies, anything that isn't critical for life support. Reduce our mass enough to decrease structural stress while maintaining sufficient velocity. That'll buy us maybe 3 minutes of additional structural integrity," Tagawa calculated. "We'd still be 4 minutes short of Jericho arrival. 3 minutes is better than 0. Execute." Equipment modules ejected from pod exterior. Emergency supplies, repair equipment, everything that wasn't immediately necessary for survival. The mass reduction decreased structural stress measurably, buying precious seconds of cohesion while they tumbled toward salvation. Inside the cramped interior, Urich was performing triage with efficiency born from 2 decades of Navy medical service. She'd already treated the most critical casualties: nano-sealant on suit breaches, emergency respiratory support for hypoxia victims, pain management for students experiencing traumatic stress. But resources were exhausted. She'd used final pharmaceutical supplies, deployed last emergency medical kit, reached point where additional casualties couldn't be treated because nothing remained to treat them with, and people were still deteriorating. Calder could see it in how passengers were breathing, shallow, labored, struggling to extract sufficient oxygen from air that was growing thinner by the minute. Could see it in their eyes: confusion, exhaustion, the particular degradation that came from brain tissue experiencing oxygen deprivation. They were dying, slowly, while Jericho waited just minutes away. 11 minutes to oxygen depletion," Urich announced. Her voice was clinical, professional, refusing to acknowledge that 11 minutes was longer than they had. "Recommend preparing passengers for respiratory failure protocols." "Negative. We're reaching Jericho. Everyone survives." "Sergeant, the math is wrong. It's been wrong for 12 years and it's wrong now. We're getting these people home." Through viewport, Calder saw something that made his tactical mind shift calculations. Jericho was launching intercept craft. Not just support vessels, but multiple ships creating defensive perimeter, providing covering fire, clearing debris from their approach trajectory. Commander Sisk had mobilized entire station response. "Team 7, this is Jericho Fire Control," new voice announced through comms. "We're engaging debris field with kinetic projectiles, creating clear corridor for your approach. Adjust heading to bearing 273. Maintain current acceleration as long as structural integrity holds." Bearing 273. Calder adjusted their tumbling trajectory, using damaged thrusters to nudge them toward cleared corridor while fighting rotational momentum that wanted to spin them off course. The pod shuddered, hull plates groaning, atmospheric breach expanding as Caro's emergency seal failed under stress. Air venting faster now, 0.5 liters per second, 0.7, approaching full liter per second loss rate that would drain breathable atmosphere in minutes. "Breach expanding," Caro reported, still working to contain damage despite impossible conditions. "I can't seal it completely. It's going to keep venting until structure fails." 8 minutes to Jericho. 6 minutes to oxygen depletion. Structure failing in real time. The math kept getting worse. "Jericho Fire Control, this is Calder. We need emergency intercept. Our pod won't survive full transit." "Copy that, Team 7. Calculating intercept trajectory now. Stand by." Stand by. While air vented and structure failed and 19 people suffocated, Calder looked around pod interior, passengers he'd extracted from impossible situation, students who'd survived 3-day siege because Team 7 refused to accept that some people couldn't be saved, operators who'd made final run despite probability calculations saying they'd fail. Looked at Voss, exhausted and scared but maintaining professional composure. At Tagawa, fighting damaged systems with desperate determination. At Urich, treating casualties despite exhausted supplies. At Caro, still trying to seal breach despite knowing it was probably futile. Looked at SOAR students who'd trusted Team 7 to complete extraction, who'd fought beside them in Canyon Crossing, who'd survived because hope wasn't always irrational. Looked at Way's body secured in corner, reminder of costs some people paid so others could live. 19 souls. 19 lives depending on him, making impossible decisions, and somehow getting everyone home despite mechanics and biology, both saying survival was impossible. Structural integrity at 20%, Tagawa announced. We have maybe 2 minutes before catastrophic failure. After that, pod fragments and everyone experiences rapid decompression. 2 minutes, 6 minutes to oxygen depletion, 8 minutes to Jericho. The countdown compressed time into urgency. Every second, another increment closer to failure or salvation. Through viewport, Calder saw Jericho's defensive fire, kinetic projectiles clearing debris, creating corridor, proving that station support existed even when actual rescue seemed impossible. Saw intercept craft launching, accelerating toward their position, racing against countdown that said they couldn't arrive in time. Saw debris field, source school's fragments, canyon collapse debris, remnants of facility that had become tomb for 266 students and nest for alien predators. Saw the black beyond, infinite vacuum that humans tried to occupy despite being fragile, temporary, dependent on mechanical systems for every breath, and understood that this was what Team 7 did. Not just impossible extractions, but defying the fundamental hostility of environments that shouldn't support human life, proving that determination and tactical competence could create survival where probability said only death existed. 90 seconds to structural failure, Tagawa counted. The pod groaned, hull plates separating, atmospheric venting accelerating, people breathing in desperate gasps. Jericho intercept craft, this is Calder. We need you now. We can't maintain cohesion for full transit. Copy Team 7, intercept in 4 minutes. Can you maintain integrity until... Negative. We're fragmenting in 90 seconds. You need to be faster. Silence. Then Commander Sisk's voice, carrying weight of someone making real-time calculations that would determine whether 19 people lived or died. Team 7, I'm recalculating intercept trajectory. I need you to reduce acceleration to 0, kill all forward momentum, and maintain position. Intercept craft will conduct emergency pickup. If we kill acceleration, we'll drift off optimal trajectory. I know, but your current trajectory is failing. You won't reach Jericho intact. Only chance is stopping where you are and letting rescue come to you. Calder processed this. Stopping meant abandoning approach to Jericho, meant becoming stationary target in debris field, meant trusting that intercept craft could reach them before structure failed or oxygen depleted, meant surrendering control and accepting that someone else's calculations would determine survival. 60 seconds to structural failure, Tagawa announced. Calder made the call. Killing acceleration, all thrust to 0. Engines died. Momentum carried them forward briefly. Then they were drifting, stationary relative to debris field, tumbling slowly while structure failed and air vented, and 19 people waited to discover whether rescue would arrive in time. The pod shuddered. Massive structural stress as damaged hull plates separated completely, creating breach that expanded from centimeters to meters. Hull failure in Section 3, Caro shouted. Complete atmospheric venting in 30 seconds. 30 seconds before everyone experienced rapid decompression, before fragile humans encountered hard vacuum, before Team 7's impossible extraction ended in catastrophic failure, after they'd already succeeded at everything else. Through viewport, Calder saw intercept craft, small, fast, accelerating toward their position with thrust that suggested emergency protocols and safety regulations being completely ignored. But they were still minutes away, and the pod had 30 seconds. Emergency pressure suits, Urich ordered. Anyone functional enough to move, help the injured seal their helmets. Chaos. 19 people in cramped space trying to verify suit integrity while structure fragmented around them. Some students had damaged suits from canyon combat, others had compromised seals. Most were experiencing hypoxia that degraded their coordination. 20 seconds. Calder helped seal helmets, verified suit integrity, accepted that some people might not survive this despite everything they'd done right, accepted that impossible extractions sometimes failed at final moment despite determination and skill and stubborn refusal to surrender. 10 seconds. The intercept craft was close, so close, but not close enough. 5 seconds. Brace for decompression, Calder ordered. 4, 3, 2. The hull failed. Catastrophic breach. Atmospheric venting and explosive release that sent debris and equipment tumbling into vacuum. And 19 humans, sealed in EVA suits, clinging to each other and equipment mounts, waiting to discover whether rescue would arrive before their individual suit oxygen supplies depleted. Waiting to see if hope was justified. Waiting to learn whether Team 7's reputation was earned or just statistical luck that had finally run out. The intercept craft closed, 100 meters, 50, 20, and Commander Sisk's voice through comms, carrying calculations that would determine everything. Team 7, I've identified emergency solution, but it requires perfect execution, and there's no margin for error. Listen carefully. The craft docked with fragmenting pod. Hatches cycled, and Sisk explained how 19 people might survive, despite every probability calculation saying they shouldn't. Explained how math and miracles sometimes intersected. Explained how impossible extractions succeeded, if they could execute perfectly, if physics cooperated, if hope wasn't just comfortable delusion. The countdown showed 5 minutes of individual suit oxygen remaining. Jericho waited, distant and unreachable, and 19 people prepared to discover whether perfect execution was possible when everyone was exhausted, injured, suffocating. Whether miracles happened, whether Team 7's impossible extraction would finally complete, or fail at the final moment despite everything they'd survived. Chapter 17, Math and Miracles. Commander Alessa Sisk had spent 17 years in naval intelligence calculating probabilities, analyzing threat assessments, and determining which operations had sufficient likelihood of success to warrant resource allocation. And she'd learned that mathematics was precise, reliable, and completely inadequate for predicting what happened when desperate humans encountered impossible situations and refused to accept that some problems couldn't be solved. Her displays showed Team 7's escape pod fragmenting in real time, hull breach expanding, atmospheric venting, 19 passengers sealed in EVA suits with approximately 5 minutes of individual oxygen remaining, intercept craft closing, but still 3 minutes away. 2 minutes too late for survivors whose suit reserves would deplete before rescue arrived. The math was precise, unambiguous, final. 19 people would suffocate before help reached them. Unless she found solution that didn't exist in standard operational protocols, that required abandoning conventional approaches and trusting calculations that seemed impossible. Commander, intercept craft requesting guidance, Lieutenant Hayes reported from Jericho's tactical station. His voice carried weight of someone who understood they were watching people die despite having resources to save them. Current acceleration puts them at pod location in 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Survivors' oxygen depletes in 4 minutes, 30 seconds. We're going to lose them. Not acceptable. Sisk's hands moved across her holographic displays, pulling up trajectory analysis, debris field mapping, gravitational modeling. There has to be variable we're missing, something that changes the equation. Ma'am, we've run every scenario. The intercept window closed when pod suffered catastrophic structural failure. Physics doesn't allow faster approach without risking intercept craft collision with debris. Physics, the fundamental constraints that govern belt operations, that determine what was possible versus what was wishful thinking. Sisk had built her career on respecting those constraints, on making decisions based on mathematical reality rather than hopeful delusion. But she'd also spent years watching Team 7 prove that mathematical reality was more flexible than doctrine suggested, that impossible extractions succeeded when operators refused to accept probability calculations is final word. Run scenario analysis, she ordered. Assume pod can execute emergency maneuver to meet intercept craft halfway. Calculate optimal trajectory modification. Ma'am, the pod has zero maneuvering capability. Thrusters are destroyed. Engines are offline. They're tumbling ballistic mass. They can't execute maneuvers. They can if we guide them through debris field collision that arrests tumble and redirects trajectory. Run the numbers. Hayes hesitated. Naval officer weighing whether to question superior's judgment when that judgment seemed to violate physics. Then his training took over and he began calculations. Sisk watched trajectory models populate her display. The pod was drifting through debris field on ballistic path that would carry them past intercept craft position before rendezvous could occur. But the debris field was three-dimensional maze of fragments, each with own mass and momentum, each capable of imparting force through collision. If they hit right debris at right angle with right velocity, collision could arrest their tumble and redirect trajectory toward intercept point. If three conditions that each required precision bordering on impossible. But impossible was relative term when people's lives depended on finding solutions. Calculations complete, Hayes reported. Theoretical solution exists. Pod must impact debris fragment at bearing 093, relative velocity 0.4 meters per second, angle of incidence 37 degrees. Collision will arrest tumble, redirect trajectory toward intercept craft position with arrival time of 2 minutes 18 seconds. Within oxygen depletion window, by 2 minutes 12 seconds. Extremely narrow margin, but technically viable. Technically viable. The phrase that separated calculated risk from suicidal desperation. Probability of successful execution? Sisk asked. Assuming pod can identify correct debris fragment, calculate precise impact vector, and execute collision at exact parameters. Approximately 12%. 12%? One chance in 8. Odds that standard protocols said weren't worth accepting when failure meant casualties. But standard protocols assumed you had alternatives. Assumed you could wait for better opportunities. Assumed accepting current losses was preferable to risking additional casualties through aggressive tactics. Team 7 had spent 12 years proving those assumptions wrong. Open channel to Sergeant Calder, Sisk ordered. The comm channel activated with hiss of static. Damaged systems, electromagnetic interference from debris field, distance degrading signal quality. But Calder's voice came through, strained but functional. Sisk, we're fragmenting. Need emergency solution now. I have one, but it requires perfect execution, and there's no margin for error. Listen carefully. Sisk pulled up the trajectory model, highlighted the debris fragment Hayes had identified. You're going to conduct controlled collision with debris fragment at bearing 093. Impact will arrest your tumble and redirect you toward intercept craft. Silence. Then Calder's voice, carrying weight of someone calculating whether to trust this plan. Commander, we have zero maneuvering capability. We can't conduct controlled anything. You have rotational momentum from structural failure, and you have 19 people who can shift their mass to affect pod's center of gravity, however minimally. Use passenger positioning to adjust your tumble rate until bearing 093 is aligned with your velocity vector. Then wait for debris to close and impact at precise parameters I'm transmitting now. More silence. Sisk could imagine the calculations running through Calder's tactical mind. Evaluating feasibility, assessing risk, determining whether this plan was brilliant solution or desperate delusion. What's the probability of success, he asked. 12%. And the alternative? Everyone suffocates in 4 minutes when oxygen depletes. Then 12% is good enough. Calder's voice carried absolute conviction, despite impossible odds. Transmit the parameters. We'll execute. Sisk sent the data, debris fragment identification, required impact angle, velocity calculations, timing windows measured in fractional seconds. Everything Calder needed to attempt miracle through mathematical precision. Passengers, listen up, Calder announced through pod's internal comm. Commander Sisk has solution that might save us. Requires everyone to move on my command, shifting pod's center of gravity to adjust our tumble. When I say move, you move exactly as directed. No hesitation, no questions. Understood? Acknowledgements came through. Scared voices, exhausted voices, voices that had survived 3-day siege and impossible extraction, and were now being asked to trust that coordinated movement could overcome physics. Beginning maneuver, Calder said. Passengers on port side, shift mast toward starboard bulkhead. Slow, controlled movement. Sisk watched the trajectory model update as pod's tumble rate changed minutely. Too slow. They needed faster rotation to align bearing 093 before debris fragment closed. Insufficient rotation rate, she reported. Need 20% increase in angular momentum. Starboard passengers, rapid shift to port side. Everyone else maintain position. The tumble accelerated. Better. Getting closer to required alignment. Debris fragment closing, Hayes reported. Impact in 45 seconds. 45 seconds to achieve precise alignment, precise velocity, precise angle of incidence. 45 seconds to prove that mathematical theory could translate into survival when executed by exhausted, hypoxic operators in fragmenting escape pod. Rotation increasing past optimal, Sisk warned. Need correction. Port passengers, shift mass back toward center. Slow the tumble. The pod's rotation decelerated. Approaching required rate. Getting closer. 30 seconds to impact. Sisk's displays showed probability calculations, updating in real time as pod's orientation approached optimal alignment. 7%, 9%, 11%. Bearing 093 aligned, she announced. Maintain current tumble rate. All passengers freeze positions. 20 seconds. The debris fragment was massive. Section of corridor structure, approximately 40 meters long, tumbling through space on trajectory that would intersect pod's position in seconds. If collision occurred at wrong angle, they'd fragment completely. If velocity was incorrect, they'd bounce away from intercept path. If timing was off by fractional seconds, they'd miss entirely. 12% probability of success. 88% probability of catastrophic failure. 15 seconds. Sisk watched trajectory models converge. The mathematics was elegant, classical mechanics, conservation of momentum, gravitational interactions, all combining to create solution where none should exist. But mathematics didn't account for human error, for system failures, for the 1,000 variables that could transform theoretical possibility into practical impossibility. 10 seconds. Impact parameters looking good. 9% probability now. The pod's tumble had accelerated slightly, compromising optimal angle of incidence. Calder, you're rotating too fast. Need correction. No time for corrections. We're committed. 8 seconds. Sisk forced herself to watch, to maintain professional detachment, despite knowing that 19 people's survival depended on collision occurring at parameters that mathematics said had 12%, now 8% chance of success. 5 seconds. The debris fragment closed, massive and inevitable. Collision imminent. 3, 2, impact. The pod struck debris fragment at angle that Sisk's instruments measured as 39 degrees. 2 degrees off optimal, enough variation to compromise predicted trajectory modification, but not enough to cause catastrophic structural failure. Momentum transferred. The pod's tumble arrested violently, creating acceleration stress that threatened remaining hull integrity. But the trajectory shifted, redirected by collision force that converted ballistic drift into directed movement toward intercept craft position. Trajectory modified successfully, Hayes reported, voice carrying disbelief that competed with professional discipline. Pod is now on intercept course. Arrival time 2 minutes 26 seconds. Oxygen depletion time 4 minutes 38 seconds. We made the window. Relief tried to compromise Sisk's professional composure. She forced it down, focused on next challenge. Intercept craft, adjust approach to match pod's new trajectory. Prepare for emergency docking with tumbling, damaged vessel. Copy command. Adjusting approach now. Through her displays, Sisk watched intercept craft and escape pod converge. 2 vessels moving through debris field on trajectories that mathematics said would intersect, that human coordination had made possible despite probability calculations suggesting failure. 1 minute to intercept. Inside the pod, passengers were experiencing violent tumble effects from collision. Some were probably injured. Acceleration stress, impact trauma, the inevitable casualties that came from using debris as navigation tool. But they were alive, still functional, still maintaining cohesion long enough for rescue to arrive. 30 seconds. The intercept craft closed with precision that spoke to pilot skill and desperate determination. Its docking clamps extended, positioned to grab fragmenting pod and transfer passengers before structural failure or oxygen depletion killed them. 20 seconds. Commander, new contact, Hayes announced, voice sharpening. Heat signature emerging from solar school debris field. Type 3, tracking toward pod location. The alien, still pursuing despite everything, still demonstrating that territorial hunting could extend beyond claimed boundaries. But it was 3 kilometers away, too far to intercept before pod reached safety. Alien contact breaking off pursuit, Hayes updated, returning to solar school territory. Self-preservation. The creature had calculated that continuing pursuit meant exposure in open space without territorial advantage, had determined that survival trumped hunting instinct. They'd learned that too, learned when to fight and when to withdraw. 10 seconds to intercept. Sisk watched docking clamps engage fragmenting pod with mechanical precision. Magnetic seals locked, hatches cycled, and intercept craft began transferring passengers from dying escape pod to functional rescue vessel. Transfer in progress, intercept pilot reported. All 19 passengers accounted for. Beginning medical triage. 19 passengers. 0 Team 7 casualties. 44 total survivors from SOAR's school siege that should have killed everyone. Impossible extraction completed through combination of tactical competence, stubborn determination, in mathematical precision that converted 12% probability into survival. Intercept craft? Status of passengers? Sisk asked. Multiple injuries, severe hypoxia in approximately half, but everyone's alive. We're providing emergency oxygen and medical stabilization. Estimate arrival at Jericho in 4 minutes. 4 minutes until they reach safety. Until impossible extraction became completed mission. Until Team 7 proved once again that some operations succeeded despite probability calculations. Sisk watched trajectory updates as intercept craft accelerated toward Jericho, carrying 19 survivors who should be dead, demonstrating that mathematics and miracles weren't mutually exclusive when humans refused to accept that some problems couldn't be solved. Commander, Hayes said quietly, I've never seen anything like that. 12% probability, collision navigation through debris field, coordinated passenger movement affecting center of gravity. It shouldn't have worked. But it did work, because we calculated precisely, executed perfectly, and refused to accept that 88% failure probability was final word. Sisk's voice carried weight of 17 years, learning when to trust mathematics and when to trust humans who made impossible things possible. That's what Team 7 does. That's why they have 12-year record of completed impossible extractions. Still, 12%. 12% is infinitely better than 0%, and 0% is what we had if we'd accepted that rescue was impossible. She pulled up mission summary, began documenting decisions, calculating after-action analysis that Belt Command would demand. Mathematics provides framework for understanding probability, but humans provide determination to make low-probability events succeed through precision execution. Through her displays, Sisk tracked intercept craft's approach to Jericho. 3 minutes to docking. 3 minutes until medical teams would begin treating injuries, processing trauma, converting survivors from operational assets into patients requiring care. 3 minutes until she could stop calculating probabilities and accept that mission had succeeded. Jericho Medical, this is command, she transmitted. Prepare for mass casualty reception. 19 passengers incoming, multiple critical injuries, severe hypoxia across majority of group. Alert all available medical personnel. Urich's voice responded, exhausted but professional. Medical standing by. We're already overwhelmed with previous survivor groups, but we'll manage. We always do. Understood. Be advised, Lieutenant Caro is among incoming passengers. She's wounded, probably experiencing command stress. Definitely needs psychological evaluation along with medical treatment. Noted. We'll prioritize accordingly. Sisk watched countdown compress. 2 minutes to arrival, then 90 seconds, then 60. Each second another increment closer to completion, to proof that impossible operations could succeed when mathematics and human determination combined. Intercept craft approaching Jericho, Hayes reported. Docking clamps engaging in 30 seconds. Through her displays, Sisk could see Jericho's docking bay, medical team's position, equipment prepared, Commander Sisk's entire infrastructure mobilized to receive survivors that probability said shouldn't exist. 20 seconds. She thought about the mission. 3 days of siege, 63 command decisions, 285 students reduced to 44 survivors. Thought about Team 7 conducting 3 sequential extractions against impossible odds, proving that some operations succeeded despite mathematics. Thought about 12% probability becoming 100% success through precision and determination. 10 seconds. The intercept craft settled into docking clamps with mechanical precision. Hatches cycled, atmospheric pressure equalized, and medical teams surged forward to receive passengers who'd survived 3-day siege, alien combat, canyon crossing, debris field pursuit, structural failure, and collision navigation. Survive because mathematics provided framework and humans provided execution. Survive because 12% was enough when alternative was 0. All passengers transferred to Jericho Medical, the intercept pilot reported. Mission complete. 44 total survivors from source school siege recovered. 44 survivors from facility that held 285 students. The mathematics of loss was brutal. 84% casualties, worst disaster in Belt history, catastrophic failure by any objective measure, but also 44 people alive who should be dead. 44 impossible rescues. 44 proofs that some operations succeeded despite probability calculations. Sisk began compiling mission report, documentation that Belt Command would require, analysis of tactical decisions, probability assessments that would justify resource allocation for future operations. The mathematics was precise, comprehensive, utterly inadequate for capturing what had actually happened when Team 7 refused to accept that some people couldn't be saved. Commander, Hayes said, Belt Command is requesting immediate situation briefing. They're asking questions about operational protocols, about why we committed resources to rescue operation with projected survival probability below acceptable thresholds. Tell them the truth. We committed resources because 12% was better than 0%, because 44 survivors was better than complete loss, because some principles are worth defending regardless of probability calculations. Ma'am, they're specifically asking about the collision navigation, about using debris impact to modify trajectory. That's not standard protocol. It's not in any operational manual. They want to know what authority you had to authorize such risky. I had authority of 17 years, naval intelligence experience, and real-time analysis showing it was only viable option. If Belt Command wants to question that authority, they can review mission documentation and determine whether 44 survivors justified tactical innovation. Sisk's voice carried edge that suggested she was done accepting that mathematics alone should determine operational decisions. And if they determine innovation wasn't justified, they can note their objections in my personnel file, along with every other time I've prioritized survival over conventional protocols. Hayes hesitated, then nodded. I'll relay that message, diplomatically. You do that. Sisk returned to her displays, watching medical teams process survivors, watching Jericho's infrastructure strain under sudden influx of traumatized, injured personnel. The mathematics of resource allocation was challenging. Station hadn't been designed for this kind of casualty load. Medical supplies were depleting, personnel were exhausted, but they were managing, always managed, because humans adapted to impossible circumstances when alternatives meant accepting casualties. Commander, Sergeant Calder requesting communication, Hayes announced. Put him through. Calder's voice came through comms, exhausted, strained, but carrying satisfaction of completed mission. Commander Sisk, Team 7 reporting mission complete. All survivors extracted from Source School facility. 0 Team 7 casualties. Requesting permission to stand down for medical evaluation and recovery. Permission granted, Sergeant. And Calder. Ma'am, that collision navigation. 12% probability. That was... She searched for words that captured what she'd witnessed. Mathematical precision combining with human determination to create survival from impossible circumstances. That was exceptional operational execution, textbook example of trusting calculations while maintaining tactical flexibility. We learned from the best, Commander. Your guidance made that maneuver possible. My guidance provided framework. Your team provided execution. There's difference between calculating possibility and making it reality. Noted. Team 7 standing down will be available for debriefing after medical evaluation. The comm channel closed. CISC continued documenting mission analysis, compiling probability assessments, preparing justification for decisions that had saved 44 lives through combination of mathematics and miracles. Through her displays, she watched medical teams work, Yuri coordinating triage, station personnel providing treatment, survivors experiencing transition from operational status to patient care. Watch Caro being led towards psychological evaluation, still trying to command despite exhaustion and trauma. Watch SOAR students who'd survived impossible circumstances begin processing what they'd experienced. Watch proof that sometimes, when mathematics said survival was impossible and humans said otherwise, humans won the argument through nothing more than refusing to surrender. Commander, Hayes said quietly, final casualty assessment is complete. SOAR school siege. 285 students initial, 44 survivors extracted, 241 confirmed dead. 241. The mathematics of failure. The number that would define this disaster in historical records, that would raise questions about preparedness and response protocols and whether belt operations were sustainable when casualties could be so catastrophic. And Team 7 status? CISC asked. 3 operators, 0 casualties across 3 sequential extraction runs in alien-defended territory. Statistical anomaly. Their survival probability across all 3 missions combined was approximately 0.03%. 0.03%. 1 chance in 3,000. Odds that mathematics said were impossible, that probability calculations said couldn't succeed, but Team 7 had succeeded anyway. Had proved that sometimes determination mattered more than statistics, that human coordination could overcome mathematical inevitability, that hope wasn't always irrational delusion. Note in mission report, CISC ordered, Team 7's operational performance during SOAR school siege represents exceptional execution of rescue protocols under extreme circumstances. Recommend commendation for all personnel involved, including yourself, Commander. Your real-time trajectory calculations made final rescue possible. I just ran the numbers. Team 7 made them work. But Hayes was right. The collision navigation had required both mathematical precision to identify solution and human execution to make it reality. Required trust between remote coordinator and field operators. Required accepting that 12% was good enough when alternative was 0. Required proving that mathematics and miracles could coexist. CISC continued her documentation, watching displays update as Jericho processed survivors, as medical teams fought to save people who'd already survived impossible circumstances, as Belt Station demonstrated that humans could adapt to catastrophic situations through coordination and determination. And somewhere in Jericho's medical bay, 44 survivors breathed recycled atmosphere and processed trauma and began understanding that they'd witnessed something that probability calculations said shouldn't happen. That impossible extractions succeeded when humans refused to accept that some people couldn't be saved. That mathematics provided framework, but determination provided results. That 12% was enough. But as CISC compiled final mission statistics, new data appeared on her displays. Sensor readings from SOAR School's debris field, anomalous heat signatures, movement patterns that suggested the aliens weren't finished learning. That survival wasn't conclusion, but temporary reprieve. That the larger threat was still emerging, still adapting, still demonstrating that humanity's presence in the belt had attracted attention from intelligences that shouldn't exist. And the mathematics of that threat was something Sisk hadn't begun to calculate. Chapter 18. The Cost of Breathing. Petty Officer First Class. Mirena Urich had treated 44 survivors in the 6 hours since Team Seven's final extraction, had performed 17 emergency procedures ranging from simple wound care to complex surgical interventions, had watched 3 people die despite her best efforts because some injuries couldn't be fixed with available resources. And she'd learned that the hardest part of impossible extractions wasn't the combat or the tactical challenges, but the quiet aftermath when you had to count the living and acknowledge all the dead. Jericho's medical bay was organized chaos that had settled into exhausted rhythm. Every bed occupied, every available medic working, every piece of equipment pushed beyond manufacturer specifications. The survivors from SOAR School's siege filled the space with their injuries and trauma in desperate gratitude for being alive, creating atmosphere that oscillated between relief and grief in ways that made clinical detachment nearly impossible. Urich moved through triage with mechanical efficiency born from 2 decades of Navy medical service. Patient assessment, priority categorization, treatment allocation based on who would live, who would die, who might survive if she made exactly the right choices. The familiar calculus that let her function when emotional processing would compromise operational capability. Vitals stabilizing on patient 12, one of Jericho's medical staff reported. Young technician, maybe 25, who'd probably never treated combat casualties before and was learning through necessity. Radiation exposure is responding to chelation therapy. Good. Maintain current treatment protocol and monitor for secondary complications. Urich checked the patient's charts. SOAR student, female, 19 years old, had survived 3 days of siege plus canyon crossing plus debris field pursuit. Should be dead. Was alive through combination of luck and Team 7's refusal to leave people behind. Increased pain management by 10%. She's experiencing breakthrough symptoms. The technician complied, adjusting medication levels while Urich moved to next patient. Student with traumatic amputation, not Sokolov, different casualty, someone who'd lost an arm during the siege and had been surviving with emergency tourniquet for 3 days. The wound was infected despite nanosealant, showing signs of systemic corruption that meant aggressive intervention or death. Urich began treatment, surgical debridement of damaged tissue, antibiotic protocols that would strain their pharmaceutical supplies. The kind of intensive care that required resources she barely had and time she couldn't spare. But the student lived. For now, whether she'd survive the next 24 hours was different calculation. How many? Lieutenant Caro's voice from the medical bay entrance. She was supposed to be receiving psychological evaluation, was supposed to be resting after 3 days of command stress and physical injuries. Instead, she was standing in doorway, damaged EVA suit removed, shoulder bandaged, expression carrying weight of someone who needed to know the final count. How many what? Urich asked, though she knew exactly what Caro was asking. Survivors? Total. I need to know how many people made it out. Urich pulled up her triage documentation. The numbers were precise, clinical, completely inadequate for capturing what they actually meant. 44 survivors extracted from SOAR School facility, 3 killed in action during canyon crossing, Ramirez, Chen, Wei. 41 currently receiving treatment in this facility. 3 critical, 7 serious, 12 moderate, 19 minor. And dead? SOAR School initial population was 285 students plus 17 faculty and staff. Total 302 individuals. The mathematics was brutal but necessary. We extracted 44, which means 258 confirmed dead. 258. The number hung in the medical bay's recycled atmosphere, heavy with implications about failure and loss, and the cost of operating in environments that shouldn't support human life. I commanded those students, Caro said quietly, was responsible for their safety, for their survival. You commanded them through impossible circumstances and kept 44 alive when probability said everyone should die. That's not failure, Lieutenant. That's exceptional performance under catastrophic conditions. Tell that to the 258 who didn't make it. Urich wanted to argue, wanted to point out that survival probability for anyone at source school had been effectively zero before Team 7 arrived, that Caro had made tactical decisions that saved lives despite impossible odds. But she'd seen this before. Command guilt, the particular weight that came from being responsible for casualties that happened despite best efforts. Words wouldn't help. Time might, or might not. Some weights never lifted regardless of how long you carried them. You should rest, Urich said instead. Let the medical staff monitor your shoulder injury. Let someone else carry the command weight for a few hours. Can't rest. Not while people are still being treated. Not while... Caro stopped, expression shifting as something behind Urich caught her attention. Is that Sergeant Voss? Urich turned. Voss was visible through the medical base viewport, moving through Jericho's corridor with unsteady gait that suggested exhaustion or injury or both. She wasn't heading toward medical treatment, was moving away from populated areas toward station's quieter sections. She completed medical screening 30 minutes ago, Urich reported. Minor injuries, extreme fatigue, psychological stress within expected parameters for someone who conducted close combat operations against unknown hostiles. I cleared her for rest and recovery. She doesn't look cleared for anything. She looks like she's about to collapse. Caro was right. Voss's movements had particular quality that Urich recognized from years of treating combat stress. The mechanical functionality that meant someone was operating on autopilot while their mind processed trauma, the controlled precision that suggested they were holding themselves together through conscious effort rather than actual stability. I'll check on her, Urich said. You get psychological evaluation like you're supposed to. After I know my people are stable, your people are stable. Now go let someone treat you before I make it medical order. Caro hesitated, then nodded and moved toward the psychological services section. Urich followed Voss's path through Jericho's corridors, tracking the young sergeant toward one of the station's observation decks. Small spaces designed for off-duty personnel to decompress, to stare at stars, to process the psychological weight of belt operations. Voss was alone on the observation deck, sitting against bulkhead with knees drawn up, staring at something clutched in her hands. Her breathing was controlled but shallow, the pattern that suggested someone fighting panic response. Urich approached carefully. Sergeant Voss, medical check. How are you feeling? Fine. Voice tight, controlled. Absolutely lying. Try again, and this time use words that match your physiological status. Voss looked up. Her eyes were red. Might have been crying, might have been exhaustion, probably both. I'm processing. The mission, the combat, everything that happened in the last 6 hours. That's normal. Expected. Combat operations produce psychological stress that requires time to manage. Urich sat beside her, close enough to provide support, but distant enough to respect personal space. What are you holding? Voss's hands unclenched slightly, revealing photograph, old-fashioned physical image, worn at edges, showing 3 people who looked like family. My siblings, younger brother and sister, they're at civilian station in Innerbelt, safe. Far from combat operations and alien predators and everything that happens out here. You carry their photo on missions? Always. Reminds me why I do this. Why I accepted OBR assignment despite knowing it meant operating in situations that might kill me. Her voice cracked slightly. Reminds me that some people are worth protecting, even when protection means accepting terrible risk. Urich understood. Everyone in OBR operations had reasons, personal motivations that sustained them through impossible circumstances, principles they believed were worth defending. For Calder, it was proving that some people could be saved. For Tagawa, it was using engineering skills to solve tactical problems. For Urich herself, it was providing medical care to operators who wouldn't survive without her expertise. For Voss, it was protecting siblings she couldn't physically shield by serving in unit that protected strangers. You did good work today, Urich said. Close combat specialist role in hostile territory, thermal lance operations under extreme stress, recovery of separated team member, despite tactical risk. That's exceptional performance for someone with your experience level. I killed people, things, aliens, whatever they are. Voss's hands were shaking now, adrenaline crash combining with psychological processing. Burned through their armor with thermal lance, watched them die, felt satisfaction when they stopped moving. What kind of person feels satisfaction about killing? The kind who's been in life or death combat and understands that survival sometimes requires violence. The kind who's processed that their enemy was actively trying to kill them and their team. The kind who's human and experiencing normal psychological response to extreme circumstances. It doesn't feel normal. Feels like something broke inside me. Like I crossed line I can't uncross. You crossed line between theoretical combat training and actual combat experience. That's not breaking. That's developing. Becoming operator who can function in hostile environments instead of student who theorizes about them. Yurik kept her voice clinical, professional, the tone that suggested this was medical assessment rather than judgment. But you're also experiencing combat stress, adrenaline crash, and probable claustrophobic response to spending 6 hours in overloaded escape pod with compromised life support. Your psychological reaction is appropriate to circumstances. Voss's breathing was accelerating, shallow, rapid, pattern that suggested approaching panic attack. The pod, God, the pod. 19 people in space for 12. No room to move. Air getting thinner. Structure failing around us. I thought I was going to suffocate while trapped with corpse and injured survivors and breathe. Controlled, deep breaths. You're safe now. You're on Jericho with full atmospheric support. The pod is gone. The combat is finished. You survived. Wei didn't survive. Chen didn't survive. Ramirez didn't survive. Okoye, Voss's voice broke completely. We left Okoye, abandoned her to aliens because recovering her meant everyone else died. Lieutenant Caro made that call, and I understood the tactical necessity, but it still feels like failure. It is failure, and also correct decision. Both things are true simultaneously. Yurik had spent 23 years learning to accept this particular contradiction. Command requires accepting that some casualties are inevitable, that perfect solutions don't exist. The choosing who lives means accepting who dies. It's terrible. It's necessary. It's the cost of operating in hostile environments where resources are insufficient and odds are impossible. How do you live with that? How do you make those choices and not break completely? You count the people you saved instead of the people you lost. You accept that 44 survivors is better than 0. You process the trauma through proper psychological channels instead of pretending it doesn't affect you. Yurik paused. And you let yourself break a little in quiet spaces where nobody's watching. Because operators who never break are the ones who shatter catastrophically when stress finally exceeds tolerance. Voss was crying now, silent tears, controlled sobs, the kind of emotional release that suggested she'd been holding this back for hours while maintaining professional composure during mission operations. I was so scared, she whispered, during canyon crossing, during debris field pursuit, during pod failure. Absolutely terrified. Thought I was going to die multiple times. Thought everyone was going to die. And I kept functioning because training said to function, but inside I was screaming. That's courage. Not absence of fear, but functioning despite it. Doesn't feel courageous. Feels like survival instinct overriding rational judgment that said these operations were impossible. Maybe that's what courage is. Overriding judgment that says surrender is rational choice. Yurik stood, extended hand to help Voss up. Come on. You need proper rest, full psychological debrief, and probably anti-anxiety medication to help you sleep. All of which are waiting in medical bay if you'll accept treatment. Voss took her hand, stood unsteadily. Will it get easier? The killing, the fear, the guilt about survivors we couldn't save? No, it gets familiar. You learn to carry the weight without letting it compromise your function. But it never gets easier. Wonderful. Something to look forward to. They moved through Jericho's corridors toward medical bay. Voss was still shaking, still processing, still marked by 6 hours of combat that would probably haunt her for years. But she was functional, alive, already demonstrating resilience that suggested she'd survived the psychological weight of OBR operations. The medical bay had quieted somewhat. Initial crisis managed, critical patients stabilized, a rhythm settling into sustained treatment rather than emergency response. Urich directed Voss toward rest area, provided sedatives that would help with sleep, watched the young sergeant settle into recovery protocol. 44 survivors receiving treatment. 3 operators exhausted but functional. Mission complete despite impossible odds. But something was missing. Urich moved through Jericho's corridors, checking common spaces, looking for the operator who should have been prominent during aftermath, but was nowhere visible. Found him eventually in observation deck adjacent to station's sensor array. Tagawa sitting alone, staring at displays showing Soar School's structural status. His usual humor was absent. No jokes about probability, no deflection through sarcasm. Just quiet attention to data streams. "Corporal," Urich said. "Medical check. You completed screening, but I'm following up on crew status." "I'm fine." His voice was flat, exhausted. "No injuries requiring treatment. Just watching." "Watching what?" "Soar School. Structural collapse is accelerating. Canyon destabilization from Sergeant Calder's shape charges compromise primary support network. Facility will experience catastrophic failure in approximately 35 minutes. He gestured at the sensor display. 258 bodies still inside. We're going to watch them all become debris field casualties when structure fails completely. Urich understood. Tagawa had spent the mission using his engineering skills to save people, modifying equipment, rigging demolitions, calculating trajectories. Now he was watching the facility he'd helped destroy, processing the reality that tactical victories had costs beyond immediate casualties. "You saved 44 people," she said. "Your equipment modifications, your demolition planning, your piloting, all of it contributed to extraction success. I know, mathematically, I understand we achieved exceptional results. Emotionally, I'm processing that my shaped charges are about to kill 258 people who were already dead by burying them in structural collapse." He touched his ear, wincing. "Also, my tinnitus is terrible. Explosive detonations in confined spaces. Should probably get that checked." "Should definitely get that checked. Tinnitus can indicate acoustic trauma that compromises function. Later. Right now, I'm watching the end of Soar School. Feels like I should bear witness. Acknowledge what we're destroying even when destruction was necessary." They sat together in silence, watching sensor displays track structural degradation. The canyon's collapse had created cascade failure through Soar School's support network. Stress fractures propagating, hull plates separating, atmospheric containment failing. The facility that had been training center for rescue operations was dying, converting from architecture into debris. 30 minutes to complete structural failure, Tagawa announced quietly. "Everyone inside will become part of debris field. Unrecoverable, including Okoye. The student Lieutenant Caro had abandoned to save everyone else. The casualty that tactical necessity demanded but command guilt would carry forever." "We should probably inform Commander Sisk," Urich said. "Structural collapse will create navigation hazard. Belt Command needs to know." "Sisk already knows. She's monitoring from Naval Intelligence Station, probably calculating probability of cascading failures, estimating debris dispersal patterns, determining whether Soar School's death creates strategic complications." Tagawa's voice carried something between respect and exhaustion. "She does the math. We do the impossible operations. That's how this works." Apparently successfully, 44 survivors proves impossible operations can succeed. Next time the aliens will have adapted to our tactics. We'll have learned from observing our rescue operations. We'll be ready for whatever approaches we develop. He gestured at sensor displays showing heat signatures still visible in Soar School debris. They're still there, still learning, still demonstrating that we've encountered intelligence that shouldn't exist and don't know how to counter. 20 minutes to structural collapse. Urich left Tagawa to his watching, moved through Jericho's corridors toward the place she knew Calder would be. Not medical bay receiving treatment, not debriefing with station command, but somewhere alone processing the weight of completed impossible extraction and all the casualties that happened despite success. Found him in secondary observation deck, standing at viewport, staring at SOAR School's distant silhouette against stars. His posture was relaxed, controlled, giving no indication of the stress and exhaustion he must be experiencing. But Urich had worked with him for 7 years, knew the subtle signs, tension in shoulders, particular stillness that suggested he was thinking instead of resting. She didn't announce herself, just stood beside him at viewport, watching the same distant facility, sharing the silence that came after impossible operations. They didn't speak, nothing to say. The job was done. The cost was counted. 44 survivors, 258 dead, 3 KIA during extraction, costs and benefits measured in human lives and tactical necessity. Structural failure in 15 minutes, Calder said eventually. Voice quiet, carrying weight she recognized from previous missions. Everything we left behind becomes unrecoverable debris. Everything we saved becomes 44 people who get to live. Urich kept her voice clinical. That's acceptable return for 3-day operation in hostile territory. Is it? 15% survival rate, 85% casualties. If I present those numbers to Belt Command, they'll question whether SOAR School operation should have been attempted at all. And if you present 44 impossible rescues, they'll acknowledge that Team 7 completed another extraction that probability said would fail. Frame of reference matters. Frame of reference. Calder smiled slightly. Mathematical perspective versus human perspective. Sisk would say we should trust the math. I say we should trust the people who prove math wrong. Both perspectives are valid. Maybe that's why Team 7 succeeds. You provide the stubborn determination, and Sisk provides the mathematical framework, and together you create solutions that neither could develop alone. Poetic. Probably not how Belt Command will frame it in their after-action report. 10 minutes to structural collapse. Through the viewport, SOAR School was degrading visibly now, hull breaches spreading, atmospheric venting creating visible gas dispersal. The facility was dying in slow-motion catastrophe that would accelerate dramatically when primary supports failed. 3 operators, 44 survivors, 3 KIA, 0 Team 7 casualties, Urich summarized. By any objective measure, this was successful operation. By objective measure, subjectively, it feels like we saved some people while abandoning others. Like we made choices about who deserved rescue based on tactical feasibility instead of actual need. That's command. That's what leadership costs. Caro's learning that lesson right now in psychological services. You learned it 12 years ago when you started conducting impossible extractions. Urich watched structural degradation accelerate. But you also learned that some people being saved is better than everyone dying. That's why you keep doing this despite the cost. 5 minutes. Calder's jaw tightened. Commander Sisk is traveling to Jericho for formal debrief. She'll want comprehensive after-action analysis, tactical decisions, casualty assessment, probability calculations that justify why we committed resources to operation with projected survival rate below acceptable thresholds. And you'll provide that analysis. You'll justify every decision. You'll prove that Team 7's approach produces results despite unconventional methods. Urich paused. And then you'll accept whatever commendation or criticism Belt Command determines is appropriate and continue doing impossible extractions because that's who you are. You make me sound predictable. You are predictable. Predictably stubborn, predictably determined, predictably refusing to accept that some situations are unwinnable. It's simultaneously your greatest strength and most dangerous flaw. 3 minutes. The structural collapse was accelerating. SOAR School's primary supports were failing, creating cascade effect through entire facility. In 3 minutes, it would transition from damaged architecture to debris field, from recoverable facility to unrecoverable wreckage. In 3 minutes, 258 people would become permanent casualties instead of temporary losses. In 3 minutes, Okoye would die, if she wasn't dead already, buried in structural collapse that was direct result of Team 7's tactical decisions. I made choice to collapse the canyon, Calder said quietly. Knew it would trigger facility-wide structural failure. Knew people might still be alive inside. Made that call because tactical necessity said eliminating alien nest was worth casualties we couldn't prevent. And that choice was correct. Difficult, but correct. Because leaving alien nest intact meant future casualties that would exceed current losses. Mathematically correct. Emotionally, it feels like murder with justification attached. 2 minutes. Urich had no response to that, because he was right. Command decisions that sacrifice some people to save others were mathematically sound and emotionally devastating. The particular burden that came from operating in circumstances where perfect solutions didn't exist. 1 minute. They watched together in silence. Medical officer and impossible extraction specialist standing at viewport, bearing witness to death of facility they'd fought to save, acknowledging cost of operations that succeeded through accepting casualties. 30 seconds. Soar School's structural integrity reached critical failure threshold. Primary supports collapsed simultaneously, creating cascade that propagated through entire facility in seconds. Hull plates fragmented, modules separated. The facility that had held 285 students converted into expanding debris field in slow motion, zero-gravity catastrophe. Beautiful, terrible, final. It's done, Calder said. Soar School is gone. Everyone we couldn't save is unrecoverable. All that remains is counting survivors and processing the cost. 44 survivors counted, cost acknowledged, mission complete. They stood at viewport, watching debris expand, watching the end of facility that had become tomb and battlefield, and proof that humans could fight biomechanical predators if they were desperate enough. Stood processing the weight of completed impossible extraction. Stood acknowledging that success and failure weren't mutually exclusive, that some operations achieved objectives while creating casualties, that the math of rescue work was brutal and necessary. The debris field expanded, the silence held. And somewhere in Jericho's administrative section, Commander Sisk was traveling to meet them, was preparing formal debrief, was calculating whether Team Seven's methods were replicable or just statistical anomaly, preparing to determine whether 44 survivors justified the costs, whether impossible extractions were sustainable operational approach, whether humanity belonged in the belt at all when the black contained threats that adapted faster than humans could respond. But that was future concern. For now, the job was done. The cost was counted, and Team 7 stood together in quiet observation, breathing recycled atmosphere, processing trauma, accepting that this was what they did, proved impossible extractions were possible through stubborn refusal to accept that some people couldn't be saved, even when the math said otherwise, even when the cost was terrible, even when success felt like failure with justification attached. The debris field settled into its final configuration. The mission was complete, and in the silence that followed impossible operations, hope flickered. Dangerous, irrational, absolutely necessary. The only thing that made any of this survivable. Chapter 19. After Action. Lieutenant Sakura Karo had written 64 after-action reports during her 7 years in SOAR training and operations, had documented exercises and simulations and theoretical rescue scenarios with clinical precision that converted experience into data, but none of those reports had required her to sit across from Commander Alessa Sisk in Jericho's conference room and justify command decisions that had killed 258 people while saving 44, to explain why 15% survival rate constituted operational success when 85% casualties suggested catastrophic failure. The conference room was standard military design, functional table, uncomfortable chairs, displays for presenting tactical analysis. Nothing distinctive. Nothing that acknowledged this space was where Kara would formally document the worst disaster in Belt history and her role in managing it. Commander Sisk sat across from her, physical presence replacing the remote coordination that had characterized their previous interactions. She was smaller than Caro had imagined, maybe 160 centimeters, slight build, the kind of person who looked like administrative officer, rather than someone who calculated trajectories that saved lives through mathematical precision. But her eyes were sharp, analytical, carrying weight of 17 years making decisions that determined operational outcomes. Lieutenant Caro, Sisk began, voice professional and direct. Thank you for agreeing to formal debrief despite medical recommendations that you rest for another 24 hours. Your perspective as senior SOAR officer during the siege is critical for comprehensive after-action analysis. I'm functional enough for debrief, Commander. Caro's shoulder ached where the alien's appendage had struck her, nano-sealant holding damaged tissue together, but providing only minimal pain management. And I need to provide this report while events are still clear. Memory degrades with time, especially under traumatic stress. Understood. Let's begin with initial siege conditions. When did you first become aware of hostile presence at SOAR school? Caro pulled up her documentation, timeline she'd maintained throughout the siege, command decisions cataloged with timestamps and tactical justifications. 3 days compressed into data points that utterly failed to capture what it had felt like to watch students die while she made choices about who to save. Initial contact occurred at 0340 hours, 3 days prior to Team Seven's arrival. Facility sensors detected anomalous heat signatures in maintenance sections. Security investigation found breached exterior hull and presence of unknown organisms in restricted areas. Her voice was steady, clinical, refusing to acknowledge the screaming in her mind that said she should have identified the threat faster, should have initiated evacuation protocols immediately, should have saved everyone instead of losing most of them. I ordered defensive protocols and initiated distress signal at 0415. By 0500, hostile organisms had penetrated primary HAB sections and were actively hunting students. Casualties: 43 in first hour. Students were unprepared for combat against intelligent predators. Standard defensive training proved inadequate when opponents demonstrated tactical learning and coordinated assault patterns. Sisk made notes on her display, face neutral despite the brutal mathematics. What defensive measures did you implement? Consolidated survivors into defensible positions, prioritized locations with controllable access points, and emergency life support, rationed oxygen to extend survival time, organized armed response teams from students with combat training. Caro felt the weight of each decision. Who to position where, who to abandon when defensive lines collapsed, who deserved priority for limited resources. Made tactical retreats when positions became untenable, accepted casualties to preserve remaining survivors. How many defensive positions did you establish during the siege? 7 initially, reduced to 3 by end of first day as hostile pressure overwhelmed perimeters. Final position at medical station maintained until Team 7's arrival. And casualties during these defensive retreats? Caro consulted her documentation. Though she didn't need to, the numbers were burned into memory in ways that would probably haunt her forever. 87 students died during first retreat, 53 during second, 31 during third. Each retreat required choosing who to evacuate and who to abandon when transport capacity was insufficient. Decision 1 through decision 63. Each one a choice about who lived and who died. Lieutenant, I need you to understand something. Sisk's voice softened slightly, carrying acknowledgement that these weren't just statistics. You maintained command authority during 3-day siege against unknown hostile organisms with no support, limited resources, and continuously degrading tactical situation. You kept 44 people alive through combination of tactical competence and command decisions that I'm documenting as textbook examples of crisis leadership. That's exceptional performance. Exceptional performance that resulted in 85% casualties. Exceptional performance that resulted in 15% survival when probability calculations suggested 0%. Before Team 7 arrived, my analysis indicated complete facility loss was inevitable. You proved that assessment wrong by maintaining defensive positions and survivor cohesion long enough for extraction to occur. Caro wanted to argue, wanted to point out that better tactical decisions might have saved more people, that different command choices could have prevented some casualties. But Sisk was right. Survival probability had been effectively 0. and 44 people breathing recycled atmosphere in Jericho's medical bay was proof that leadership mattered even when mathematics suggested it shouldn't. Walk me through Team Seven's arrival, Sis continued. Your initial assessment of their operational approach. Sergeant Calder was... Caro searched for words that captured what she'd observed. Determined, absolutely refusing to accept that extraction was impossible despite probability calculations. He conducted 3 sequential rescue operations in alien-defended territory, modified tactics based on combat lessons, demonstrated tactical flexibility that I'd never observed in simulated operations. Did his approach align with SOAR training protocols? No, he violated multiple safety regulations, accepted risk levels that standard doctrine says are unacceptable, prioritized mission completion over crew safety in ways that should have resulted in casualties. Caro paused. But his approach also extracted 44 people who would have died if he'd followed conventional protocols. Sometimes unconventional methods produce results that justify their risks. Sisk made more notes. I'm documenting that assessment. Belt Command needs to understand that Team 7's operational philosophy, while unorthodox, produces measurable outcomes that standard approaches don't achieve. They continued through the debrief, tactical decisions during canyon crossing, debris field navigation, final extraction with overloaded escape pod. Each section documented, analyzed, converted into data that Belt Command would use to determine whether SOAR school disaster represented preventable failure or inevitable consequence of operating in hostile environments. Final assessment, Sisk said. In your professional judgment as SOAR-trained officer, could this disaster have been prevented? Caro considered the question. Not the politically safe answer, but the truthful one based on 3 days of desperate command and years of rescue operations training. No. The hostile organisms demonstrated intelligence and tactical learning that existing protocols don't account for. They adapted faster than defensive measures could be implemented. They exploited weaknesses in facility design that hadn't been identified as vulnerabilities. Prevention would have required foreknowledge that these threats existed in the belt, which we didn't have. So this was first contact scenario. Humanity encountering unknown organisms without preparation or defensive capability. Yes, and learning that the belt contains threats we haven't mapped, haven't classified, haven't developed protocols to counter. Caro met Sisk's eyes. What happens now? Does Navy establish quarantine around former SOAR school location? Do we evacuate belt operations entirely until threats are identified? Neither. Navy is dispatching task force to hunt remaining organisms in SOAR school debris field. We're classifying these entities as belt fauna, indigenous predators that humanity didn't know existed, rather than invading force. Dangerous, yes, but also potentially manageable if we develop appropriate defensive measures. Belt fauna. The term felt inadequate for biomechanical predators that demonstrated tactical intelligence, but it was better than the alternatives. Invading alien force, existential threat. Proof that humanity didn't belong in deep space. SOAR program is under review, Sis continued. Defensive protocols will be revised to account for intelligent hostile organisms. Training will include combat operations against adaptive threats. Facility designs will incorporate enhanced security measures. She paused. And OBR units are receiving significant funding increase. Team 7's performance during SOAR school crisis demonstrated that rapid response extraction capabilities are essential for belt operations. Funding increase. Resources. Recognition that impossible extractions were valuable operational capability rather than statistical anomaly. Additionally, Belt Command is establishing first contact protocols for future encounters with unknown organisms. Your documentation of alien behavior patterns, tactical learning, weakness assessments, all of it becomes foundation for defensive doctrine that might prevent future disasters. Caro felt something shifting. Not quite pride because 258 people were still dead, but acknowledgement that their deaths weren't meaningless if lessons learned prevented future casualties. That command decisions during the siege had produced intelligence that might save lives. There's one more thing. Sisk pulled up personnel file. You've submitted request for OBR cross-training. transitioning from SOAR operations to Team Seven's extraction unit. Yes, after watching their performance during the siege, I've concluded that extraction specialist skills are more valuable than facility-based rescue operations. I want to learn their methods. Sergeant Calder supports your request, says you demonstrated tactical competence and command authority that would be asset to OBR operations. But I need to know, are you requesting transfer because you genuinely want to develop extraction skills or because you're running from SOAR school trauma? Honest question, deserved honest answer. Both, Caro admitted. I'm running from facility that became tomb for students I commanded. But I'm also recognizing that Team Seven's approach to rescue operations, aggressive, flexible, refusing to accept that some people can't be saved, represents philosophy I want to learn, that I need to learn if I'm going to continue operating in environments where conventional protocols prove insufficient. That's acceptable motivation. Cross-training approved pending psychological evaluation and medical clearance. Sis closed the personnel file. Welcome to the world of impossible extractions, Lieutenant. It's terrifying and occasionally successful. The debrief concluded with administrative details, casualty documentation, equipment losses, facility damage assessment. Everything converted into reports that Belt Command would analyze while determining humanity's future in environments that contained threats they hadn't anticipated. But the formal analysis couldn't capture what Caro was feeling. Weight of command decisions, grief for students who died under her leadership, complicated mixture of failure and success that came from saving some people while losing most of them. That would require different kind of processing. The memorial service was held in Jericho's largest common space, area designed for crew recreation, now converted into gathering place for 44 survivors and station personnel who'd supported rescue operations. Simple arrangements, no elaborate ceremony. Just acknowledgement that 258 people had died and deserved to be remembered. Caro stood at the front, looking at faces of survivors she'd commanded through 3-day siege, students who'd trusted her leadership despite impossible circumstances, people who'd survived because she'd made tactical decisions that saved them while sacrificing others. We're here to remember those who didn't make it, she began, voice steady despite the screaming in her mind. 258 students and faculty who died at SOAR school during siege that lasted 3 days. People who deserve better than to become casualties in facility designed to train them for rescue operations. The survivors watched with exhausted eyes. They knew what was coming. Memorial service tradition that dated back to early Belt operations, that acknowledged each casualty individually instead of reducing them to statistics. I'm going to read their name, Caro continued, all of them, because they were people, not numbers, because they trusted SOAR program to prepare them for Belt operations, and that trust was violated when unknown threats proved deadlier than training anticipated. Because remembering matters even when we can't save everyone, she began reading. Student names from the roster, faculty members, support personnel, each name carrying weight of individual life lost, individual death that happened despite her best efforts. Cadet Michael Okoya, the student they'd abandoned during Canyon Crossing, the casualty that tactical necessity demanded but command guilt would carry forever. Cadet Sarah Ramirez, SOAR volunteer who'd died protecting medical team during Canyon Crossing, who'd made choice to sacrifice herself so others could survive. Cadet Thomas Chen, student who'd fought beside Team 7 during final extraction, who'd been killed by alien strike from above while maintaining defensive position. Cadet Jennifer Way, the casualty they'd recovered, whose body had been secured in escape pod corner because Team 7 refused to leave people behind even when those people were already dead. Name after name, person after person, the litany of loss that converted abstract casualty count into recognition of individual lives that had ended too soon. Some survivors were crying. Others maintained military discipline despite grief. All of them experiencing particular weight that came from surviving when so many hadn't, from being rescued while others were abandoned, from breathing while friends suffocated. Survivor guilt, the universal burden that came from impossible extractions. When Caro finished reading names, she stepped back. Let silence hold for a moment that acknowledged the dead before returning to demands of living. Then Sergeant Calder stepped forward. He looked exhausted. 3 days of impossible operations marking his features, 12 years of command decisions weighing on his shoulders. But he also carried authority that came from proving that some extractions succeeded despite probability calculations. I've conducted 317 impossible extractions across 12 years of OBR operations, he said quietly. Saved thousands of people from situations that probability said were unwinnable. And every single operation, without exception, resulted in casualties I couldn't prevent. People who died despite my best efforts. People who deserved rescue but couldn't be saved because tactical reality was insufficient for perfect solutions. He paused, making eye contact with survivors. Source School was no different. We saved 44 people through combination of tactical competence, mathematical precision, and stubborn refusal to accept that some situations are impossible. But we also lost 258 people who deserve better, who should have been rescued but couldn't be because resources were insufficient and time ran out and aliens learned faster than we could adapt. His voice carried weight of someone who'd made these calculations countless times, who understood the mathematics of loss in ways that went beyond statistics. Lieutenant Caro made command decisions during the siege that saved the people we extracted, made choices about who to protect and who to abandon based on tactical necessity rather than preference, made the same impossible calculations I've made 317 times, accepting that some casualties are inevitable when resources are limited and odds are terrible. He looked at Caro. She kept you alive. Through 3 days of siege that should have killed everyone, she maintained defensive positions and survivor cohesion long enough for extraction to occur. That's exceptional leadership under catastrophic circumstances. That's what command looks like when conventional approaches prove insufficient. Caro felt something breaking in her chest. Not quite absolution because guilt couldn't be erased through external validation, but acknowledgement that someone understood the weight she carried, that command decisions weren't always wrong just because they resulted in casualties. We're going to remember the people we lost, Calder continued. We're going to carry their names and honor their memory and acknowledge that their deaths weren't meaningless if lessons learned prevent future disasters. But we're also going to remember that 44 people survived, that 15% is better than 0%, that some extractions succeed despite impossible odds when operators refuse to accept that everyone can't be saved. He stepped back, let silence return, gave survivors space to process grief and gratitude and complicated mixture of emotions that came from being rescued while others died. The memorial service concluded with traditional moment of silence, acknowledgement that some losses couldn't be expressed through words, that grief required space that formal ceremonies couldn't provide. Then survivors dispersed, returning to medical treatment or rest or processing that would take months or years or forever. Caro found herself alone with Team 7 in Jericho's common space. They'd maintained distance during memorial service, professional boundaries that separated extraction team from survivors. But now Calder approached with expression that suggested command understanding rather than sympathy. "How are you holding up, Yasin?" he asked. "I'm functional, angry, grieving, experiencing approximately 17 different emotions simultaneously." Caro's voice was steady despite internal chaos. "But I'm also recognizing that you were right. 44 survivors is better than 0. Command decisions that save some people are better than paralysis that saves none. Doesn't make the weight easier to carry? No. But understanding that weight is shared, that other operators have made similar choices and survived the psychological consequences, that helps." She paused. "Thank you for what you said during memorial service, for acknowledging that command during the siege wasn't just failure with casualties attached. It was exceptional performance that saved lives. Don't let survivor guilt convince you otherwise." Commander Sisk appeared, carrying documentation. "Lieutenant Caro, I have updates on several fronts. Navy Task Force is scheduled to arrive at former Source School location in 72 hours. They'll conduct systematic elimination of remaining hostile organisms and comprehensive facility salvage. Additionally, your cross-training request has been expedited. You'll begin OBR orientation in 2 weeks pending medical clearance." "Understood, Commander. Thank you." Sis turned to Team 7. I have notifications for your personnel as well. Sergeant Voss, you're being recommended for team leader training based on performance during SOAR school operations. Close combat specialist role, thermal lance operations, recovery of separated team members. All of it demonstrates leadership potential that advanced training would develop. Voss looked surprised. Ma'am, I've only been with OBR for 5 months. Team leader positions usually require years of experience. Usually. But SOAR school crisis demonstrated that experience can be accelerated when operators face extreme circumstances and prove themselves capable. Belt Command wants to expand OBR capabilities, which means developing additional team leaders who can conduct extraction operations independently. Sis smiled slightly. Consider it recognition that you've exceeded normal operational expectations. I'll consider the opportunity. Thank you. Corporal Tagawa, you're approved for extended leave to visit family in inner belt colonies. 4 weeks, fully compensated. Belt Command recognizes that sustained operations without proper rest degrades performance, and your engineering contributions during SOAR school crisis justify exceptional leave allocation. Tagawa nodded. Appreciated, Commander. I'll coordinate departure schedule after equipment maintenance is complete. Petty Officer Urich, Naval Medical is requesting your consultation on trauma treatment protocols for survivors of prolonged siege conditions. Your documentation of medical decisions during SOAR school operations is being cited as model for future mass casualty management. Urich's expression remained neutral, but Caro detected satisfaction beneath professional detachment. I'll provide whatever analysis they require. Medical protocols should evolve based on operational experience. And Sergeant Calder, Sisk paused, carrying weight of someone about to deliver news that complicated simple acknowledgement. You're receiving formal commendation for leadership during SOAR school crisis. Additionally, Belt Command is requesting your input on revised OBR protocols and expansion planning. They want Team 7's operational philosophy documented and potentially replicated across additional units. Calder's jaw tightened. With respect, Commander, I'm not sure our operational philosophy should be replicated. It works for us because we've developed specific skills and tactical approaches over 12 years. Trying to standardize those methods might reduce them to procedures that miss critical flexibility. Noted, but Belt Command isn't requesting standardization. They're requesting documentation that allows other units to understand your decision-making framework. Whether they adopt similar approaches is secondary to having the information available. That's acceptable. I'll provide whatever analysis they need. The notifications concluded. Team 7 dispersed toward various administrative tasks. Voss processing her team leader recommendation, Tagawa coordinating leave schedule, Urich preparing medical consultation materials. Kuro remained with Calder and Sisk, processing the information that Belt Command was responding to SOAR school disaster with expansion rather than restriction, with recognition that OBR capabilities represented valuable operational asset. One final thing, Sisk said to Caro. Your command decisions during the siege, particularly the choice to abandon Cadet Okoye during Canyon Crossing, are being cited in revised first contact protocols as example of appropriate tactical prioritization under extreme circumstances. Belt Command wants future officers to understand that some casualties are inevitable, and accepting them is sometimes necessary for completing mission objectives. Decision to 65. The choice that would define her command philosophy forever, being documented as textbook example rather than failure. I understand, Caro said quietly, though I'm not sure appropriate and acceptable are same thing. Decision was tactically correct but emotionally devastating. Most command decisions are. That's why leadership is burden rather than privilege. Sisk gathered her documentation. You'll learn that through OBR cross-training. Probably wish you hadn't. But understanding the weight makes you better operator, even when it makes you more haunted person. She departed, leaving Caro and Calder alone in common space. She's right, Calder said. OBR operations will teach you things you'd rather not know about command, about tactical necessity, about costs of saving people. But you've already learned the fundamental lesson that some situations require accepting casualties to preserve survivors. Everything else is just variations on that theme. Comforting, Caro said dryly. Not meant to be honest. He checked his personal communicator, expression shifting to something softer. I need to take care of something. Family matter. But Caro, yes? You did good work during the siege. Saved people who would have died without your leadership. Don't let the weight of casualties convince you otherwise. He departed before she could respond, leaving her alone with thoughts about command and casualties and the complicated mathematics of rescue operations that succeeded while producing terrible losses. 44 survivors, 258 dead, 15% success rate, 85% failure. Both statistics were true. Both mattered. Both would define source school disaster in ways that simple numbers couldn't capture. Caro stood in common space, processing weight of completed impossible extraction, understanding that this was just beginning of learning what command actually cost. Understanding that some lessons could only be learned through experiencing them. That some weights couldn't be lifted regardless of time or distance or attempts to rationalize tactical necessity. That leadership meant carrying those weights anyway, because the alternative was abandoning people who depended on her decisions. She thought about Okoye, about Ramirez, about Chen and Wei, and 254 others whose names she'd read during memorial service. Thought about 44 people breathing in Jericho's medical bay. Thought about joining OBR operations and learning Team Seven's methods for proving impossible extractions were possible, and made decision 66. She was going to carry the weight, learn the lessons, become operator who could make command choices that save people despite terrible costs. Because someone had to. Because 44 survivors proved it was worth doing. Because hope was dangerous and irrational and absolutely necessary. In quiet common space, surrounded by evidence of completed mission and terrible losses, Caro began processing what came next. Began accepting that this was what leadership meant in the belt. Making impossible choices, carrying permanent weight, proving that some operations succeeded despite probability calculations. Began understanding what Calder had learned 12 years ago. That impossible extractions were possible, that the cost was always terrible, that doing it anyway was the only choice that mattered. Elsewhere in Jericho's quarters, Sergeant Rafe Calder stared at message on his personal communicator. Simple text, 5 words. Weight of entire life he'd built away from impossible extractions. Saw the news, you okay? Call me? From Emma, his daughter, 23 years old, living in inner belt colonies. Far from combat operations and alien predators and everything that happened when her father conducted impossible extractions. He'd been avoiding this communication for 3 days. Had known she'd see news coverage of source school disaster. Had known she'd worry despite his reassurances that OBR operations were safe, controlled, routine. Had known he'd eventually have to explain that routine meant risking death to save strangers. His finger hovered over call button. 3 days of impossible operations, 44 survivors, 258 dead. Everything that came with proving extractions could succeed despite terrible costs. And now he had to explain it to the one person who'd asked him to stop risking his life for strangers. The message waited, his daughter waited, and Calder made the call. Chapter 20, First Face, Last Place. Rafe Calder pressed the call button and watched his personal communicator connect to Emma's frequency across hundreds of thousands of kilometers of belt space. Watched the signal propagate through relay stations and civilian networks, carrying his voice toward the daughter who'd asked him years ago to stop risking his life for strangers and had never quite accepted his answer that some strangers were worth the risk. The connection established. Emma's face appeared on the small screen. Brown eyes like her mother's, expression carrying mixture of relief and frustration that Calder recognized from 12 years of similar conversations. "Dad," she said, simple word, weight of everything unspoken beneath it. "Emma, I got your message. I'm okay. Team 7 is intact. Mission complete. Everyone came home. I saw the news coverage. SOAR school siege. 285 people trapped. Alien organisms. 3-day rescue operation." Her voice was controlled, measured, the tone she used when she was trying not to scream at him for doing exactly what she'd asked him not to. The report said OBR unit conducted multiple extractions under hostile fire. That was you, wasn't it? Your team? Yes. How many people died? Calder considered lying, considered softening the numbers, considered all the ways he could frame catastrophic casualties as tactical success. Then remembered that Emma deserved honesty, even when honesty was brutal. 258 confirmed dead at Source School facility, 3 additional casualties during extraction operations, 44 survivors rescued. Silence. Emma processing the mathematics, 85% casualties, 15% survival rate, numbers that could be interpreted as either disaster or miracle depending on frame of reference. 44 people are alive because you refused to accept that they couldn't be saved, she said finally. 44 families won't have to process that their loved ones died alone in the dark. 44 futures that still exist. Yes. And 258 didn't make it despite your best efforts. 258 people you couldn't save no matter how determined you were or how many risks you took. Also, yes, Dad, Emma's voice cracked slightly. I'm proud of you. I hate that you do this work. Hate that every time you take assignment, there's chance you won't come back. Hate that strangers get pieces of you that your family doesn't. But I'm also proud that you're a person who shows up when situations are impossible, who refuses to accept that some people can't be saved. That matters. Even when I wish it didn't matter quite so much to you. Calder felt something breaking in his chest. Not quite grief, not quite relief, just acknowledgement that his daughter understood him in ways that most people couldn't, that she'd accepted his operational philosophy even when accepting it meant carrying her own weight of worry. I'm going to keep doing this, he said. OBR operations, impossible extractions, proving that some situations aren't unwinnable when you refuse to surrender. I can't stop just because it's dangerous or because people die, despite my best efforts. It's who I am. I know. I've known for 12 years. Doesn't mean I have to like it. She paused. But it does mean I understand why you do it. Why 44 survivors matter more to you than comfortable retirement somewhere safe. They do matter more than I can adequately explain. You don't have to explain, I get it. You're the person who shows up in the worst circumstances and refuses to leave until everyone who can be saved is safe. That's your purpose. Your calling. The thing that makes you tolerate belt operations despite hating vacuum and zero-G and everything else about deep space work. She was right. Calder had spent 12 years operating in environments he hated, enduring conditions that made Earth-standard living seem impossibly luxurious, because being first responder to impossible situations mattered more than personal comfort. Are you taking leave? Emma asked. Coming to visit. You've been operating continuously for 3 months. Belt regulations say you're entitled to rest period. Eventually, after debriefs are complete and equipment is repaired, and Team 7's operational status is restored. He smiled slightly. But yes, I'll visit. Meet the boyfriend you mentioned last time we talked. Acknowledge that my daughter has life I'm peripherally aware of, but don't actively participate in. His name is Marcus. He's civilian engineer, works on station infrastructure. Very stable, very safe, very unlike my father who conducts combat operations against alien predators. Sounds perfect for you. He is. And Dad, thank you for calling, for being honest about casualties instead of pretending everything's fine, for acknowledging that what you do costs something even when it succeeds. I learned that from watching you grow up without me being consistently present, that some choices have permanent costs even when they're right choices. They talked for a few more minutes, Emma's work, Marcus, plans for his eventual visit, before connection terminated and Calder was alone with his communicator and the weight of 12 years choosing strangers over family, choosing impossible extractions over comfortable presence. Worth it, still worth it, would always be worth it because 44 people were breathing who wouldn't be if he'd made different choices. But the cost was real, permanent, acknowledged. He returned to Jericho's common space, finding his team scattered through the area, each processing the completed mission in their own way. Voss sat in corner alcove, personal communicator in hand, transferring credits through belt financial networks with focused precision. Calder recognized the pattern. She did this after every major operation, sending money to family in inner belt colonies, supporting siblings she couldn't physically protect, but could financially assist. She noticed him watching, didn't hide the transaction. Sending half my hazard pay to my brother and sister. They're saving for education fees. I'm helping however I can from out here. How much more do they need? About 15% of total, maybe 2 more operations like SOAR School, and they'll have enough for full university enrollment. She added brief note to the transfer. Almost enough, soon. Then transmitted it across the belt. It's not the same as being there for them, but it's what I can do while conducting impossible extractions. They know what you do? That you're OBR? They know I work rescue operations. Don't know about combat against alien predators or debris field navigation or any of the things that actually happen during missions. I tell them it's routine station support. She smiled slightly. Same way you probably tell your daughter that OBR operations are safe and controlled. I used to. Now I'm honest about the risks. Turns out she'd rather know the truth than believe comfortable lies. Maybe I should try that approach. Voss closed her communicator. Acknowledge that what we do is terrifying and dangerous and occasionally involves killing biomechanical nightmares with thermal lances, or continue protecting them from reality. Both approaches are valid depending on what your family needs. She nodded, processing this, then returned to her private thoughts about siblings and education and the costs of operating in belt environments where hazard pay accumulated faster than safe work opportunities. Urich was on Jericho's external observation deck, technically restricted area, accessible only through medical override codes she shouldn't have but somehow did. She was smoking, which violated station regulations completely, exhaling forbidden tobacco smoke into vacuum through improvised airlock system that would probably get her reprimanded if anyone reported it. She noticed Calder approaching, but didn't put out the cigarette. Don't lecture me about regulations. I've treated 44 combat casualties in 6 hours, performed 17 emergency procedures, watched 3 people die despite my best efforts. I've earned unauthorized cigarette. Not lecturing, just observing that you only smoke after operations with significant casualties. It's your tell that mission affected you more than clinical detachment suggests. Perceptive. She took another drag, exhaled through airlock. 258 dead. I keep running scenarios in my mind where different medical decisions might have saved more people, where faster triage or better pharmaceutical allocation or more aggressive surgical intervention could have improved survival rates. You know that's irrational. You worked with resources you had and saved everyone medical intervention could save. Knowing it's irrational doesn't stop the calculations. She gestured toward the observation viewport showing SOAR School's debris field, distant and expanding. Somewhere in that wreckage are 258 bodies that will never be recovered, never receive proper burial, never get final acknowledgement beyond names read at memorial service. And part of me thinks if I'd just been faster or smarter or more aggressive, you would have saved more people. I know that thought process. I run same calculations after every operation. Calder stood beside her at viewport. But the mathematics don't support it. You saved everyone who could be saved with available resources. Additional survivors would have required capabilities you didn't have. Logic doesn't help with guilt. No, nothing helps with guilt except time and acceptance that some costs are inevitable. He paused. Oh, but survivors help. 44 people breathing because you made correct medical decisions? That counts for something. Urich stubbed out her cigarette, disposed of it properly through waste management system. It does count. Just wish it counted more than the 258 who didn't make it. Me too. They stood together watching debris field expand, sharing silence that came from understanding costs that couldn't be calculated in simple statistics. They required acknowledgement beyond formal reports. Tagawa was in maintenance bay, running final diagnostics on persistence is damaged systems while humming jazz. Low, complex melody that filled the space with rhythm that shouldn't work but somehow did. His hands moved across repair interfaces with precision that suggested years of engineering experience, fixing problems that regulations said required specialist support. How's she looking? Calder asked. Like spacecraft that conducted 3 sequential combat operations in alien territory, suffered multiple hull breaches, lost forward sensors, and got used for collision navigation through debris field. Tagawa didn't stop working. Repairs will take minimum 2 weeks. Replacement parts need to be ordered from interbelt suppliers. Some systems might never function at original specifications. But she'll fly? She'll fly. Won't be pretty, won't meet manufacturer standards, but she'll function well enough for next impossible extraction. He adjusted thruster alignment. The music helps. Jazz. Random patterns that somehow create coherence. Reminds me that chaos can be organized if you understand underlying structure. Deep philosophy for mechanical repairs. Mechanical repairs are deep philosophy. Everything in belt operations is organized chaos that functions because humans refuse to accept that vacuum should kill them. He paused, tinnitus apparently flaring. Did you know aliens demonstrate similar pattern recognition? They learned our tactics through observation, adapted their responses, created counter-strategies that accounted for our approaches. That's not simple predator behavior. That's intelligence processing environmental variables and generating solutions. Naval intelligence is studying that, trying to determine whether we encountered isolated organisms or representatives of larger population that we'll need defensive protocols for. Smart money says larger population. Biomechanical predators don't evolve tactical learning in isolation. They develop it through selection pressure against intelligent prey. Tagawa's humming shifted to minor key, which means belt operations just got significantly more complicated. We're not just fighting environmental hazards anymore. We're navigating ecosystems that contain threats we haven't mapped. That's future problem. Current problem is repairing persistence, so we're ready for next operation. Already on it. I'll have her functional in 12 days if replacement parts arrive on schedule, 16 if they're delayed, 20 if Belt Command decides to question my repair methodology and require standard protocols. I'll ensure they don't question your methodology. Team 7's performance during SOAR school crisis brought us operational flexibility. Tagawa nodded, returned to repairs, humming jazz that carried weight of someone processing trauma through music and mechanical work, finding coherence in chaos through understanding underlying patterns. The team gradually congregated in common space, not through formal assembly but natural drift that happened after operations concluded, when everyone needed connection without acknowledging they needed it. Voss appeared first, having completed her financial transfer. Then Yurik, done with unauthorized smoking and private grief. Tagawa last, hands still marked by maintenance work but minds shifted from repairs to recovery. They didn't speak, didn't need to, just occupied space together, sharing atmosphere and exhaustion and complicated mixture of relief and guilt that came from completing impossible extraction. Caro appeared in doorway, looking uncertain about whether she belonged in this gathering, despite Sisk's approval of her OBR cross-training request. "Join us," Calder said. Simple invitation. Acknowledgement that command during siege had earned her place among operators who conducted impossible extractions. She joined them, settling into available seat, looking like someone who was learning what it meant to carry weight of extraction operations. They sat in comfortable silence. 5 operators processing completed mission, acknowledging costs, preparing for whatever came next. The alert arrived 20 minutes later. Standard OBR notification, distress signal from mining facility in outer belt sectors, life support failure, 47 personnel trapped, rescue operations requested. Estimated survival window, 36 hours. Calder read the details, analyzed the situation, calculated probabilities that said this was another impossible extraction requiring tactical innovation and stubborn determination. Looked at his team. They looked back. Nobody said they were ready. They just completed 3-day operation that had left them exhausted, traumatized, marked by combat against unknown hostiles. Standard protocols said they should refuse additional assignments, should insist on mandatory rest period, should acknowledge that continuous operations degraded performance. But standard protocols also said impossible extractions couldn't succeed, that some people couldn't be saved, that accepting casualties was rational choice when odds were terrible. Team 7 had spent 12 years proving standard protocols were wrong. 47 people, Voss said quietly. 36 hours. Mining facility architecture suggests confined spaces, limited access points, probable structural instability, Tagawa added. Challenging extraction even without hostile complications. Medical resources are depleted from SOAR school operations, Urich noted. We're operating with insufficient pharmaceutical supplies and exhausted personnel. They were listing obstacles, identifying problems, cataloging reasons why this operation might fail. But they were also preparing, processing the tactical challenge, beginning mental transition from recovery mode to operational readiness. We're 3 hours from equipment prep completion, Calder said. 6 hours from departure if we expedite resupply. 30 hours to reach facility location at maximum acceleration. That leaves 6-hour margin before survival window closes. Assuming survival window estimate is accurate, Voss said. Assuming life support doesn't fail faster than projected. Assuming we don't encounter complications during extraction. Assuming we don't, Calder agreed. Are we taking the assignment? Silence. Team 7 considering whether to conduct another impossible extraction before they'd processed the last one, before they'd rested, before they'd recovered from combat operations that should have killed them. I'm in, Tagawa said. Someone has to keep persistence, flying despite her insisting she should be in repair dock. I'm in, Urich confirmed. Medical capabilities are degraded but functional, better than those 47 people have if we don't respond. I'm in, Voss added. Team leader training can wait. People needing rescue can't. Caro spoke last. I know I'm not officially part of Team 7 yet. I know my cross-training hasn't started, but if you need additional personnel for extraction support... We need you, Calder interrupted. Command experience during siege proved you can function under extreme circumstances. That's worth more than formal training. They were committed. 5 operators accepting another impossible extraction, despite exhaustion, despite trauma, despite every rational calculation saying they should rest before conducting additional operations. Because 47 people were trapped. Because 36 hours wasn't enough time to wait for better rested units. Because someone had to show up when situations were impossible. All right, Calder said. Equipment prep begins immediately. Resupply priority on medical pharmaceuticals and emergency life support. Departure in 6 hours. We brief mission parameters during transit. They moved toward Prep Bay with practiced efficiency. Operators who'd done this 317 times before, who knew exactly what impossible extractions required, who'd learned to function despite exhaustion because lives depended on their refusal to surrender. Calder watched them go, feeling pride and concern, and complicated mixture of emotions that came from leading team through operations that should kill them, but somehow didn't. Feeling weight of 12 years proving that some people could be saved when everyone else said rescue was impossible. Feeling hope, dangerous, irrational hope, that 47 more people would survive because Team 7 refused to accept that extraction couldn't succeed. In Prep Bay, equipment was being loaded. Persistence was being ready despite incomplete repairs. Medical supplies were being inventoried and rationed, and Team 7 was preparing to do what they did. Show up in last place anyone wanted to be. Prove that impossible extractions were possible. Save people who'd been abandoned by probability calculations and tactical assessments. Be the first face desperate survivors wanted to see when all hope seemed lost. Calder joined his team in Prep Bay, began final equipment checks, started mental transition into operational mode that would carry them through next impossible extraction. 47 people waited. 36 hours remained, and somewhere in the belt's dark spaces, strangers were hoping that rescue would arrive before hope ran out, that someone would prove survival was possible despite terrible odds. Team 7 would show up, would prove it, would demonstrate once again that some operations succeeded through nothing more than stubborn refusal to accept failure. Because that's what they did. That's why they breathed. That's why 44 souls from Source School went home instead of becoming statistics. That's why 47 more people would survive the next 36 hours. Because Rafe Calder was the first face you wanted to see in the last place you'd ever want to be. And he showed up. Every time. Without fail. Proving that impossible was just another word for tactical challenge. That some people could always be saved, That hope wasn't delusion when backed by determination and skill and absolute refusal to surrender. The prep bay doors cycled open. Persistence, weighted, damaged but functional, and Team 7 moved forward into the next impossible extraction, carrying weight of completed missions and hope for future ones, demonstrating that humanity belonged in the belt because humans refused to accept that hostile environments should defeat them. The countdown showed 5 hours, 30 minutes to departure. 47 people waited for rescue. And in Jericho's prep bay, 5 operators prepared to prove once again that some situations weren't impossible when you showed up anyway. That mathematics and miracles coexisted. That hope, determination, and tactical competence could overcome probability calculations. That being the first face in the last place meant everything to people who'd run out of other options. Calder secured his equipment, checked his team's readiness, prepared for departure into the black, where another impossible extraction waited, prepared to show up, to prove it could be done, to bring 47 people home, because that's what Team 7 did. Every time, without question, without hesitation. Showing up when situations were impossible and proving that impossible was negotiable. The job waited. The countdown continued. And hope, dangerous, irrational, absolutely necessary hope, flickered in Prep Bay's harsh lighting, ready to be carried into darkness one more time, ready to prove that some people could always be saved, ready to demonstrate that Team 7 showed up every single time. End of Book 1. Team 7 will return in Orbital Breach and Recovery Units. Book 2. The Black learns, humanity adapts, and impossible extractions continue.